This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the brain builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders Initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the brain builder concept, Receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
This is Wayne Marshall, and I'm working with the Early Childhood Commission on the new Brain Builders initiative, where we're focusing on the children, we're focusing on the first 1000 days of life. That is the time span from conception to 2 years of age, and it's a time when foundations are established for health, growth and development. We have to really focus on the kids at this stage of their development.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time? to the development of the brain and mind of a little child. We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Please stand for the national anthem.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can you believe it that today is a final day of our workshops? I just want to say a special and hearty welcome, one and all, to the final day of the workshops at the Early Child Commission's annual Professional Institute 2022 under the theme Innovation in Early Child Development from Vision to Action. Today will be no different because the vibes, the information, the presenters are not going to hold back. Definitely not right now. Hi, my name is Stacey Campbell Cargill, and I will be your moderator for today. It gives me great honor and a sense of belonging to be sharing with you during these day-to-day experiences. The days have been awesome, and might I tell you, personally, I don't want them to end. I am just all caught up with all the presentations, and I know you are too. I want to say a special welcome to our Executive Director, Mrs. Carlin de Grastes Landes, our presenters, facilitators, information technology team, and most importantly, you, our valuable early child practitioners. A warm welcome to you all. Remember now, this conference is free. Say it with me, it is free. So please share the links on your social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, WhatsApp, share it via email and invite your colleagues, friends, and just about anyone who you know would benefit from these sessions. Now, some important points to note. There are two evaluation forms that you are asked to complete: the workshop evaluation form and a conference evaluation form. The workshop evaluation form is to be completed at the end of each session, or basically each presentation. The conference evaluation form should be completed once. So if you will be in attendance for the entire week, then you would complete the conference evaluation form on Friday. For these evaluation forms, your names are not required. So please be as open and honest as possible with your feedback. We want to know how to best serve you for future conferences. And also, the success of the PDI is in your hands. So please take the time out to complete the evaluation forms. The links will be placed in the chat at the appropriate time, or you may go to pdi.ecc.gov.jm on the ECC website under the heading Useful Resources. Also, please pay keen attention to the title of your sessions because you will have to identify the title of a session in order to rate that particular session. So kindly ensure that you have something to write with and something to write on so that you can make a note of the sessions you are attending. Additionally, during the presentations, kindly utilize your chat to post any question that may arise during these sessions. Your questions will be recorded and asked at the appropriate time. However, time may not allow for us to get through all the questions. So please indicate those questions at the end of the workshop evaluation form. Getting right into our buzzer sessions for today. At this time, we'll move to our first session, which is our plenary session. It is entitled STEM versus STEAM versus STREAM. The discussion will be ably facilitated by Ms. Sophia McCain. Joining discussion will be esteemed panelists, Ms. Janelle Chambers, Dr. Lorna Thompson, Gwyneth Cambridge, and Theresa Hunter. Now, let me give you a little background of who these persons are. Now, our moderator, Ms. Sophia McCain, holds a Master of Arts in Dance Education degree from the University of North Carolina, Greensboro. She's also a graduate of the Edna Manley College of the Visual and Performing Arts, where she earned a Bachelor of Fine Arts degree in Performance and Choreography, receiving much coveted awards such as the Sheila Barnett Award for All-Round Excellence and the Rex Nettle Ford Award for the Most Outstanding Performance and Choreography. She also holds a Bachelor of Science degree in Computer Science from the University of the West Indies, UWI Mona. McCain is a firm believer that dance is more than the learning of steps, and based on its myriad of benefits, every child should be allowed the experience of dance. She is currently the chair of the Education Board of Studies and the head of Department of Dance Education at the EMC VPA. Now, next, our very own Janelle Chambers is a development officer at the Early Child Commission. She's from Region 1, which is based in Kingston and St. Andrew. With passion, commitment, and drive, she serves as a mentor to several early child institutions in Zone 10. She's always willing to assist. Between work, studies, and self development, she spends her downtime cooking. Wow, I think me and Miss Chambers can work together. And man, I love to cook. She enjoys spending her time cooking, reading, and trying to find creative ways to refine her teaching skills. Miss Chambers strongly believes that our greatest natural resource is in the minds of our children. Now, Dr. Lorna Thompson, no stranger to us. She was here yesterday. I know she's back today. Is a curriculum developer, a mathematics advisor, and an early grade and adult educator. She entered the field of education as a JTA Teacher of the Year with the greatest potential to be the best teacher in the year 1987. Dr. Thompson has been involved in curriculum design and development activities at the national level since 1999. This aspect of our work life spans the areas of mathematics and interrogative studies for children in the early grades, including children with special needs, comprising the gifted and talented, and children of the state through to the tertiary level. Dr. Thompson also served as a mathematics advisor on the USAID Jamaica Basic Education Project for 250 selected schools across the 6 regions. Additionally, she has served as Chief Assessment Examiner for the Joint Board of Teacher Education, Chief Judge for the Problem Solving Competition, and the Juvenile Correctional Services Learning by Doing Annual Competition. She continues to work with teachers who are teaching children, teacher educators who specialize in early childhood education and development, publishers who are involved in development of appropriate learning resources for all children, as well as colleagues who are tasked with the responsibility to improve the life of all students at all levels of the society. The composite experiences and competencies from our engagement in curriculum development processes and other professional areas, such as policy development, outdoor learning, are recognized as powerful tools that may be used to influence transformation in early and adult education. Now on to Mrs. Gwyneth Cambridge, is a retired senior education officer, early child education in the Ministry of Education in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. She has been a part of the education system for over 30 years, having taught at both primary and secondary level in Guyana and St. Vincent, where she resides. She holds a teacher certificate in primary education from Cyril Potter College of Education, Guyana, as well as a certificate in management and supervision from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill. Mrs. Cambridge further holds a bachelor's in educational administration from the University of the West Indies, Cave Hill, and a master's in early child education from Southern Illinois University, USA, having been awarded an OAS scholarship. She has further obtained a certificate in counseling at the UII Open campus. Mrs. Cambridge has a wealth of experience, having worked as principal for a junior secondary school and having taught students of grades 10 and 11 in English language and English literature in preparation for writing regional external examinations as they transition into community college. In the past, Ms. Cambridge not only moderated for UII examinations, but has also been moderator for the Commonwealth Best Practices in Early Child Competition. In addition to having been a part-time lecturer at the Division of Teacher Education in Early Child Education, she has facilitated numerous workshops on a number of issues ranging from kindergarten readiness to gender equity in the early years and many more. Now we're on to this person who is not a stranger to us as well, Miss Theresa Hunter. is a proud graduate of University of the Bahamas and Barry University. She holds a master's degree in leadership and learning with a bachelor's degree in teacher education. Her research interest includes but is not limited to transformational leadership and early child development. She is a passionate educator of 29 years, a former principal, master trainer, coach, teacher, and mentor in the field of early child development. Presently, she serves as an education officer, pre-primary, with responsibilities for supervision of the government preschool instructional program, professional development procurement, curriculum development, and instruction. She has facilitated numerous professional development sessions, both nationally and internationally. Ms. Hunter serves as an internal moderator for teaching practice at the University of the Bahamas and is also employed as an adjunct faculty at the Bahamas Baptist College University. Through the years, Ms. Hunter has demonstrated a heart of compassion for teachers and serves as an advocate for development and execution of a high-quality early child program in the Bahamas. Ms. Hunter's guiding quote is, "Anything you do, do it with passion or not at all." So at this time, I'm going to turn over this section to our able moderator, Miss Sophia McCain, to just bring some life to the practitioners who are online, basically on the YouTube channel. So, Miss McCain, I turn over to you at this time.
Good morning. Good morning. You know, I just want to say, before I say anything else, Mrs. Stacy Ann Campbell Cargill, I was watching you for the past couple of days doing the introductions, hands down. You're amazing. I was like, she drank lots of coffee, she's wide awake, and she is ready to go.
Thank you very much.
Wow. Thank you for all of that. Thank you for that. And I don't know about you, but I feel, welcome to all those who are watching online on YouTube. And I don't know about you, but I feel so honored to be in the presence of all these practitioners, experts with years upon years of experience, right? So I'm not going to take up much of the time. My name is Sophia McCain, as was said before. I am the head of department for dance education. So the A part of these acronyms that we're looking at is my little baby. But I just want to find out from all of you, thank you for being available. Thank you for lending your wisdom to us this morning. And just to share to those who are watching online, the last time I checked YouTube, we had 38 persons live, and it will grow. So as you are there, just put your comments in the chat and let us get that interaction going. So without further ado, I want to start with the topic. So the topic says, STEM versus STEAM versus STREAM. And I just wanted to hear from each presenter today on the panel, what are your thoughts about those acronyms?
Okay, I am Lorna Thompson. And STEM, we know it has to do with the science, the technology, the engineering design, not just engineering, because you're talking about the little ones, learning by doing, says the engineering and the mathematics. Where we get the STEAM is the A with the arts, visual and the performing arts, where we know as Caribbean, that is our forte. We love to move, we love to dance, we love to sing, we love to dramatize, we love to read, we just love to move. So that is the part of us that we love and that we should always use. That A part is us. We have no doubt about that. The R in it is where some places take it for religion, some places take it for reading. But there is another one that we don't really use, but I came across while I was at a workshop in the States, the gifted and the talented. It's called MECALS. They take the same letters, but add the word L to it for it to be literature based. The M is for the maths, E is for the engineering, T is for the technology, A is for the arts, L is for the literature, and S is for the science. And so it is a form of integration. Any one of them you take, and they all have their role to play in various parts of the lesson or schools or walk of life. And that is what we do best at EC. It's a thematic approach, it's an integration, it's one pot. It's a one pot meal.
Good morning, everyone. Very well said. Very well said. I would like to add my sentiments to it. I believe that early exposure to STEM supports children overall academic growth. It develops its critical thinking skills, its academic and reasoning skills, and later enhances its interest in STEM studies and career. And research shows that the average career in the United States is $37,000. However, if we could get these children moving and into STEM and interested in STEM careers, guess what? Their careers start at $87,000, $90,000 in the States. So it's like 150% more, you know? And that's where the world is moving. It's moving towards STEM, it's moving towards engineering, it's moving technology. And so having a rich STEM stream curriculum really will enhance our preschoolers and get them ready for 21st century skills.
Okay, so Mrs. Cambridge, as was introduced, and I want to add my bit to it as well. I want to say, first of all, that you cannot divorce anyone from the other. They're integrated. It's as if the STEAM is a platform to the STEM, and the STEM and the STEAM, is a platform to the stream. So I'm seeing at different layers of it, very much integrated, because it suggests to me as well that we are in a stage where we're saying that education is not static, it's forever evolving. And while the STEM approach would have been good at one point in time, we have been able to move on and said, okay, let us incorporate the arts in it now. Because as Dr. Thompson said, and I was looking at her as she was speaking and her hands were moving and all of that, and I'm saying, this is a Caribbean woman. So we're a type of persons where we like the movement, we like the art, the drama. That is us as a Caribbean. So the art came in, but then we cannot divorce all of them from the whole aspect of the reading and writing. That literacy component that says to us that as children, they're able to translate what they've learned into the written form. And as a result of that, we see then that if teachers in the early years were to employ each of these strategies, then it augurs well for children, their critical thinking skills, their problem solving skills, the fact that they could analyze things. And what we should think about is that what strategies can teachers use in the classroom to pull out all of these things that come as a way of the STEM, the STEAM, and the stream. Thank you.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Before I even start, I'd like to say I am honored as well to be a part of this esteemed panel discussion. And the ladies have shared some very interesting points. So I will just go ahead and add to that. Where STEM is concerned, I see it as being good, as Mrs. Gwyneth said. So we had the sciences looking at the world and how everything works. We have the technology and the engineering and the math. However, I think that kind of puts our children in a box. And at the Early Childhood Commission, we believe in developing the children holistically. So when the inventors went and they added the art aspect, and when we say art, we're not just looking at products or process art, we're also looking at the dance and the drama and the music, as Dr. Lorna mentioned. With that aspect, we are catering to more aspects of the child. And then when we added the R for reading, that's where it just got brilliant. So I think this is the best one, because with the literature, as Dr. Lorna mentioned, children are able to develop critical thinking skills. And we find that that is lacking in today's society. So with the R, I think they did an excellent job.
Also, can I just put one more nugget in? What I particularly like about STREAM, the whole thing, is how it incorporates the now 12 learning styles. It's now 12. It incorporates the, as my girl here says, my new friend, Ms. Chambers, it incorporates the holistic development of the child, all of the reading styles. And so that's what I particularly like about it. So we're catering to our students in their early years.
Indeed. I'm very enlightened by the responses. And in thinking about it, I find it quite interesting how we like to, maybe it's a human thing, we like to compartmentalize and organize and categorize things. So there's STEM, and then there's the A added and it's STEAM, and then there's the R and it becomes STREAM, and then another group will say metals, right? So it's like all these acronyms, all these letters, and sometimes it's good intentions, but we get hung up on these acronyms and abbreviations. And I like what the presenters have said so far. Dr. Thompson talked about a one pot. We Caribbean people know we want pots. We know what that is, right? And Ms. Hunter mentioned, Dr. Hunter, the rich curriculum, to enhance the careers that are currently, even in the United States, the careers that these children that will be young adults that we can get. And then Janelle, just mentioning the whole importance of when they have the R added, that just brings it all together. And then Miss Cambridge talking about integration, because I think that is a key point. We like to try and separate, okay, we're gonna have science time, then have some math time, then let's have some engineering time, and let's have an activity that's catered to the arts. And then we find we don't have enough time in the day. So I like the idea of the thematic approach for the early childhood education, the model that it's thematic, and then all these branches will come from it. So it's really amazing. So then for this conversation, even though it says STEM versus STEAM versus STREAM, based on what all presenters have said, there's really not a versus, right? It's kind of just an elaboration of what it is. And really what's most important for everything is the intention. What are we trying to achieve as early childhood educators? What are we trying to get to? And these are just routes, and sometimes using Google Maps, and when you zoom further and further and further, you get more detail in the route of where you're going, and you're like, oh, there's so many turns. So I think this development and addition is not to get hung up on the verses, which one is better, but it's actually to see that the intention is, as educators, as practitioners, we're constantly finding, and the quest is there to find new ways to reach our children. So this is just amazing that we're flexible, right? We know how to bend and to change and to adjust. So my question would be, and for those who are watching online, you can also put in the chat on YouTube. Someone is moderating if you have any questions or comments. Is there then a disconnect? I know I'm very attached to the arts. So when I hear a person speak about STEM, I get concerned because I'm wondering if they're trying to create this type of being that's all focused on science, technology, engineering, and math, which for me seems more to the logical type of, math logic intelligence according to Gardner. But when I hear the A added, I feel more at peace that, okay, the expressive side is there, you know, and we know arts, as Janelle ably said, is talking about the arts. So not just visual art, all the performing arts, all the arts, culinary, all the arts, right? But is there a disconnect with all these acronyms? Are we getting the application in the classrooms? And if so, why you say that? And if not, what do you think are the drawbacks? So yes, we have this STEM, this STEAM, this stream, this metal. Is it actually working out in the teaching based on observation, based on experience? Anyone can take it.
Okay. As a curriculum developer, I know that when we're developing the curriculum, we look at the what. So in most cases, like in EC, you'll find that your themes are kind of scientific. You have like the animals and water and transportation. You have all of those. You have social study background. So that's the what. That's where you find the content. And because we need the children to be able to do the how is it that you're going to learn this content? Do I learn this content by just having the knowledge, the written form of it, cognition? No, we know that we need the how of it. I'm going to learn about animals. I need to go and do my observation. I need to look, investigate, and examine, explore what is it that these animals can do in their habitat. And so for years, we started our education in just wanting to pour knowledge in, not really focusing on the how of it. But when we now look at the STEM, we see that it was just knowledge based, the knowledge base. Even though the engineering part is about the doing, the product, the processing, it is maybe content-wise for the older students. But with the little ones, what should I say, is the action of it. So we also wanted our children to transfer knowledge. We always say, we ask them in math class this, and they can't apply this number when they see it in another subject discipline. And so it is not a disconnect, but a connection that we are trying to make in order for students to be able to transfer the knowledge more readily than how we had to do it in our days, right? We had to go search for ourselves. Sometimes some of our teachers would bring knowledge, you know, a little maths here, a little literature there, in the maths class, a song here, a dramatic piece here. But most time, no, you better do that calculation. You must know when to add and to subtract. You must know if you must go left to right or right to left, up and down. And you must remember. So we're always looking at the procedural knowledge. Now we're not talking about just procedural knowledge. We're talking about processing information, doing, action, movement, sports, the distance of running, moving, shorter distance. Who can run faster, a Jamaican or a Guyanese or somebody from the state? Come on, is making that connection that we want our children as early as possible to be able to transfer knowledge.
I would say amen. All right.
Amen. Amen. So like a preaching, eh?
I know.
About my
yes.
Right.
Yes.
So I just want to build, I can only add a little bit to what Dr. Thompson said, what Lorna said. What I'm looking at is the fact that a lot of times we tend to want to teach in silos. So you have everything, as you said before, compartmentalized. And it is the giving of knowledge that really throws us off, because we don't give the children a chance to tell us what they have learned. So give them a voice then, let them speak. You know, we're so busy telling that we're not listening. And that is where the problem comes. So I see the STEM as it is workable. It started off right, but there are gaps that unless we address them, they're going to widen. And the gaps are that basically, all right, so you've got the science, you've got the math, and it is something that bothers me a bit, to be honest with you, particularly as a language teacher. where the children, they don't ever think they have to review language because we know English, we speak English. But the math, oh, the science, we've got to, oh, and they all, I got to get this done. But language, no. And I am reminded of that every time we have a problem that says there is a literacy situation that is creeping up among our children. And if we, as teachers, I can get very passionate about this because I love the language, you understand? And if we get into it and we say, okay, I can do my drama to do my language. I mean, I can do my arts. I can dance to this rhythm of this poem. There's so many things that we can do in order to get the children to realize that here, there is an interrelationship between the different areas. There is none that is separate. So that if I go into my language and I see something that requires me to do math, then I'm using my problem solving skill to work it out. So I'm saying that it is workable. We've started off right, but we are in this little silo that says, this is my key, you know, and it's something that I noticed with the early childhood practitioners. If they're good at math, they're going to teach the math to the children. But if science is not my forte, well, I mean, somebody else do it. I'm not very good at this, you know? So it is workable.
Thank you.
Okay,
Go ahead, Daniel.
I just like to go ahead and add to that. Being a development officer, it gives me a unique inroad as I am able to see the plans and help to correct the mistakes. So where STEM, STEAM, and STREAM are concerned, we at the Early Childhood Commission and the curriculum as it is written, it encourages integration. So these subject areas are not seen as separate things because there's a bit of everything in everything, if you get what I'm saying.
Yes, perfect, perfectly said. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to add to it also and give a Bahamas perspective. Here in the Bahamas, we've just revamped our early childhood preschool curriculum. And our curriculum is integrated with a project-based thematic approach. And we have woven in intentionally STREAM. And so we have and also we're saying that once we strategically apply various strategies, we sure that there will not be a disconnect, because if there's the correct strategies for teaching, if it's the thematic approach that and all of that catering to the learning styles, come on, man, it's no disconnect. We got this. Okay, we are committed to ensuring that we are going to prepare our children for 21st century.
Yes, I'd say amen to that too.
Amen.
Amen. We're on the right track. We're on the right track. Thank you so much for that. I mean, I feel we're so busy telling that we're not listening. I feel like I need that on a shirt. We're so busy telling, just generally in life, you know, a lot of the conflicts we see globally is because we're talking at, and nobody's stopping to actually listen, right? And we know for a student-centered approach, the child's voice is very important, right? So it's not something where we're filling or delivering content, as Lorna mentioned earlier. It's not focused on just content and delivering content. I always think about it in this world that we live now. You can get content anywhere.
Yes.
You can find the information anywhere. So that need to recall from your head, that power is not so much, you know, at the forefront. It's more analyzing what you've seen, because there's so many things, you know, this whole thing of fake news. When I was younger, I don't think there was a term called fake news. News could never be fake. You understand? News was news. It was trusted. Now this whole thing with propaganda and you're realizing, telling lies, right, and putting them in different formal spaces. So now persons have to be more critical, which is why it's a 21st century skill, because the information is literally everywhere. So thank you for sharing that. And it's heartening to know that it's not in silos, that we're on the same page, as it's an integrated approach. And I think importantly, what was mentioned, the whole idea of having a strong curriculum. So as Ms. Hunter, Dr. Hunter mentioned that, and I might call all of you doctors, if you're not, then it's just prophecy. Okay, so but as was mentioned about Bahamas and their curriculum, and the fact that if the deliberate strategies are put in the designing of the curriculum, then that will guard against teachers possibly dividing the segments and not approaching it from a combined, integrated, way. Just to mention that on YouTube, Natalia Williams, thank you for contributing to the discussion. She says that the stream captures the whole idea of integrated learning and developing the relevant life skills, making learning fun and relevant in one space. I think that is amazing.
That's a mouthful, and that's excellent. Yes,
it is. So we want to, yes, we want to say amen to that. So you make it fun and relevant in one space. So there's that idea, and that look at life skills, right? What do our early childhood or little ones, affectionately called our little babies, even though they don't like to be called babies, right? What do they need to develop on in order to make them successful later on in life? What's that foundation that's necessary? And so the conversation so far, so stream, STEM, STEAM, there is more a look on the why of it and what it's supposed to achieve in total versus the compartmentalizing of it, and the essence of not necessarily having a disconnect, because there are strategies in place to have early childhood practitioners deliver this content and engage with or little ones in a way that allows them to develop life skills and integrate these. So I would want to know, and this is for those on YouTube, I would want the early childhood practitioners to let us know, are there any challenges with the delivery of the curriculum? Because it's one thing for us to sit and talk about the great way in which this helps our teaching, but practically, I would like some comments, some feedback. How is it that it is in the class? Is it an easy thing to do? Is it something that, it's automatic, so we do this? Or are there challenges with figuring out, am I spending too long on math? Am I spending too long on the science part? Is there not a balance? Are there challenges finding balance? Or if not, if it's easy and seamless, what makes it that way? So I want to get those comments from the early childhood practitioners. And then to the panel, I wanted you to kind of comment on your territory, where you're from. So I believe Dr. Hunter started that speaking about Bahamas, but if you'd want to share, I know Janiel made reference to it, speaking of, ECC and their great work in Jamaica, but if you could share, for each of you, from where you operate, the territories that you have assisted and you're in collaboration with, how does it work in your area? How does this STEM, STEAM, stream, this idea of the curriculum for, our little ones, how does that work out in your specific area?
Okay. Now, as I mentioned before, I'm in curriculum development. So if you should look in the national curriculum, even for EC in Jamaica, you'll find my name there as one of the persons who gave oversight to the writing of the curriculum. Now, we teach mapping. I know EC is great on mapping, just making the circle in the middle, put this thought in the center. And then, for instance, I just picked up one that I looked at. We're looking at animals. And so I just find animal songs. So right away, there goes the music. I find animal songs about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Once I caught a fish alive, I can do like the 10 little kittens. You find stories. Another little map another little arrow, I'll put a drama. I saw where on Facebook, where at a school, they created a zoo room where the children could go in and, you know, just look at the pictures around. And when they're through, they look at video on the animals and how they operate in their habitat. Also look at, there's another line going with poetry. Oh, come on, the literature, yes. My dog Spot, my dog Jack, my birdie, you know, so you get another arrow going out, and we have animal investigation, looking at the animals in their habitat. That's the science of it. Then I get another little mapping, and I look at alliteration. This is the language part, like a fluffy, we say fluffy what? Fluffy frog. We can say fluffy frog, no. We can say roving rover for a dog, you know. So we look at things that we know that they're gonna need. And so the little science is coming out, the little maths is coming out. How many feet? You know, I love to ask the question, a rooster, right? Is the rooster, does it have a tail? Right? So most animals have tails. A rooster, is a rooster an animal? Does it have tail? Does it have a feathery tail or a curly tail? And so we could go off in what are tails versus tail to tales, telling a story or telling a long tail, a short tail, as the case may be. We did the counting, and we bring in the expert persons who are in beekeeping. And so all you need is a little map. And EC is great at that. So as you think of the topic, think of how does it relate? So we coach, when I go, or we coach our teachers in just doing that little map. How does it relate to science? How does it, what's the technology I'm gonna use? What is the doing of it? What the activities they're gonna do? Where's the little maths? Where's the social study? Where is the values and attitude? What story am I gonna use? And so in our neck of the wood, and I know Guyana did it. I've been in Guyana, where I went to look at radio, using radio in the classroom, right? And we in Jamaica don't even want to use radio, but radio is powerful. Tell them, Gwyneth, that radio is a powerful device to use. We learn to listen. I hear a moderator talk about the word listen. Listen and silent has the same set of letters in it. Take it out. If you're able to listen, you have to be silent in order to listen, to do the things and make the connection. Come on, we have some great things in our Caribbean. Not true, Teresa? And Chambers?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
We have it. We have it, so we use it. Blessings.
I am going to throw a curveball right here.
Yes.
Being a development officer and doing these different curriculum training sessions, I hear the cries of the teacher.
Yes.
And as is, our teachers know how to implement STEM and STEAM and STREAM, because our curriculum is written that way, even though it is just a guide. However, our teachers need resources. And I know persons are going to say, get creative, and I might get a little bit passionate here. But remembering when I was a teacher, I had to be going through garbage bins at supermarkets and all of that. I don't think our teachers deserve to be still doing that in the 21st century. So if we have any rich aunties or any rich uncles out there in the audience, please to go ahead and invest in early childhood, in the early childhood sector.
The manipulatives, the resources.
Yes, as you know, the Nobel Prize winning economist, James Heckman, showed that for every $1 invested in quality early childhood programs, it yields a return of $4 to $16. So it's a win-win situation.
1 to 3. You know, yes. Apart. Yes, all right.
Yes.
If you're out there and you want to contribute, please to go ahead, because our main cry as practitioners is having these things to use. To implement these disciplines effectively, we need the tools.
The tools. Indeed, Janiel, that's so important. And Kalia McKee says the challenge is mainly with resources. For me, I tend to lean more to math and science. And she believes that the curriculum is a bit narrow. Someone else mentioned that the curriculum is too narrow, and so flexibility is needed so we can engage the children on a more personal basis. Someone else said, right, Cheryl Mighty Ellis said many teachers want to dictate to children instead of giving them the opportunity to express themselves, right? Lee Sheena says there are a few challenges such as parents seeing a practitioner doing the different activities and classify it as wasting time. Parents are mostly focused on work, in quotes, in the book to show the child is learning. So they want to see the pages in the book. What you do, let me see a book, right? And the ticks, right? And then we have Saidia Bose says the curriculum is just a guide for teachers to follow. The teacher's creativity skills must come into play when teaching these young minds. Thank you for that. So it is true. I mean, when you go into an early childhood classroom, you need to feel like you've been taken into another world, a magical world, a world of mystery and wonder, a world that allows you to be curious and investigate, right? The classroom should just look like a big playroom. And yet still we have practitioners that are in certain spaces, it's kind of dinky, kind of dark, you know, the lighting is not the best, it's hot, we don't have enough resources. And so I feel that there needs to be that campaign so that the partnership can happen with private sector too. You know, adopt a school. I know there are companies that do that, but even in communities, how can the community assist? You know, there's always need for those things. And we know our practitioners are ingenious and they're always finding ways upon ways to recycle and make things work. But there is still more that can be done. We have a comment here from Carlene Deslandes, who is the person at the head, says our parents need to understand the connection so that they support the teaching and learning environment and not look for check marks in the child's book. Yes, so sometimes it also needs an educating of our parents as well. So the schools would have to come and have that conversation to say, this is how we're doing it. Your child is learning. And so give us a little leeway with it. Yes, Dr. Cambridge, go ahead.
Okay, yes. I just want to add something here. Just throw it out for general comment too. In terms of that, we know that our teachers are using the approach. Yes, it's a bit restrictive. And I'm saying, yes, they can be creative. What I have a problem with here in St. Vincent is that a lot of the teaching and learning takes place within the classroom, and teachers do not allow for the children to explore the outdoor environment. And I think creativity of our teachers can come into play here, because sometimes you're in the outdoor, you're taking them on a walk, and all of a sudden like a light bulb goes off and it's like, I can use this. I mean, this is a lesson waiting to be taught here, you know? And so you grab the moment and you begin to teach. So I'm saying that, yes, you need resources, but sometimes it's right there. Go outside, come out of the classroom and find something. All right, go ahead. Just for us to talk about.
I just want to add to that. Yes, we have the things right in front of us, but to make that teachable moment richer, having a magnifying glass to look at the things more closely. What can I say? that makes the moment better. So I'm not saying that we aren't supposed to be creative and all of that. I'm advocating for persons to invest and know that we have the need for resources in the early childhood sector.
You know,
okay,
as
let me
we
give you
speak, right? Go ahead, my colleague Teresa, and I go after
Okay,
you.
I was giving you. I am known as like when people see me coming, or organizations see me coming, they just say, "What do you want?" So let me tell you what I do. Okay, okay. You know, I know y'all have Rotary over there. I know y'all have Kiwanis over there. Each school adopt run behind a Kiwanis club and let them adopt your school or the Rotary. Okay, you have corporations, you have cable and wireless. Okay, you get in connection with them. You have rich parents, those parents who like, nah, I can have high expectations. You bother them. Okay, you have what? What else? What else? You have supermarkets. You nag them. Okay,
Yes.
you have persons in the church. You nag them. So that's your network right there. And so so as I said, when people see me coming, that's, you know, they know, well, I'm coming for something for education. And then if you have family in the States, like I do, I have my sister who I send her to garage sales. She gets stuff now for my teachers and I drag those bags back. So you have to be resourceful. You know, you have to be resourceful and intentional. And so can I just give my little 2 cents to what we do in the Bahamas? In the Bahamas, as I said before, we integrate STEM throughout the various developmental areas of the curriculum. And the role of the teachers now changed. She's now seen as the facilitator who helps and guides, and the teacher and the students themselves, they would direct their learning through the various programs or strategies. One of them being the Bahamian owned and renowned the Child Project, okay, where learning is directed through and guided through the child. And then as of 2019, we introduced STEM Up Fridays, where students are engaged in various stream activities related to the theme that is taught that week. So students are engaged in art, experiments, dance, drama, all of that would reinforce STEM, incorporate the 4 C's, and learning becomes fun, so they go home tired and the teacher's tired. So we call it, it's a Friday evening BIM. That's what we do on Fridays. We have a STEM Up. So that's us over here in Bahamas. We make learning fun. I tired them out here.
We spoke about the curriculum giving you activities. But if you look at the curriculum, it says suggested activities. And so as a practitioner, you can take it to another level, because many times I don't even know it's an average child, right? But you have above average, below average, average. So when the curriculum is written, you know your student, you know can go and find activity for the gifted ones. You can go find activity for the struggling ones. The only thing that you are required to carry out in any curriculum is the objectives. The objectives, the whole you carry that objectives is up to you. The type of activities you select. It is never, ever, ever cast in stone. It is not there to kill your creativity. Remember, this knowledge that is in the curriculum, sometimes it's a 15-year-old curriculum, a 10-year-old curriculum, but you're using the knowledge, but the whole is what we, the practitioners, now need to capture and to do the outdoor learning. Children too static. Another thing, children must sit to learn. Nothing no go like that. Some children, they move in the classroom and you ask a question and the child who is moving is the one who turned and said, teacher, this is it. So we have to be flexible. You remember, this whole seminar, PDI, is all about vision into action through STEM and STEAM and STREAM and metal. active learning through the skills, making connection, talking to our friends, our neighbors, another country, not necessarily just in Jamaica, just in the other parts. We need to connect, as my good friend Teresa said, here, there, and everywhere. Teachers, let us talk with one another. Let's build a community so that, you know, I teach this way. You know, it can happen this way. No, it's not right that way. Communication, community form of learning among ourselves, not just the students and the parents. In our curriculum in Jamaica, it's called parent role. Who send out the information out of the curriculum to the people in their yard? Come on. They can't know. We have to involve our parents. Some of us don't want the parents anywhere. You think it's a prep school? You think, no. Send the information out so the parents can help the little ones. We can't hold it back. Parents are the first learners. Come on, action. We're gonna act. We have the vision, we have the sight, we're giving oversight to these little ones and the parents. It's feel good when we see our children perform. Don't? And so, come on, that's what it's all about. We STEM, we STEAM, we stream, we do the movement, we jump, we dance, we skip, we move. Yeah, come on, integration all the way. We have it.
Integration all the way. We have it, Lorna
We
said.
have it.
Well, we do, we have it. I see here that Anne-Marie says teachers should be creative to carry out a much wider teaching technique because the curriculum is only a guide for learning. So there is a way that our teachers need to know that they're empowered to take it and make it your own, right? It's a guide. I think sometimes there is this, don't know if the EO is coming or what the principal is going to say or what the parents want to see, or there is PEP coming up for Jamaica. There's a private, profile. You have to learn this. So we be driven. There's a panic instead of a way in which it will evolve,
Open
if there is
learning.
it will evolve. If there is a field trip, if there is a nature walk, there are several things that will come up because the children will question it and you'll hear it coming from them. So I think that is so important that we realize that yes, there is a curriculum there, and even if it seems like it is so strict, there are suggested learning activities. The objective is there, but you find out how you approach it. Yes, go ahead, Teresa.
What I often tell my teachers, I say, listen, I don't breathe down the truth. The only thing I tell you is more than one way to skin that cat. Kids, skin that cat and skin that cat good, but be innovative and don't crush my children. Build relationship with your parents, build relationship with communities. I want to see teaching, I want to see quality teaching. I want to see the students learning and having fun. I don't like to see children not wanting to come to school. Children should not want to leave school. When I was in the classroom, I used to have to, children come home to me and sleep. My children had to tell me, stop bringing children home. So that's how learning should be, fun, creative. I don't like to walk into a class and see a dull class, okay? And teachers, as my good friend, we're going to connect afterwards, right? But teachers need to collaborate more. The 4 C's, that applies to us too. So I say you should have a dull lesson time because if you know my friend over there is creative in things, you call her, girl, listen, I'm teaching this lesson. I don't know how to do this. Come, show me how. When I was in the classroom, there were 1 or 2 subjects I was not good at. So I had an aide who was awesome at that. You wasn't, no, it's a team effort here, cycle leadership. And so I used to let her handle that while I do her work. You understand? So we have to be creative. We have to collaborate, all the 4 C's, that applies to us too, right, Doc? Okay.
Definitely. I see here Brandy Aronson says we need to be reminded that the curriculum is a guide and we need to be flexible practitioners who incorporate technology, consider holistic development, and incorporate the different subject disciplines, right? So here we see the whole issue of the community, the importance of the community. I think ECC has it right because when I was looking at, for instance, all the different segments or streams for the days. This is a wealth of information. The fact that it is being put live to YouTube means if you miss day 1 or day 2, you can always go back to the recording, right? If you miss it, you can always listen to it again. So there's that there's that access, there's that flexibility in engaging with the content. And then when I was looking, it said who should attend the PDI? And it is for early childhood educators, right? But also school board members, parents, private sector, early childhood advocates, guidance counselors, social workers, family and health professionals, policymakers. So that's a whole publishers
writing for your children.
Yes. So all these groups are part of the groups needed to educate the child. So it's not just the role is not just the teacher. The teacher facilitates, but I like the idea that Teresa mentioned in terms of reaching out to the community, right? You're advocating for your classroom. If this is what you need, if this service group can assist, if this church can assist, if these parents can assist, so you don't feel like you're in it alone. If you can collaborate with teachers within your zone, within your area, if you have a WhatsApp group, a little group that you can bounce ideas off, find resources and say, what works for this topic, what helped with this, share best practices. So that whole nature of collaborating, because it can feel lonely if you're taking it on as a job that you have to do yourself with the stresses that you already have carrying, going to a class of whatever the number is to then teach all these children, right? And in order for creativity to flow and for you to be excited, I think you need to actually vision and live that first. So there's a way in which the support is necessary. Dacia Campbell says there is a panic because of the inadequacies and teachers feel unprepared for the expectations that are communicated and the results expected of them. Yes, so you see there are those real issues. And then Loyally Golden says, how about incorporating neat ideas and methods with the same content? Andrea Rainford, if the children are not reading and writing, they will have problem getting into a primary school. So again, there's this whole thing of the pressure of the expectations, or where should the child be? What do I have to do? So yes, I can be creative, but creativity might take me off on a tangent, gone down Alpha Tree, Crossroads, Spanish Town, Spaldings, Chapelton, Negril. That take me all over. Yes, that's fun for children, but that's not making me get through this content. So am I going with the quantity or am I going for quality? And if I go for quality, then the expectation is, how are they going to get into a good primary school? So is there enough time? So
you talk about purposeful learning. You don't go off in triviality, right? You don't, as you say, we set out to achieve these objectives. One thing I want to point out before we leave, we have literacy, not just English literacy, but we just focus on English literacy. We have math literacy. Give them one little math story, teach them the words. We have science literacy. Come on, teachers, we have it. Find one little nice science book talking about the trees and plants. And if you can't find it, we know when we were growing up in school, the Psalms, I'm like a tree planted by the river. When a tree is planted by the river, what does it get from the soil? Where's the water coming from? The birds coming, to stay the trees, and the animal, the cow come for shade. Come on, we have little story, we have the things. So a little psalm here, a little psalm there, a story there. Come on, we have it. Literacy is not just the literacy of English language. The person spoke about reading. The more our children do their picture reading, and the more we attach the words and ask them what are the words they're seeing, and we write those words and they're seeing it for themselves. They're not able to visualize it. When I was teaching back in those days, we do the shape of the word. When I was doing this session, I thought about fiveness. I'm a numbers girl, fiveness. The word water, WATER, RIVER, TRUCK. Yeah, so but you're doing Fiveness, you don't have to stick to numeral 5 and number 5 and the word 5. Come on, there are words that have 5 letters in them that we can draw or reach for the teachable moments. Our creativity, we have it in us to do that. Don't be static. Don't put it because, somebody gonna laugh at you. It sounds stupid. No, discuss this thing. Find out. Because that's all we are gonna improve anywhere we're at. And as teachers, as practitioners, as educators, we'll get better and better when we explore and find out. Let go. And don't want somebody else because they're not doing it the normal way. I used to have to close my classroom doors and the windows because the amount of noise coming from that classroom. They say, Mrs. Thompson, what you going on with? And my children will be in there. And guess what? I remember a D stream I had, and my D stream did better than all the other streams because they were able to talk, to communicate, express themselves behind closed door and closed windows. So we do what is right. Action.
Yes,
Action.
yes.
Action.
Go ahead,
Action.
Janil.
All right, so I just want to go ahead and add to that by saying, while these booming activities are happening in our classrooms, ensure that you as a practitioner, you are encouraging the children to talk by asking them open-ended questions, because this is critical. Ensure that you ask questions like these to build the children self-confidence and all of that.
Indeed, indeed. And,
Yeah.
and so, go ahead.
Yes, I'm just saying that it comes right back to the whole notion of building a community of learners. And I'm speaking about the practitioners. We're together as a group. Now, I'm listening to learner and, I can see so much coming out. I'm saying that maybe she's talking too fast. If somebody's there saying, oh my God, she's giving us such good ideas. I need to write this down. But how about, let me ask you then, Sophia, how often do you do this? Do your practitioners meet together to share the whole notion, the whole ideas of this is how we do it? Bringing persons like learner in your space there and let her talk to them. We've got to be able to do, it has to translate for more than us having this conference here and the buck being stopped here. It has to move into now translating into the doing, because it is the doing that is going to matter, because we're getting some good information here, but the community of learners and practitioners has to be established and it has to take off running.
I totally agree. It definitely preempted where I was going with it, because the conversation, I was saying, this is so rich, it's great, but do our practitioners have this experience? Is there a way in which there is feedback? I know as an educator, I appreciate feedback. If a colleague of mine views my class and offers some form of suggestion in terms of, this was great, but what if you tried this? I would take it and I'd run with it. I'd be excited. I'd try it. It's that way in which sometimes when you see someone observing, you may automatically think, gee, what am I gonna say? Oh, gosh, it's an assessment. Versus, okay, we're giving feedback, we're teaching, we're figuring this out together. So I believe there's space for more of that. There's space for more of the sharing, the learning, the feedback, the reflection. How was this topic? Because the next time I teach it now, I have to figure out what didn't work and what worked, and not to do that on our own. So maybe Janiel could speak to if there are formal spaces, or I don't want to use formal in a restrictive way, but if there are times, just as how this is an annual thing done by ECC, if there are smaller groups that have professional development, how it happens in terms of, how we collaborate in growing. Because I always say, when you leave teachers college or a teacher training institution, it's akin to getting your license. To me, you don't really know how to drive until you start to
Start to
drive.
drive.
You're
Same
safe
way.
enough to be on the road, so you're safe
Yeah.
enough to be put in front of children. But I think you have so much to learn eventually on your own to grow. So Janelle, if you could tell us in terms of with ECC, how that works.
All right,
Other
so in
times.
terms of feedback at the Early Childhood Commission, our development officers have curriculum training sessions. And in these sessions, practitioners are engaged in these rich conversations. And if it is a case that we are working with the schools, not just for certification purposes, but we are giving them that one-on-one support, they get these conversations. And in addition to that, we have a special design tool called COT, which is a classroom observation tool. We go into these classrooms and we assess what is being done at the classroom. And after that is done, that assessment report is shared with the teacher, and we work on ways on improving what is already there. And you know, even if you score 100%, there's always room for improvement, and you can always use that information to assist another person. So that's what we do here at the commission.
Miss Sophie, can I interject what we do in the Bahamas?
Definitely, tell us.
I know I'm just passionate about it. Here in the Bahamas, we have what you call several things we do to help with our new teachers and with our teachers on the whole at different levels. Okay, we have what you call a mentoring program, a coaching and mentoring program, where new teachers or struggling teachers are paired with novice teachers. Okay, we have our education officers like myself. We're on the ground. You know, my teachers call me all hours of the night. And we're into the classroom. We're observing. We're giving feedback, assessment, giving constructive criticism. Sometimes we go in and we teach lessons to show them the how of it. And I often tell them, as my friend Lorna said, when you're inside of a house, you can't see how the outside of a house looks. But when a person is observing you, not assessing you, observing you, they can see better. And so through observation, we can pull back, we can give feedback. We can talk from experiences. I tried this, I tried that. I saw another teacher doing this, we saw another teacher doing that. Also, we have a weekly professional development where our early childhood teachers and preschool teachers will come together and we have different topics. And sometimes like every 6 weeks, we'll just help stop and let's talk what's on your mind. Okay? And so we have that where we're open to share. You know, even when they're burdened, I have, as I say, one of the church people, I have an industrial psychologist in my church, Richard Adley. He's awesome. When they were burnt on COVID, you know, COVID had everyone crazy. You know, fear of the unknown, I think it was. So I got him to come and I said, now, Richard, this is going crazy. Everyone going crazy. I don't know how to do technology because, you know, it's just a sudden thing. So Richard had to come in to calm them, make them feel better, make them feel, it's okay. We're going to be okay. So we have various ways. We monitor the teachers. We assess their needs. And not all the needs is not all the time. Academic. Sometimes it's psycho. You just need that support to know that you're there. You know, we even send out Happy Teachers Day, birthday greetings. I call them and I sing to them, and I can't sing. I sing happy birthday to them. So we find ways to keep them motivated, to keep them going, because it is not easy. I am so glad I'm not a teacher now, you know. But so I give them the support. My girl, you laughing at me, keeping it real. Because you know, I don't know. I don't be on mad, so I don't know. But I'm just saying, coffee. I've been drinking coffee all day. But I'm just trying to say is we have to be out there, find ways in which we can encourage them and let them know that, hey, together, we in this together, relationships, build those relationships with those parents. You know, that child who can't be here, that child who can't be here. Yeah. Talk to daddy, you know, they're scared of daddy. Talk to daddy, let daddy handle that. You know, have strategies in place. Daddy come there and see that red light on red. Why you light on red today? Because daddy didn't behave. Let daddy handle it. You know, it's building relationships and how we can get through this together.
Yes. Yes, you know, it's interesting that you mentioned that, Teresa, because my next question was going to be about in light of COVID. I mean, for most places, we seem to have, we hope we have been through the worst in terms of the shutdown and not being face to face with our children. But even the realization that that was such a hard time for everyone and even for the children. Sometimes we don't think about how hard that time was for the children because they can't necessarily maybe express it the way, you know, or because adult voices fill media and everywhere else. So there is a focus on, you know, how hard it is for the parents and for the teachers, but we don't even know what it was like for the children. And so even thinking of that well, we're still in a pandemic, though some like to say post-pandemic. We're hoping for post, right? But we're still in the throes of it to some extent. But what kind of encouragement? I know, Teresa, you started off and you kind of started the ball rolling with the idea of relationship and community and checking in, because sometimes the problem, it's not necessarily an academic thing. It's a psychological, it's a social, it's an emotional thing. How do teachers, right? Even in Jamaica, we find now that even in the news in the past couple of days, it's been devastating. It's very sad. There are a lot of educators in the different, not just early childhood or so, but in different spheres, just educators on a whole that, you know, have passed. Like, it's kind of uncanny. They not, you know, they just fainted, or it's really a lot, you know, and there are young people as well. So it seems like we know the workload is so much. What can be done to support that aspect? What words of encouragement do you, as, you know, teachers yourself, you know, now curriculum specialists, now mentors, what can you offer? How can an early childhood educator, professional, practitioner manage in this time? How is it? What's advisable? What should they do?
Okay, I'm gonna share something that happened recently. Sometime when we want to go into a space, we have this what we say a ready workshop, a planned workshop. And this was a planned workshop. When I got on the platform, they said to me, Mrs. Thompson, we don't want any workshop. We just want you to talk with us. Talk with us. Let us share. So there are times here that we just need our teachers. We're not going with any topic. They're the ones asking the questions. They're the ones, and sometimes we don't even have to mention the word school and children, because we're trying to comfort each other, right? Because we know it's not a pretty time period we're in. It is like the whole world is upside down. And so, given the chance not to discuss school things, but what is happening to them as practitioners, so that they're better able to heal from what is happening, right? Because even the other day I was going into a school, I don't know, maybe there's something about me that I just see children from nowhere, they just come and they hug up, and we know that, and I can't put them aside, right? And so I know that little hug, sometimes you maybe have to hug from behind, or you know, that a touch, a human touch, or something that will say things are not right, but they'll get better and better, right? So we can't just be looking at, when we're doing monitoring. Monitoring is different from assessing. And most time when our teachers see us coming out there, they're seeing us coming to assess them. So I have to say, no, we're coming to monitor, to talk with you. What do you see? What help do you need? I'm not going to give you a grade. I just want to encourage you to do your best in spite of what is happening. We can't put these things under the rug. It is toxic. It is not a nice environment. You're not sure what next. And so the part of being the comforter, you know, a comforting word, try it this way, try it that way, read this, read that, check this out, you know, more than this condescending, I'm giving you a grade, you know, and, you know, if you get below 80, you're failing because we are high flyers. I was in a group, and for you to get A plus, you have to get 98% and above. And for you to get A minus, it was 90%. Eh, so, sometimes the bar, we know what we want, but we also have to remember the human side to everything.
Definitely.
Excellently said. That was very in St. Vincent, they pay quite a lot of attention to psychosocial support here. And it's really working. I know some of the schools, they use the technology in a very good way. Excuse me. Give him. So they have used the technology and they send lessons to the other schools. And they use the lessons to teach. So it makes it a little easier for them.
Right.
When I catch back my voice, I will speak.
Yes, yes, definitely. We definitely want to hear from you. Right. So I like the idea of the human aspect, as Lorna said. There is the aspect of the relationships. So in terms of what Teresa is saying, so we're not operating in a vacuum. We are not teaching these little ones in a vacuum. They are experiencing something. There's a collective experience that we're having where we are, right? And so sometimes the content of the curriculum might not cover that specifically, because of course the content was written generally. But there are ways that those parts, the social emotional part of the learning, should be pulled in, should be pulled in. And where we have these support groups, we need to utilize those things so that we can serve a community better. So I think that is amazing. I always remember when I was younger, we were doing a book, Escape to Last Man's Peak. I always remember that title.
Yes, I know that. Yes,
I know. I can't even tell you if I remember the story. I just remember they were
the children.
The children were,
yes.
Yeah, man.
There was health issue, and they had to get away from the
and they were
the children's home. And
right,
they
were
were
running
through the mountains.
Through the mountains. I always remember that. And I remember our teacher taking us outside different areas to sit and read. So we were under a tree. And so when the imagery of the mountains and the foliage, and I remember it was one of our favorite times doing literature, reading the book and being outside and kind of thinking about what it would be like. And I mean, that was just a change in location. That was just moving from the four walls to outside. And it made such a mark on me. I still remember those readings outside under the tree and the discussion about the book today. And so the idea is we really tap into that creativity and try, and don't be afraid to try. As Lorna said, don't be afraid for it to seem silly, to try it. And then we can see, okay, this worked, this didn't work, and why. It's interesting what children will remember for years to come. And it's not so much the content, as you can see. I did a bad job at remembering the story, but the experience and how I felt, it made me feel so excited to learn. I would go home and read the book on my own, because when we came back, we were going to read it and I wanted to know what was coming next. And so it was the feeling of being excited to learn. And I feel like being in an EC professional, you have to almost always feel excited. One thing about this panel is that there are no cricket moments. Everyone is ready to talk, raring to share, and is always saying they're passionate, and don't excuse that. I think that needs to undergird all teachers, but specifically if you want to teach young minds, 3, 4, 5. I mean, I think that's a special gift, 1. And 2, I think there needs to be this passion and excitement. So the whole person is necessary, because if your passion is dying, and if you're feeling distressed, and if you're not feeling happy and you're not feeling connected, then that will affect the output, right? And so sometimes we are so bogged down with a lot of things, and it's hard. It's hard. This world is hard right now. I mean, hands down, it's the hardest time to be alive. It's most exciting because discovery and technology is booming, but then other conflicts and other things are booming as well. And so you're constantly in this balance, trying to be present but not worry. And so I think the more we admit that and then come together to try, I think that makes for the best of the institution, for the best of the delivery. Gwyneth, you want to share what it is you were starting to?
Yes,
St.
but
Vincent?
I had that. I'm saying that in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we pay a lot of attention to the psychosocial support. So we have persons going, and we don't limit it only to the education system. So we've got the health comes into play, social development comes into play, and they go out to the preschools. Well, as you know, we had the volcanic eruption just after there was the COVID. A lot of the children were displaced, they were traumatized. And so you had a team of persons going into the preschools to talk to the children. They acted out how they felt. So they used a role play to say, this is how I felt. And then what happened is to help the children with the learning. There were some teachers that got together and put together teaching modules all on their own, using the technology, and they sent it out to the other schools so that a teacher who didn't have the energy to teach because she might have been in the red zone where they had to be displaced and all of that, all she had to do was just use the learning resource and teach it, made it easier for her. So as Lorna was saying, that it has to be more than, you have to get into each other's skin to be able to walk in each other's shoes, to know how that person is feeling, so that we could be able to, you know, as it is, help them meaningfully.
Yes, indeed. I agree. I agree. It's that time. It's that time. We could go on and on with this conversation.
Yes, because I was going to say something based on your story that you gave about outside.
Go ahead, quickly.
Yes. I'll never forget my grade 1 class. I started out in grade 1 on tombstone on the mango tree, a guango tree for the first term. So you must just understand our excitement. We are outside. Our class was permanently outside under a tree on the tombstone. And so you wonder, when rain was falling, we run and we hide and, you know, cushion inside of the back of another classroom. And then we come back out and we take our little rag and clean off our nice little seat out there. Because children as a whole love outdoors. So we can't just be locking them on the inside. We ourselves need to be on the outside to face it. Every day you're in a house, you're in a classroom, you're in a church. Come on, man, outside and the beauty and involving. And that's what the arts is all about, the beauty of what is around us. And so as practitioners, let us help ourselves. No, let us not be boring, you know, and mundane. You know, with our vision, our sight, our sight, our insight into things, and many of us will get hindsight, and our hind feet will get higher, right? We can leap. So let us leap into a better. Yes, it's toxic, but we can cushion ourselves a little better,
right,
by treating ourselves. In order, when we treat ourselves right and think positively, then we can pass on that energy to the others to do in such a toxic world. But we can.
Definitely. Thank you, Lorna. Janiel, you wanted to add something?
Yes, I just wanted to add that if we incorporate the disciplines involved in STEM and STEAM and STREAM, then we will adequately prepare our young ones for the future. They'll be able to handle themselves when a pandemic arises or any other unfortunate situation comes about. They'll be able to survive.
Thank you. Any other closing comments before I just wrap?
Just want to reiterate that the three are merged together. They're not separate. They help, they build on each other. And I want to say that our children are resilient. And I don't think we ever realize that. They can bounce back. And in spite of circumstances, once they've got you in their corner as an early childhood practitioner, they're going to make it.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to wrap the session now. I want to say thank you for sharing. I was very honored, and I'm definitely going to be contacting you all in the future. We had representation from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Bahamas, Jamaica, experiences in Guyana were spoken of. So even the Caribbean region, I want to say big up to all the early child practitioners that are on the YouTube watching. I think the most I heard was 106 at one time. That's amazing. And, you know, I want to say good job in investing in yourself. And the day continues. As Gwyneth said, STEM, STEAM, STREAM, we're not going to be caught up in the differences and which is better and which is more applicable. It's an integrated approach we're looking at. It's a thematic approach. It's a one pot. Yes, it's the one pot dish with everything in it. The curriculum as a guide, not a handcuff, right? The ability for you to be creative. Mapping. I love to use mapping just for life. But like mapping is important, you know, to see connections and to allow the children to give you their connections as well. I'm really thankful for this opportunity to chair this session, to moderate this session. I'm going to hand over now back to our vibes master, who's been doing this from ECC. That is Mrs. Stacy Ann Campbell Cargill. And she will tell the instructions for the rest of the day. But thank you so much to everyone, and God bless.
God bless, God bless, God bless.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Look here, this has been quite informative. I was just telling my tech personnel that is with me that I don't know where to start. I'm supposed to summarize each session, and I don't know where to start as it relates to this. This panel discussion has been very, 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 very rich. It's a first. I've been on the platform, and I'm seeing so many comments in the chat. Very true, Miss Dr. Thompson. We are first of all humans. We are still reeling from the social emotional effects of the pandemic. The children are also affected deeply by it. Persons are saying, love the discussion, very relevant information, rich discussion indeed, very good and engaging presentation. Thank you, ladies. Look here, and the list goes on and on. Lovely discussion, all high fives, claps, a whole heap of things are going in our chat. If I'm supposed to sit here and look through all of this, we won't finish today. But there are some very important points that were pulled from this discussion. One other thing that I really jumped on, I don't remember who said it, and they said you have to be different. I think it's Dr. Thompson. I like to be different. I don't like the whole classroom setting. When I was in the classroom, I don't like the classroom. My principals can tell you I'm the outer door type of teacher. Underneath the tree, and that outer door, the front of my class, me tell you, carry out on the desk, carry out on the chair, or leave the desk, leave the chair, I could go out and have some fun. That's how I am. I like to be different. And it brings out a whole lot out of the children, their versatilities, they're just they're able to express themselves in different ways, and hence the whole idea of stream. You see, the discussion was supposed to be about STEM versus STEAM versus stream, but guess what? Let us kick out STEM and let us kick out stream STEAM, and make us stick to stream. I always a stream. That's like go right, Miss McCain. I always a stream all the way with stream, but all the way stream. Look here, I'm loving it. I'm loving it. Yes, Miss McCain. That's river dance. We call it the river dance. Yeah.
Yeah, movement, stream, the water. Yes,
that
the water,
is right.
movement.
very much so. Miss Chambers would have mentioned about using open-ended question, and I am in total agreement with that. This helps the children to express themselves. Stop the way by closing it. How are you feeling? You're feeling good today? Yes. No, miss. No, man. No. May them ask the opening question. May them express themselves, man. What make you feel this good this morning? What happened? No, yeah, man. Make them talk to you. Let them express themselves. All right. Well, if I think I have to talk about it, but me just gonna close stuff right there. I just want to say, tell you all, thank you very much for coming out, Dr. Thompson, Janelle Chambers, our very own DO, Gwen Cambridge. Sorry about that. Mrs. Teresa Hunter, and our very able moderator, Miss Sophia McCain. The questions were hitting like that, and the practitioners, the panelists, they were going, and they were answering. There was no, as what you call, no Tweety bird. None at all. There was no room for that. So thank you very much for coming out today. Thank you for taking that time out of your busy schedule to come and share this on this early child ECD PDI 2022. Blessings all the way. Practitioners, remember now you have heard it. I've seen a lot of comments in the group. If there are any questions, you still can send in the chat. Maybe at some point, the panelists, if they want to go over to the YouTube, they can respond to some of these questions. All right. So remember, go to the pdi.ecc.gov.com to sign up on your evaluation form. We need those feedbacks. All right. You don't need to put your name. Just go on. Text. Write. Do the thing. All right, blessings. Have a blessed one now, everyone.
Blessings. The pleasure was mine. Nice meeting my colleague from the other side.
That's right.
I need a trip.
And Sophie, you did a great job, Sophie.
Thank you.
Indeed, she did.
Sophie's world. Yes.
And Miss Hunter, yes. So well done, Miss Cambridge, well done. Chambers, blessings all the way. Have a blessed one. Bye.
Blessings.
Bye, Miss McCain.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them.
Message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The declaration of 2022 being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Barita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Barita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Barita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Welcome back. Welcome back. Look here, we just had a very vibrant session, panel discussion led by a very vibrant one by the name of Miss McCain. I told you it's a buzzer sessions. We're on in a final day on the workshops. And look here, we're going to enter another vibrant session, another buzzer session. And I have with me Miss Shauna K. Cook. All right, so let me give you a little background about who Miss Cook is. So Miss Shauna K. Cook creative journey started at the Edna Manley College, where she discovered her passion for design. While working as an art director in advertising agencies in Jamaica, she published her design abilities. She then moved on to work in pharmaceutical advertising in New York. Her 19 years of design experience has brought her full circle back to the Edna Manley College, where she embraces the role of educator and enjoys nurturing the skills of young aspiring designers. A charismatic and dependable educator with more than 10 years of experience delivering educational guidance and instruction in the visual communication department at the Edna Manley College of the Visual and the Performing Arts. Adept of creative engaging curriculum in visual communications and digital media for various levels of college learners. A committed faculty member, passionate about working to further enhance the educational offerings of the institution and providing students with the necessary tools to achieve their academic goals. Now you've heard it. You heard about our background, Miss Cook. So at this time, she'll be speaking to us about children at play, learning through the arts. So Miss Shauna K. Cook, I present to you your practitioners on YouTube. Welcome to the Vibes Room. Yes, we say welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I hope we're having a good day so far. All right, let me jump right in. Share my screen. All right, so today we're going to talk a little about play and visual arts, right? Learning through visual arts. So, play in early development years is often used to encourage aspects of children's learning and development while they're having fun, right? It can be a very social activity or one that is done independently. Now, it involves what if thinking, and that's very important. And although it may have challenges and frustrations, the key feature is pleasure. So playing itself is its own reward. But what about creativity and play, or better yet, creative play. So as Stacey Salazar, who is an art educator, says, creativity and play can overlap when playful states encourage new possibilities, connections, and ideas. That is, play invites creative thought, right? So for your students, play is the main means of learning. All educators know this. So the visual arts supports children's learning in a number of ways. So it first facilitates communication, as the visual arts are a primary means through which they can explore and share their perceptions of their world. It helps them to communicate ideas that cannot, or they may not be able to communicate verbally. It encourages the what if thinking, and it's so important. Such opportunities encourage students to exchange ideas, consider solutions, and spark collaboration. So in this way, the visual arts support children to develop their metacognitive capabilities. And the visual arts offers many solutions to a problem or ways that an idea can be expressed. When children talk about the ideas that they're exploring through art, they can develop an appreciation for different perspectives and understanding that knowledge is subjective, right? And there may be many possibilities and not just one truth. So cultural identity can be shared and understood through the visual arts. And children must also be exposed to a variety of visual arts during their early years so that they can develop an appreciation for a number of other cultural diverse forms. Because it's at the stage now, art is going to help them to understand who they are and who they could grow up to be and how they can express themselves. So the visual arts allows children to enter imaginative worlds, and that's super important. So to be creative and to engage in playful possibility thinking. For some children, visual arts are a means to explore color and texture and a range of visual media. And this allows them the space to immerse themselves into aesthetic exploration if they choose to go there. You know, some children really get into it and you allow them to go there. For some children, art making is a primary means of expressing or processing their experiences. For these children, engagement in visual arts can impact their emotional well-being, where they are able to express and cope with their feelings. It has a potential to significantly reduce stress and pressure levels in children. You know, sometimes change in situations can cause them to be stressed or uneasy. And so introducing visual arts into it can really assist with that. So prioritize the process to liberate creative thinking. So the real fun happens in process, not necessarily the end product. So prioritizing the process will certainly liberate creative thinking. So process art is art that is child-directed, choice-driven, and celebrates the experience of discovery. So instead of focusing on a predetermined final product, allow your students to investigate materials and the processes, welcoming a range of artistic responses. So in process art, the end result is always unique, and the focus lies in the creation of the work and not so much in the outcome. So we don't have to worry about what it looks like or what comes out of it. It's about the process and what they're doing and how they're doing it. So when I talk about process art, there are two coins to it. So you have process art and you have product art. So when you talk about process art, it's curiosity driven, right? It celebrates the experience of the discovery, has unique outcomes with no two pieces ever looking alike, and is open-ended with multiple avenues of discovery. But when we talk about product art, is adult driven. You guys kind of direct, the adults direct what is happening. Offers a child clear steps and instructions on what to follow step by step. Expects the final product to look like probably what is the sample or what they expect them to come up with. They may be considered to be craft projects, has expectations around a right or wrong way of doing it, right? So don't get me wrong, while product art has its place in the curriculum, the process is where the miracles occur. The children really do flourish when it comes to process art. So allowing students to conduct individual explorations will challenge them to think like artists and solve problems by working with a variety of materials, especially those that they get to choose. So I encourage students to think about their artistic process by asking them questions like, how did you mix that color? Or what tool did you use to get this mark? Why did you choose to create this shape? Or, really ask them about what they're doing so they can think about what is happening and the choices that they're making and reasons for those choices that they're making. So the benefit of process art. So there are so many benefits to process art. It is developmentally appropriate for preschoolers and early childhood kids because it meets them where they are as sensory explorers, right? So through process art, children will have more opportunities for creativity, independence, and imagination. They will learn about the physical limitations and possibilities of materials, are encouraged to use creative and critical thinking skills, will gain confidence to realize their own ideas, are motivated to ask questions and experiment, will embrace experimentation and mistakes as part of the learning process. And sometimes when they make that mistake, that's when they learn, because most times they don't want to make that mistake again. So teachers find that it is easier to facilitate these art lessons because it aligns naturally with the child's development. So there's a benefit for the teachers as well. So here are a few reasons why. You only facilitate the process and act as co-learners. You don't have to have all the answers. And in fact, not knowing those answers can be a huge benefit because it gives you the opportunity to play and experiment yourselves. So you are having fun and playing along with them, right? So it does not require a lot of fancy setup and unique materials, and it saves both time and money, right? You don't need a big budget for this one. There is no pressure to achieve perfection. So you are emotionally free to support whatever the child dreams up as an ideal solution or whatever the end result is. So there is no fighting, no frustration, no tears, or even half completed projects, right? Everybody should be happy because we are at play. So how can you get started with this art process or this process art? So offer self-serve supplies that children or the child can easily use independently. Provide interesting art materials. Give children the freedom to do as they please. Let them take charge. Allow the child to follow his or her own interests. Keep the focus on open-ended activities and don't have just one outcome. It can be many. Be playful and joyful in the art making process. If it means turn out the music and having them move around as well as while they're creating, you want that process to be fun. You want that to be playful. Ask open-ended questions and make objective comments about the child's artwork. Now, to help children think like artists and inventors, the exploratory qualities of process art can align with the child's interest is always a good way to go, right? It nurtures their problem solving and critical thinking skills and boosts their independence. And we know that's what we all want for them is independence, right? So the greatest sign of success for a teacher is to be able to say, the children are working as if I did not exist, right? Maria Montessori. So let's look at ways to welcoming some creative play into your classrooms. So think about some simple ways to replace conventional materials with playful or fresh items in your lessons. All right. So prompt your students to create art using items that you would not normally find in a classroom, like found objects whether outside or old toys, maybe food, leaves, vegetables. Can also bring in the whole lesson of nutrition. So, and of course, recycled materials, right? Playful materials invite a sense of wonder and curiosity. Consider using unconventional materials like maybe it's eyedroppers, toothbrushes, bubble wraps, cardboards, feathers, sponges, bamboo and sticks for students to draw with, for them to use to make their marks. When children work with things not normally associated with school or conventional art classes, they almost like they come alive again, like, whoa, what's this? Let's try this, something new. So playthings can invite fresh approaches to artistic processes. You may soon realize the most unexpected materials give life to artistic potentials. So when you think about using elastic bands and old makeup tools, whether they come from your mascara or it might be the makeup sponges, expired credit cards, combs, straws, plastic utensils. I mean, the possibilities are endless. They can make marks and create things with all these elements. So these unconventional objects can be used to create the simplest of organic marks, such as in a line, circles, dots, scratching marks, swipes, stripes, drips, splatters. Use upcycling tools to create random and yet repetitive marks. So you're teaching about patterns and those things. And most times the results cannot be duplicated. Each child will come up with something completely different. So it's the beauty of their raw and disposable form is that anything can happen. And if something gets damaged or gets messy, no problem, not an issue. So you don't need to spend any money or too much money to incorporate playful elements or materials into your art classroom. Use items brought from children's homes or found at schools, or you could take them out into the schoolyard, walk around, take them on trails, wherever it is that, they can go and explore, and not just collecting things for art, but also learning other elements or other subject areas that you might be focused on. Allowing students to be the collectors of the materials discovered within the everyday environment encourages them to look at their surroundings a little bit differently, in a new way, seeing their innate potential to transform just mundane objects into art-making wonders, right? So it gets their little brains ticking and moving and working. So let's look at what some of these activities could be. Let's think about nature paintbrushes. Get outside, find some unique and abstract tools to paint, to use as paintbrushes. This is a lot of fun as you're not just outside exploring, but you're going to create art and do paintings as well. So just some sticks, and whether it is grass or some flowers or who knows what else you'll find out there, and just use those as things to make the marks. Fork painting, those plastic straws or plastic forks, or whether it is the straws, it allows for different kind of textures and expressive lines. So never underestimate these unusual or mundane things that that can be used to create marks and art. Painting with water, this is actually one of my favorite ones. This has to be one of the easiest process art activities ever. All you need is water, a paintbrush, a sponge, cotton, cloth, and you can go outside and have that class outdoors. And just have fun painting, whether it's painting on the walls with water or on the concrete, the driveway, anything in sight with water, or what you can call it, the magic disappearing paint. You could create endless things and they would have so much fun. So you could even paint on chalk backgrounds. You could even bring chalk out and mark on those areas, and they can paint on top of that top of that background. Children usually find it very fun, actually. Once you go outside, they're happy. Circle painting. So have a hunt around for anything or everything circle shaped, and then you can stamp it in the paint or ink onto the paper. And so this can be the covers of jars or bottle caps, and so you can really explore and come up with all these interesting ways of just playing with circles. Cardboard tube shaped stamps. Of course, we all use tissue at home, so when it's finished, you got the inside cardboard, and you can make stamps with folding them into different shapes, and learn about shapes, and you can even use them to build structures. It's not just about making mark, but creating three-dimensional things. So as I said, possibilities are endless. So just think about things that you find around and how you can use them to make art. So drawing with cars. Now, all children enjoy playing with a toy that has wheels. And so they will love this process art idea. So attach the pens, the markers, the paintbrush, whatever it is you're making that mark with, to the back of a car, and let the little ones drive them around until their hearts are content, making marks as they go along. And even here, talk about what the play is. Are they on a journey? What that journey is? Maybe they're taking that line or that mark on a walk or on that journey or that drive with them. And keep the conversations open and talk to them and talk about what this is they're doing and how they're doing it and why they're doing it. So arts integration is vital as it deepens their understanding of the core content of the curriculum. Now, the art process is where the magic of learning takes place, right? So reasons for the visual arts integration. So visual arts encourage those with analytical minds to be more creative and to think big, right? It induces innovation, which is critical to navigating through today's rapid changing world, and man, is it changing rapidly. Visual arts make everyday learning more encouraging, fun, and exciting. It boosts intrinsic motivation in learners, as well as connects them with others through shared experiences. It really helps to build that relationship. Helps better define the real life application of the other subject areas, right? So not just keeping it within the classroom, but taking it out and having them create with it. Arts help teach morals, values, ethics, and responsibility. So I'm going to share this video with you.
Arts education has always been a key area of early childhood. Children learn through many different ways. Sometimes it's sensory, sometimes it's through moving their bodies, sometimes it's through the fine motor skills like writing or drawing.
As a child, there are different milestones that they have, and it's very important for a child to cultivate things like movement, so that when they go to a primary school level, it's easy for them to ease into the kinetic movements.
Children can learn a lot of other skills through the arts, lifelong skills, self-awareness, autonomy to complete things on their own, and a lot of self-independence.
When they interact with one another to do art together, they socialize, and they also improve their language, they improve their literacy, their social skills.
I used to think arts just art, but when I went through the AISS with the kids, then I found out more like the way Hui Ling would dialogue with the kids, the way she integrates everyday life. They tap a lot on all the prior knowledge. This recalling process is also very important for the kids.
We collaborate with the teachers, so teachers will tell us, for an example, I'm working on transportation. So I have to come up with creative ideas to incorporate movement and dance to show transportation.
It was quite an eye-opener in the sense that I didn't know dancing involves so many kind of elements. To us, dance may be just playing music, but there's actually elements such as high, low, and medium, which we can teach the children.
I think that it's very easy to use a song to introduce concepts because children actually sing it during their play or as they're walking home. You know that they can remember the concepts instead of just a teacher-directed teaching.
Taking arts into the curriculum like integrated approach, it engages children in problem solving.
And when you look at a lot of the skill set that the arts are using, right, it's not that different from the academics. So like observational skills, pattern, and language comes easier if you are able to integrate the art into the curriculum.
I think arts integration is very important. I'm actually a product of arts integration, so I know firsthand how it affects me, how it changed my journey as youth. Through arts integration, I really soared in my academics. Not necessarily fill things out paper, test by test, line by line, but being able to translate it into something artistic really helped me to understand the content.
Well, I firmly believe that the arts are a very important part of education. It is not something separate, or it's not something done after we have done all the essentials. It is core, and it is through the arts and in the arts that we learn many, many valuable skills for education and for life.
Right, so you see how important it is. Right. So, freeing students to express their ideas and act upon their creative impulses fosters a classroom culture that embraces divergent thinking. So, welcoming playfulness can reawaken the creative spirit within children and teachers, and bring the element of fun into the space. The key is to first create an environment of respect, collaboration, and exchange between the children and their teachers. Once children feel truly valued, they will relish opportunities in engaging in playful art making and interchange with their teachers and their peers. So, it's a common misconception that fun does not contribute to serious learning, but according to this author of From Play to Art, fun is where the seriousness begins, because when we are having fun, we are closest to our best selves, where the joyful and creative spirit inspires new vision, new possibilities in the world. For young children, creative play is serious business because it is vital to their healthy development. So, how might a playful artistic approach in your lessons influence the way you teach? How do you think? I think Ms. Cargill could probably help me in seeing if we can get some of those answers in. How do you think that we could have an artistic approach in your lessons?
All right, I'll be checking in the chat. So it's kind of delayed. It's a little bit delayed, so just give them a little time. All right.
Thank you.
I don't see anything as yet. I don't know if you want to move on. Just for
Okay.
now, just leave the question. Let me just take a photo of it so the tech personnel can share it in the chat. So as soon as we see some responses, then we'll just share it with you. All right.
Okay. All right. So letting go and embracing fun can transform how your students view your classroom, inviting new levels of engagement and sparking fresh lines of inquiry. So children of today require extensive interdisciplinary knowledge and skills, as well as the capacity to work and play together to succeed in their future. So Ms. Cargill, I think this comes back to the end of my presentation. I was hoping to see if we could have some feedback and some question and answers.
Well, to be honest, they're always vibrant participants, you know. So we'll just have to just give them a little more time. So I know that, let me just see if I can chit chat with you a bit. So you would have mentioned different types of, we call them loose parts. All right, we call them loose parts because I see the fork, I see the, what is the name again? The little sticks or the brush and stuff like that. I wouldn't even really dream about using some of these things for art. I wouldn't dare dream about it. But I just want to know how did this all come about? You know, I just want to know the mastermind behind the whole using loose parts to be creative.
Well, when you think about art and play, I mean, when you're creating art, you don't necessarily have to just think about just the traditional things that are there. And so when you think about kids taking things and using them to make very unusual things, they'll take Legos and they'll press them into clay, and they'll take toy cars and they'll make these interesting shapes and impressions within that. So when you think about other things that can make marks, you really think about what if they were to use stones, take stones and play with those things. And then you think about the textural sensory development that's happening as well. So it's kind of like, instead of just being so tunnel vision, it's about opening things up and just really thinking about how you can create and what you can use to make marks.
Right. Yeah. And it's, whilst I was at the MICO, it has taught me a lot because we had an art class and there were so many things that we had to do, and we had to use loose parts. We had to use these little things that you gave it a fancy name, but we call it loose parts to really be creative. String. Can I believe it? Using a string to be creative, brush to be creative. So there are many things. Leaves. I love the idea of the leaves, different shapes, different forms. You can even teach these children about different shapes, carry them out a door. And that's how we call it now, carry them outside, experience in their environment, right?
Meet them where they are playing. I mean, meet them right where they are playing. And sometimes just getting down to their level and really engaging and seeing what they're doing can really spark a whole lot of ideas too.
Right. I see somebody, Miss Yvette Edwards Wilson. Exactly. Anything around the home or school environment can be used, and she's most correct. I just want to ask you something, Miss Cook. Somebody mentioned Primrose A. Ebanks. I was shocked. I was asking my IT personnel if he knows anything about this. So let me read what she said.
Okay.
Don't know who remembered back in the days when persons used to use touch bones with one end beaten to form paintbrushes and coconut bunch stems as broom. I don't know if I'm young. Maybe I'm very young. I'll take it that I'm young because I don't have a clue as to what this is about.
No, man, you need to think about coconut and coconut, because you use coconut to make brush to shine floor, right? So and when you take the leaves and the dry leave them and tie them up and make so you put make marks.
Okay, so basically that's what the person was. That's what Ebanks was talking about then.
Yes, those things make marks.
Oh my God!
And it's really about, and you can use those shapes and those marks to really express how you feel.
That is so true.
Yeah, when you think about and sometimes you don't even need color, because line itself has, our quality of lines have expressions.
That's
right?
true. That is so true.
How you put mark hard, when you put marks on the paper and put it down hard, you're putting it down with intent. But when you do something lightly, you're being very airy and very light. So lines and marks have expression as well.
And that's true.
Yeah.
And this water painting thing, I just can't. I wrote it down. I made a note of it. I said magic disappearing paint.
Magic disappearing paint.
Look here.
See,
I have never ever thought of that.
Awaken the child in you.
And that is true. And I like that. I like that you really bring
when
out
you
a child.
do it too, because remember, so you don't have to have the answers and there's no outcome. When you get down and dirty and get in there with them too, you yourself benefit from that.
That is so true. That is so true. I have a comment in the chat from Daisy Campbell. It would cause me as an educator to really consider how students learn, what they really enjoy, and how I can truly encourage them to be creative. So class would be more exciting.
Would be. Yes.
So that's what she made a comment. All right, I see another person, Eleanor Stewart. An injection of playful artistic report will enhance the teaching learning process as the teacher will be more enthusiastic and will enjoy conversations as they help to develop them holistically.
Yes.
So I'm gonna tell you what, some good participants in them always respond. Them just, kind of delayed.
But you talk about that conversation, and art is about that conversation.
That's right.
It's not about the product art where it's the end. Oh, you made this is pretty. It's about the conversation. It's about the thinking. It's about, also the pretend play. And boy, there are some things that come out of those conversations.
Look here.
Listen,
look here.
Children don't come to you as empty barrels,
No.
Okay.
They are not blank slates.
They are not.
To be honest, I use the term, but I don't remember the theorist who spoke about it. But look here, there was a theorist who spoke about it. Maybe later down I'll just research just to remember the theorist who said that children are like blank slates. How dare you?
Oh, no. No.
They come with their own ideas, their own experiences.
Yes. Oh, yes.
They do.
Yes.
So, yeah. Another response in the group, Andrea Rainford, using art in teaching a lesson will develop the 4C in classroom and make the lesson more enjoyable. Yeah. And I know Miss Clarissa Hunter would have spoken about it expressly yesterday about the 4 C's: communication, creativity, and the creativity that fall right under the arts, don't it?
The arts, yes.
Right underneath there. So, see, someone tell them I come in, responses are coming in. Angela Scott Brown, painting activities can be a mess. Do you believe sometimes parents are not pleased with children coming home with a spot on their clothes? Oh my God.
Listen, the mess is necessary.
My word. I'm so sad at this time.
Don't worry, the parents will get over it. And they'll just go right out of the clothes anyways. So what's the worry?
That's right. And it does happen. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm a parent. And then before I ventured out fully in early childhood or into early childhood, you see the child, of course, come home with spots. I'm like, oh, you look so messy. But now I have a better understanding and appreciation that, look here, when the child goes out to school, they're going to get messy. And it's a part of your development.
There's no avoiding.
There you go.
How they learn.
Like, seriously? Right.
Yes.
All right, now another comment in the group, Nadine Cunningham, the part that bears a coconut was used to sweep yard, and it was used in art when I was going to school. Same thing as you mentioned just now, Miss Cook.
Yes.
Another comment, I'm just going to read them in your one comment. You get in the comments here, Miss Cook. Kaylia Maki, it would enhance my tactical learners. It will also develop my skills as I am not so inclined. Tracy Lynn Blake Dowell. Rousseau thought that, yes, I'm tell you, I love my practitioners. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dowell. Rousseau thought that children were not blank slate and empty containers to be filled with adult instruction. All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mrs. Dowell. Let me see if I see any more. All right, there are no more.
We should also be open to learn from them.
Right.
And their thinking and their ways of thinking and how they look at the world too is something that we can pull from. In also just creating our lesson plans and thinking about how to reach them,
right?
To listen to them. And I know sometimes a lot of times they're not listened to. They're spoken to. They're spoken at, they talk at them and not necessarily talk to them.
To them, right.
Right. Yeah.
You're most correct. I really liked your examples, and they will give children an opportunity to express themselves and be confident in their own creations. That's from Alison Orgill.
Yes.
Very good. Okay, Miss Cook, you have done awesome. You have done well. I like to use the word awesomeness. If you hear me always I use it, I just love use it. Love to use the word awesome because all my presentations or all my presenters, they have been awesome. They have been awesome. The discussions have been very enriching. The practitioners are enjoying it because the comments are really coming in. I see another comment from Mrs. Wilson, because parents do not want to deal with the mess of play. They prefer to keep their children away from being involved. And I totally agree with that.
True.
They will do. They'll say, Miss, do not let my child paint today, or do not let the child do this. I'm like, how will the child develop?
It hinders their development. It's
right. Where's the
does.
Creative side?
Well,
and sometimes
I ask them to just say, well, send an extra change of clothes or whatever to play, because play is necessary.
You know what I do? When I was in the class, I used to carry clothes. So when the parents them always talk about, no, don't, I just change out the child clothes. And then afterwards I put them on back. That's what I used to do. Let me quietly talk. I hope the parents are not online. I used to do that. Indeed, I used to do it. All right.
It's necessary because I have two young boys, twin boys, and when they go off to preschool and they come home, you're like, wow, I can see you learned a lot today just based off of the cleanliness.
That is so true. That is so true. Indeed.
You have to take off them shoes and get down into the dirt and get and feel, and you have to.
Thank you.
And so when you incorporate art within that, it brings the play up a notch. Right?
It does. And they learn in the process. So basically, see, Pauline Jemison, art in ECI classroom brings life to the learning experience. Thank you very much, Ms. Jemison. Ms. Cook, thank you very much for coming today. Thank you very much for sharing with us today. Children at play, learning through the arts. And this is big. This is supposed to be our top priority when it comes on to early child children. Children learning through play and using the arts to express themselves. All right. So thank you very much. Practitioners, I know you'd have mentioned benefits of process art. I've written down 3 points that you would have mentioned. I just want to say them because these 3 really popped out to me. Have more opportunities for creativity, independence, and imagination. 2, gain confidence in to realize their own ideas. And the 3rd one, motivated to ask questions and experiment. So those are the 3 that I took from it because it really popped out to me, and I just want to say thank you very much for coming out. Quite informative, as the practitioners have been saying. Great ideas. Change of clothes need to be given. Expression, the visual arts coming out, all of these lovely comments there. They're really putting out in the chat. So thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Practitioners, you can't say never here. Ms. Cook said it all.
And find children everywhere. Every subject you're talking about, everything you're doing about incorporate the arts, and not just product, but process art.
That's right.
About getting them in the process of the learning and the creating, and that helps to cement all those concepts across this stream.
Right. That is so true. I'm glad that you mentioned the word
right there in the middle. That's right there in the middle.
Yes. Stream. You can't leave it out. I don't know where was Tim going. Where was Tim coming? One to the air. Go back. Go through the door. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. It was a pleasure.
Yes, indeed. I know it was. And for me, it was a pleasure having you. Practitioners, remember to fill out the evaluation form, and you can go to pdi.ecc.gov.jm. Go fill it out. Remember, not the conference form, the workshop form. So fill it out. Remember, right under useful resources. Thank you very much, Ms. Cook. Thank you very much, practitioners. We are going to take our break now for lunch, and we will be back at 12:45, right? 12:45. So see you then. Bye.
Bye.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's first 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, Track developmental milestones. Learn about the Brain Builder concept. Receive relevant articles and research. Plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days.
Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, Track developmental milestones. Learn about the Brain Builder concept. Receive relevant articles and research. Plus interactive content. The first 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Caitlin. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The Declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Barita Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Barita Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Barita Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Barita Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
and welcome to ECC Connects, where we talk about everything early childhood development. My name is Michelle Campbell, and today we'll be looking at the Science and Nature Learning Center. We'll be talking about what it is, what children learn from visiting the center, and what type of materials should be in the Science and Nature Center. Now, like all other centers, the Science and Nature Center is hands-on. It should be filled with child-friendly science equipment for children to explore. They should be safe, they should be simple in terms of experiments for them to do along with you as the practitioner. We should be able to help them log their results, talk about the results, and furthermore, it should be quite exciting for that child to want to visit the Science and Nature Center. So let's get ready to explore together as we become scientists, complete our observations, and look at the results. Science really encourages curiosity, experimentation, and exploration. It creates an environment in which we're asking questions, we're problem solving, and we're finding answers to our solutions. The Science and Nature Center may be a general area with a theme or a very specific theme, depending on, again, the interests of the children, what's happening around them within their environment, or you, the practitioner, that has selected a particular theme for the Science and Nature Center. It is something that we should be able, like the Dramatic Play Center, change up on occasion, reintroduce new material, take out some of the old, because this is one area that we want our children to really want to go to. Let's see what's happening today. What can we explore? What can we create together? What type of findings can we get out of the Science and Nature Center? I want to hear from you. As practitioners, Science and Nature, how do you feel about that learning center? Is it one of your favorites that you love to prepare? Over the weekend, did you find something that you want to introduce Monday and place in the Science Center? How do you get your children to really want to say, I want to go to the Science and Nature Center? It can be difficult. I know it's not one of our favorite centers, but through more exploration, through more development, once we build out the center, children are really going to begin to learn life skills. Number one, language communication skills, how to collaborate together. They'll learn teamwork, because with all of those experiments going on, perseverance, not giving up whatsoever. Analytical skills, problem-solving skills, reasoning, and they're also learning independence, because throughout all of our learning centers, we're fostering independence through the manner in which our learning centers are laid out within the classroom, and more specifically, what we have to offer our children in terms of materials. Let's take a look at the materials for the Science and Nature Center. Now, this is a center that we have to continue to recreate, to bring in new material, recycle out old material. We have to keep it interesting, because sometimes it can become boring for the child as well as you. So if you notice, on my science shelf, the top shelf is not labeled, one, because that's the shelf in which I'm going to constantly be using to rotate in new material for the children. And that can be on a weekly basis or a bi-weekly basis. So I did not label my tomato seedlings, my pumpkin, and my orchids, right? Because those are living materials that I have on my shelf, and I want to create that particular helper, that job for that particular child. So we know we have jobs for every child in our classroom. Well, I've just created 3 jobs in which the children are going to create the labels. They're going to draw the picture of the pumpkin, the orchid, and the tomato seedling. And from there, they're going to be able to label the items themselves. So in that way, we're incorporating children visiting the center, 1, giving them classroom jobs, 2, and then being able to have other children observe these children rotate in and out, and guess what? They're going to want to go into that center as well. So on the top shelf, you know, we're always growing. We always have something in the garden. So I pulled some seedlings from our outdoor garden inside so that we can look and we can discuss, we can draw and talk about what happened when we planted the seeds, our tomato seeds. Where are they now? And what do we expect to see later on? Then in the middle, I have a pumpkin, and that pumpkin has so much texture. So there again, our senses, okay? Our senses are at play. We're looking at the pumpkin. We're feeling the pumpkin because is the pumpkin smooth or is it rough? Is it bumpy? Is it lumpy? I mean, imagine all of that vocabulary coming out, those words coming out from the children as they describe that pumpkin. And from there too, it gives you the opportunity to draw, to talk about the pumpkin, what's inside of the pumpkin, what do you think is going to happen when we cut the pumpkin open? When do you want to cut open the pumpkin, right? Because there might be a child who is homesick and someone might say, no, let's do it tomorrow because so-and-so is not here. So getting the children involved in the process of the Science and Nature Center is very, very important. Then we have our orchid, we have our live plant here. And again, just having that life skill coming in. How do we take care of our flowers? How do we take care of our vegetables? You know, why are vegetables so important to us right now here in Jamaica? On the second shelf, we go onto the second shelf and you see we have some sensory bottles. Very cost effective. Actually, the only cost would be the bottle itself. Other than that, we've included seashells, we've included torn paper, we have some glitter, and we've hot glued the bottle caps so that a child is unable to open the cap. And from there, they'll be able to shake the bottles, maneuver the bottles, and just to talk about what's happening, what they see, what they hear within the sensory bottles. And then keep in mind too, you can also collect bottles where they can bring in their own bottle and create their own sensory bottle to take home or to have in the classroom. Next to that, we have a magnifying glass that it's shatterproof. So again, a child can pick that up and use it to look closely at an item, an object that's in the science area or any center in the classroom they might want to explore just a little bit more. Now, we also talk about books, having books that relate to that particular center. And I have a container of books that looks at my Caribbean, it looks at the weather, it looks at the food, it looks at the environment within the Caribbean, it looks at the flowers, the river, everything is captured into that particular book. Then there's another book that talks about the weather, you know, when it rains, when it's sunny, and the types of experiences, what we have to wear in the different weather conditions, along with another book that looks at the forces around us and looking at magnets and what attracts a magnet. So that's what we have in terms of books. You might have books that looks at the life cycle, that looks at the environment. So whatever book you might have, add that book to your Science and Nature Center, because you can read it in circle time, you can read it in small group and tell the children, okay, this book you can find in the Science and Nature Center. And that's another way to gravitate and have children visit that particular center, because you have given them something to look forward to, that, you know, Miss read that book, Auntie read that book, and now it's my turn. I want to go to the Science and Nature Center and to be able to manipulate, to hold that book, to turn the pages, and to read about what was read to me already. Now on the second shelf, I have a display of seashells. So I found this particular container, and when it was given to me, I thought instantly, perfect for my Science and Nature Center. I'm able to display seashells. It could be rocks. It could be anything that you desire that you might have a collection of that you want to capture and label it. So a child might be able to take that tray out, to take out the seashells, look closely at them. If they wanted to draw them, they would be able to go back into the Art and Sensory Center and to get some materials where they would be able to work a little bit more closely with the seashells. Now, the next two items, we have a sea coral stone and we have a conch shell. So again, you know, looking at the stone, looking at the shell that's a little bit closer, what it sounds like, what it feels like. We might be able to take a piece of paper and do a rubbing over that particular stone and see what pattern comes out. We might be able to measure the seashell, right? So there's so many things that we could be doing. And as the practitioners, now you're going to be asking the questions. You're going to be encouraging children to visit this particular section of the center itself. On the bottom shelf, I have a texture ball. And while preparing this center, I found a few more. So there are a few more balls hidden behind there. But we also have some shapes, some sensory mats that looks at different textures. We have Play-Doh, we have gel, we have other different little things that the children would be able to manipulate and to look at just a little bit more closely. We also have tweezers where they can practice their fine motor skills once again by picking up different types of items using those particular tweezers. There might be an item not in the nature center that they might want to work with a little bit more closely, and that is okay. If they ask, they should be able to get that item. If they gravitate to another center and you see them and you ask, okay, where are you going? What are you working on? And they might be able to tell you. Then they're also allowed to, visit different centers and bring back materials that they can manipulate. Because again, there's their curiosity. There's the exploration coming out. They're experimenting, right? And they're looking at planning. They're using their critical thinking skills with all of the materials that they have in the center to use. And then finally, we have a jar of river rocks. Again, they can take them out, they can line them up, they can measure, they can count. There's so many countless things that they can do with these materials. And keep in mind as well, if you're finding that children are not gravitating to a particular center, you might want to put an item on display and really talk about it and really show children exactly what's in the center and how they can use those particular materials. Now, because I have a small space, a tiny classroom, I am not able to display everything within my Science and Nature Center, and that's okay. You might have test tubes that you bring out, and you might be able to rotate something in so that you can bring out your test tubes. You might also have eyedroppers, okay, that you might want to bring out. Magnetic wands. I know those are very popular in classrooms. I just so happen not to have a wand, but I know that's a very popular item that you can use within your science center. Color paddles, we have prisms, we have also, we have our seashells, pine cones. Oh my goodness. Many of you have pine cones in your classrooms. You go outside, you're collecting leaves. You can have a tray of leaves come back into your science area. That could be on the top shelf of the Science and Nature Center. Of course, wind chimes. Many of you have wind chimes attached to a door or a window, so you hear that wind chime throughout the day. I mean, how soothing is it to hear a wind chime? A recycling bin. Many parents, many children, we're recycling. It's a part of our curriculum. It's a part of our learning outcomes. You might have a bin where children drop off something that you're collecting. It might be a shoebox. It might be a clear bottle. It might be a top of, a bottle. Any little thing that you might need in collection of. You might have a project in the science area that you're working on and you need something. So you might have a recyclable bin where children are able to drop off materials that they'll be using down the line. It's also nice to have different types of texture scraps. Sandpaper, cotton, velvets, lace, satin ribbons, all of that helps to enhance the Science and Nature Center. What about a scent tray? Spices, right? We have nutmeg trees, so we're able to have access to the actual nutmeg We have the tree. We could take pictures of the tree. We could take pictures of the steps that a nutmeg takes to get to that actual nut that we can begin to use. What about cinnamon? We have cinnamon trees, we have cinnamon leaves. We should be able to bring in leaves and a piece of that bark so that we can smell, we can feel, we can write about, we can do experiments with. Sink or float, perfect for the spices. What about mint leaves? We have peppermint, we have rosemary. There are all of these beautiful herbs and spices that we have in Jamaica that we can take advantage of and really fill our Science and Nature Center with. Keep in mind, practitioners, if it's something that you love, that you want to bring in, you're going to be excited and your children are going to be excited. So make sure that you're rotating material, that you're bringing in new material, live material, keeping your area clutter-free. Our learning centers should be clutter-free, they should be organized, they should be labeled, they should be inviting for a child or an adult. Today, we might have a visitor come in and they might want to play in that particular learning center. And imagine an adult going in for the first time, being able to see a child-sized shelf labeled with pictures and words and being able to communicate with the children because they too can see clearly what's in the learning center, and the child, that particular group of children, can really share with that adult what to do with the materials in their classroom. And lastly, a globe. Many of you have globes in your classroom. You might have a chart on the wall that looks at Jamaica, that looks at different continents around the world. But it's good to have all of these different types of materials that support science and nature. And keep in mind too, nature is outside. So once you go outside, you're in nature, and that's a different classroom. So make sure that you're involving nature and looking at nature, talking about nature. You know, when you're going outside, you might want to look up at the clouds and what do you see in the sky? Are the clouds moving? What's the color? What is it making you feel like? And then it's a great opportunity to also read while you're outside. You know, just relax in the breeze, feel that wind blowing, listen to the sounds around you. That's all part of the Science and Nature Center. So make sure that you're also taking this center outside. In the Science and Nature Center, there are many experiments that will be happening. So make sure that you allow your children to record their observations along with their experiments. Keep that center safe as possible and keep in mind safety is priority. Label your shelves, make sure your containers are clean, and the shelf itself is nice and clean at all times. We're always using child-sized furniture and child-effective types of materials. Prepare your experiments before the children arrive. Practice the experiments to make sure that they work, and have fun. have fun recording and documenting the achievements of your children. Thank you for joining me and this segment of ECC Connects. I'd like to hear from you, so please drop me a comment, a question, or share best practices, because what you're practicing might work in my classroom. Until next time, remember, play matters.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute week of activities and in fact the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you. Children. Burrito Found building and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you. together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days.
Hi, good afternoon, good afternoon, good afternoon. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you took the time to eat something because we are back to continue what we have started. This is called the buzzer section. Now, if you're just joining us, you would have missed thought-provoking and informative discussions on the topics STEM versus STEAM versus STREAM. What does it all mean? And children at play, learning through the arts. And might I tell you, the viewers who are here, they can just type in the chat and say a line or two how superb the sessions have been. Now, not to worry. Remember, I told you before, we are in the buzzer section. So you will still be buzzing your way through some informative topics ahead. So don't you move from where you are. However, just a gentle reminder to please pay special attention to the title of your sessions, because you will have to identify the title of the session in order to rate that particular session. So kindly ensure that you have something to write with and something to write on so that you can make a note of the sessions you are attending. Additionally, the presentations kindly utilize the chat to pose any question that may arise during these sessions. Your question will be recorded and asked at the appropriate time. However, time may not allow for us to get through all the questions, so please indicate those questions at the end of the workshop evaluation form. Now, let us get straight to the other buzzer section. I told you we're buzzing our way through. Now, today we have no stranger to us. She was here before on a panel discussion, and she's here by herself, so she's going to shine for us today. I speak of none of a person that Mrs. Rachel J. Barrett Dulcine, CEO of Compass Consulting and Training Solutions, is an award-winning international motivational speaker, author, entrepreneur, and mentor. She is an innovative strategist with extensive experience in training and development, curriculum development, nonprofit management, and consulting for small business and nonprofit startups. Rachel has been a professional development facilitator, trainer, and certified CPR first aid instructor for 15 years. She spent 10 of those years as an approved trainer for the Maryland State Department of Education. As an approved MSDE trainer, Rachel provided professional development workshops for licensed childcare programs and early child education centers in Maryland. Rachel has written custom content for over 50 trainings, workshops, and certification courses for clients such as Baltimore Reads Training Services, Baltimore City Department of Health, in Central Maryland, and the National Association of Christian Women Entrepreneurs. She has also authored 2 books, Conversations with My Son, Fun and Witty Inspiration for Mothers, Raising Boys, and I love Behind the Blue Line, Stories of Love, Courage, Hope, and Legacy. Rachel received her Bachelor of Arts, cum laude, from John Jay College of Criminal Justice, a Master of Public Administration from the University of Baltimore, is a graduate of the Associated Black Charities Board Pipeline Leadership Program, the prestigious Maryland Certified Public Manager Program, nonprofit track at the University of Baltimore, and the Leadership Essentials Program at Loyola University. Rachel lives in Randallstown, Maryland, with her husband and son. Not this time. Rachel, welcome to the platform. You're no stranger. You're no stranger.
Don't it? We are buddy. Don't it? We are friends now.
We're buddy.
Welcome, my darling. Welcome.
Thank you.
I forgot to tell them the topic that you'll be discussing today. So let me just bring them up to speed. So everyone, practitioners, you're on. So Rachel will be talking about stream and play in the early years. So Rachel, I turn it over to you to do your thing.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen so we can get started and get through this presentation for you today. All right, let me start sharing. Please don't hesitate to post your questions. This is going way ahead of me. See how this thing stay? Technology boy, and we're here about technology today, right? Technology, something else. All right, so I am excited to be here today to talk about stream and play. As I was saying before, please don't hesitate to put your questions in the comment section, and I will try to get to as many questions as I can, if there are any, at the end of this presentation. I am very excited to talk about stream and play. I frankly think that play is something that should never, ever end. We should be playing our entire lives. And for some reason, when we become adults, we think play is for kids, but that's a whole other presentation, right? About play and really how useful it can be for adults. But today we're going to talk about the babies. We're going to talk about the little ones, early childhood, children who are in our early childhood programs. I am going to spend a little bit of time talking about what stream is, what play is, and then I really want to share with you some practical stream and play activities that you can do with your itty bitties, your little ones that are in your early childhood programs. All right, so let's get started. All right, so our workshop guide, what are we going to cover today? So we're going to talk about why play. Why is that important? What is it and why is it important? And I'm sure I am preaching to the choir during this portion about talking about why play, why is it important. I'm sure that you know, but we want to lay the foundation for the workshop, right? So sometimes you gotta repeat it, say it a different way. And then why stream important. And then we're going to talk about some stream plus play activities, because really stream and play really should be separated, right? You can certainly infuse stream and play and vice versa. And we're going to talk about how you can do that. And then I'll take some questions from you and hopefully I'll have the answer. If not, I can always figure out how to get them to you. All right, so play is the work of the child, Marie Montessori. I know you've probably heard this quote before. I mentioned it yesterday during the panel discussion, that when children play, they are working, their brains are working, their bodies are working. There's so much developing that's happening when a child is playing. And that's why play is really so important. So what is play, right? So play is an activity. So it's something that kids do. And it's where they show their remarkable ability for exploration, imagination, and decision-making. Those are some of the things that happen during play. Right, is a chance for kids really to explore. Early childhood children are very inquisitive. They want to know why, they want to figure things out. They'll look at things all different ways to figure out how it works. As they get older, they may start tinkering. You might see them start pulling things apart to see what makes something work. You can see the little brains working as they're trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. And as they move that square peg around, trying to get it into that circle, you can see their brains working, and this is not quite working, right? And then they may turn the item they're playing with around until they figure out how they can get that square peg in, right? So really a chance for them to explore, for them to imagine, and for them to make their own decisions about the things that they are doing. So what are some types of play? Now, depending on where you research or what you're reading, there are several types of play. Today, we're going to talk about these four in particular, because these four really tie into what I want to talk about later when we talk about stream and play. So types of play, there's a physical. And normally when we think about play, that's what we think about, right? Kids are playing, they're dancing, they're running. They may have ball games, they may be playing tag. There may be skipping, right? We think about the physical aspect of play. Then there's social play, and they may not necessarily be running or moving in any type of fast motion. They may be in a PlayStation, right? So you may have a kitchen area set up, or a dress-up area, or maybe even board games set up. And so they're in these small silos, these small areas, these small stations, and they're enjoying play with each other. They're socializing and playing, right? It can happen on the playground, even as they're on the swing or the slides or going through the jungle gym, as they're playing certain games on the playground, games that cultivate social emotional growth. Then there's constructive play, and this is play where they're actually creating or making something. So arts and crafts, there's music and movement, right? You play music and you can have them moving in a circle, or you play music and you have them move one step forward, 2 steps back. You may have them moving on different colored squares on the floor or different letters. And then you have manipulative play. So those are like Legos, right? So things, items that they can use their hands to kind of manipulate to create something different. And each child will create something different doing manipulative play. And then there's fantasy, dress up, right? You're reading a story and you tell them to act out something that the character in the story is doing. So maybe it's a story about a little girl who loves to sing and she has a favorite song. And so you tell them to, what do you think the words of the song is? Oh, how do you think she sings it? Or how do you think she stands when she's singing this song, right? So you have them acting out parts of the story, and then drawing is a really great way for kids to bring out fantasy, right? So ask them to draw their families, and you'd be amazed at how they represent their mom, their dad, or different folks in their family, right? So how kids may identify family may be very different than even the mom and dad. They may draw people that are not necessarily biologically a part of the family, but they feel are a part of the family, right? They feel that they're family in that same family picture. So 4 types of play that really tie into STREAM. All right, so why play? Why is this even important? So there's 3 things that really happen when children play. One is creativity. And this is a skill. This is a part of who we are that carries us through our entire lives, right? The ability to be creative. And creativity is not just for the arts. Creativity ties into problem solving, right? Because as adults, and we have our problems, and we have our issues, and we have things we have to figure out, the solutions are always going to be different. We may have to think of some solutions that are very unique. Kids do the same thing from the moment they are born. They figure out how to maneuver their world in their own way, right? So play offers an opportunity for children to develop their communication skills and communications tools. Skill building. So their fine and gross motor skills are developed. Comprehension and vocabulary. Absolutely. When kids play, they're developing vocabulary. Now, sometimes the vocabulary they develop is not exactly the ones you want them to, right? But those are opportunities to talk about words and the words that we use and the words that we don't use. But they definitely can expand their vocabulary through play. We know that kids most often can understand more words than they can read up to a certain age, right? And so play really gives them an opportunity to develop their vocabulary, to develop their speech as they're talking and asking and maneuvering play. And then social emotional. They learn how to solve problems, their own problems in a way, socialize with each other, communicate, and share space. Sometimes the children that come into the early childhood programs may be children that are, they're the only child. And so for the first 3, 4, 5 years of their lives, they're at home and it's just mommy and daddy. They may have some neighbors or cousins they play with, but the space is theirs. It's their toys, it's their room, right? And so when they enter a early childhood education program, they have the opportunity to understand about sharing space and about sharing and about the importance of making friends and how we treat friends, right? And now we're going to move on to STREAM. So STREAM in early childhood education allows children to learn skills they will use for their lifetime. STREAM skills are not something that you just learn in a classroom or kids learn when they're 3, 4, 5, 6, or in elementary education or high school, right? STREAM skills, and as we talk about them, you'll see what I mean. STREAM skills are lifetime skills. These are skills that, if developed, and I'm saying if because sometimes, as we talked about yesterday during our panel discussion, there are children who may not have access or opportunities to really be engaged in STREAM learning. And for lots of reasons, it could be access to materials that the teachers may not have. It could be where they live, maybe access to technology, etc. So STREAM skills are really important because they're lifetime skills. All right, so what is STREAM? When we talk about STREAM, what is it, right? And STREAM is activities focused on building competencies, remember lifetime skills, in science, technology, reading, art, and math. Now, way back when it used to be STEM, right? Science, technology. Am I missing one? Yes, I forgot engineering. See, I forgot the E, engineering. Going too fast. So science, technology, reading, engineering, art, and math. So back in the day, it was science, technology, engineering, and math, right? It was STEM. But as time progressed, we realized that reading and art are intertwined with science, technology, engineering, and math, right? It's really intertwined. When you look at movies, cartoons that are created, there's an aspect of STREAM that goes into making these cartoons, right? From where the characters are going to be on the screen to the color mixes. Because, you know, with colors, you mix different, if you're into graphic design, you know that you can, you have RBG, and I forgot what the other one is, but you mix colors together to create a unique color or to create red or whatever. But those are percentages of certain colors you mix together to get a new color, right? So even colors that are on the screen, the script, what the characters are saying, making sure the characters' mouths are moving in a way that matches the pronunciation of the words, engineering, right? Technology, the science of putting all that together and how the body moves, and the ability to have those cartoon characters to look very realistic and look very human, right? All of that, all science, technology, reading, engineering, and math, all goes into the things that we even take for entertainment, right? A cartoon that's being created. So why STREAM? And before I talked about that, lifetime skills that are being developed. And here are some of the lifetime skills that children will develop in the early childhood years that, when built upon, will last them their entire lives. So innovation, the idea that our children are our future. I know it's very cliche and we say it sometimes because, you know, it's a song or it's just something you say. But I want us to really think about that and the power of that the children that are in our early childhood education are our future. They are our scientists or teachers. In one of your classrooms, maybe the person who discovers the cure for cancer. In one of your classrooms, may be the teacher who inspires a whole new generation to be great. In one of your classrooms may be the farmer who's able to take technology and re-engineer how things are grown in Jamaica, how they're distributed, right? How if you are doing it like factories, so from farm to table, that whole process, right? In your classroom may sit the young man or the young woman who's going to invent a machine or invent something that's going to change and revolutionize agriculture in Jamaica, right? So innovation is important. The children that we sit face to face with every day are the ones who are going to pave the way for the next generation. Right? So innovation is important. right? Because as our society moves forward, it's innovative solutions that allow us to move forward. When we look throughout history, right, went from farming, which was just using our hands to collect crops, to machines that were created to help us collect crops. And then there were machines that were invented that not only were able to harvest a crop, but they can sort a seed from a husk. And then you had machines that can take that seed, let's say if it was corn, and turn it into sugar, turn it into feed, turn it into canned corn, turn it into whatever, right? And so these are innovative solutions that the person who invented this sat in an early childhood education class at some point and may have been inspired, right? May have been inspired by a teacher, may have been inspired by what was changing in that environment. Skill building, creativity, being inquisitive, problem solving, digital literacy. See, when we think about reading, oftentimes we think about just, can you read words in a book? But reading in today's society extends beyond that, right? We have the digital realm, so digital literacy, being savvy with that. We also have financial literacy. And reading is not just the ability to read words on a screen, but can you comprehend? Can you understand the words that you are reading? Can you interpret pictures? Because sometimes in our society, not all signs or not everything that we navigate necessarily has words, right? So reading comprehension also ties into all this. And then there's workforce readiness. The STEAM industry, the sectors that are tied to STEAM are the fastest growing sectors, and they're outgrowing any other sector that exists. So in order to prepare our children to be meaningful members of society and have the skills and the knowledge that they need to be ready for the workforce, and the workforce doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a job. It could be they're an entrepreneur, right? But they're being prepared to be meaningful members of society, to be innovative, to help solve problems that are societal problems, to be creative, to always remain inquisitive, to always want to know why and figure out an answer and find a solution. Those are skills that last a lifetime. Those are skills that help us with parenting. Those are skills that help us with relationships. Those are skills that help us to navigating and negotiating our careers. These are skills that help us in the marketplace when we go shopping and we want to purchase something, right? These are skills that last a lifetime. And then social emotional, right? Communication, teamwork, collaboration, and leadership. Emotional intelligence is so important to success. And emotional intelligence and the skills that are associated with developing healthy and strong emotional intelligence starts from the time the child is born. Helping children not only to understand their own emotions and be able to manage their own emotions, but also being able to understand the emotions of others and navigate that. Understanding that I have my emotion and this is me, that person has that emotions and that is them. And how can we in the same space have a healthy social environment with both our emotions being equally as important, right? Emotional intelligence is the making or breaking point of leaders, is a making or breaking point of success. Extremely important. Managing your emotions, being able to communicate what those emotions are, being able to work as a team and collaborate, right? And then leadership. And I know for some of you who are viewing, I know you already know who the little leaders are, right? As young as they are in your classroom, I know that you already know, yes, this one's going to be a little leader right here. You know who the leader is? You know who the follower is, and there's nothing wrong with being a follower at all. But we have to give children the skills so that they are effective followers, right? And the same thing with leaders, because we know both can go either way, right? And so really understanding that when we use these activities, STEAM, in our programs, in our classrooms, in our schools, in our homes, like making it, I call it normalizing STEAM, normalizing these conversations, normalizing these experiences, so that when families send their kids to school, this is what they're expecting. not just reading, writing, and arithmetic, but they're expecting this really holistic approach to education, which cannot happen without integrating STEAM in every aspect of the classroom. I believe, and this is my quote, infusing play with STEAM provides a uniquely enriching experience for children. And there's nothing more meaningful to a child than being able to learn something at school that they can use in their everyday lives. I remember things that I did in school when I was very young. I'm not so young anymore. But I remember the fun things that happened at school. I remember field day. I remember when we used to have science fairs and we would have to create our own science projects and bring them in and demonstrate to the class. And then you had a whole fair that families came out to, right? I remember those things. I remember doing presentations. Now we didn't have PowerPoint at that point. We had to have our boards. And we brought our boards into class, and we were cutting out pictures out of newspapers, out of magazines. We were writing really neat on these boards, our presentations. Those are skills that were developed from early childhood. The opportunities that I was given to play, the opportunities I was given to explore, and not just at school, but also at home. My mom was an educator who left Jamaica and came to the US. I came after her, but our home was a learning environment. My mother strongly believed that learning started at home. And even though she was not as engaged in school, attending PTA meetings, coming to our schools, etc., when we went home with us after school or during the summer, that learning experience did not end. And I remember reading encyclopedias and asking questions and going to the library to get books about different science experiments and just trying them at home. Of course, they had to be safe. But the art of curiosity, the art of innovation, the art of critical thinking, those are all skills that were developed both at school and at home, but it was done jointly. So when we talk about STEAM, right, we're really talking about a collaborative effort, not just between the teacher and the babies in the class, the young people in the class, but the teacher, the young people in the class, and the families, right? Really creating this environment where STEAM becomes normalized. STEAM becomes a part of the family life and a part of the school life. All right, so I want to talk about some STEAM and play activities, but before I do that, I want to take some questions. Do we have any questions or comments? So Shania says, play is an integral part of a child's life. Absolutely. It's important to allow children to play, right? That is exactly how they learn. Any questions or comments before I keep going? Okay. All right, so let's talk about some STEAM and play activities. I pulled these activities out of a parent engagement. Sorry.
What's your not hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, I'm just wondering how you not hear me, not sure.
Oh, I can hear you now.
That is very good. All right, I was just saying that I am not seeing anything in the chat as yet. So as soon as I'll just let you know.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right, no problem at all. So I pulled these particular activities that I am going to show you. I pulled some of them from a family engagement workshop that I did that was specifically around STEM. This particular school was gonna break for the summer, and they wanted to provide families with some activities that they could do at home to keep the learning going. It was a school that it was a STEM school, so every single subject they did was infused with STEM, and they didn't want the kids to lose anything over the summer. So they asked me to come in to do a workshop with the parents about just some streams. And it was STEAM, even though it was STEM back then. There was some reading in there as well, and some art. And so some STEAM activities that families could do at home. And so they had to be practical. They had to have items that families could find at home or they could easily get. And so I want to share some of these ideas with you today, because I know sometimes in some of the environments we're in, we may have limited resources to what we have access to. We may not have access to the fancy science lab or the fancy materials, etc. But there are practical things that we use in our everyday lives that can be used to really cultivate these STEAM skills and really encourage and motivate kids to play. We talked about innovation. We talked about using your imagination. If teachers are not known for anything else, the teachers are known for being innovative and for being creative and using their imaginations. Even with little, you guys manage to make magic happen. And that's really what makes teachers magical, right? And so it's really being able to communicate with families about how can you make STEAM a part of your home as well as part of the home experience. So it's not just happening in the classroom, it's being reinforced at home. So let's start with science. And yes, that's me. And I know the little boy here is a little older than early childhood, but let me tell you, that's the expression that's on the children's faces whenever this experiment is done. And I have done this workshop, not just with parents, but I've also done it with kids as well. And they are just absolutely fascinated by this elephant toothpaste and full of hot air. So the elephant toothpaste on the left, and let me just, I'll pause for a second just to say this, that I have instructions for these activities. So most of these activities, I'll tell you the ones I have instructions for, as well as a list of supplies and how to do the project and what kids are going to learn from this particular, whatever the STEAM activity is. And I'm happy to share that. At the end, I have my email address, and you can send me an email and I'll send you information, or I can send it directly to Early Childhood Commission, and they can be dispersed that way, right? So I wanted to really include in my presentation, not just talking about activities, but really showing you and giving you examples of just some practical ways that you can integrate STEAM into your classroom for the early childhood kids, stuff that they will love and they will be fascinated by, and that will pique their curiosity. All right, so kids love this elephant toothpaste. No, you cannot eat it. And when you're doing this particular activity, you have to make sure that you let the kids know to kind of stand back a little and not touch, right? The adult, the teacher or the teacher's assistant should be the one that's really mixing these things together. The kids can see the effect, and you can have conversations about what do they see, right? So for the elephant toothpaste, the ingredients for this particular activity is yeast, warm water, hydrogen peroxide, dishwashing liquid, food coloring, and a water bottle, and a foil pan or some kind of pan to catch. Because as you can see, the elephant toothpaste comes out the bottle. And so you need a pan or something to catch it. That's it, right? Yeast, you find in the grocery store. Warm water, get from a pot or just boil it a little, get from the pipe or boil it a little bit on the stove. Hydrogen peroxide, you can find in the pharmacy. Dishwashing soap, we use that all the time. And then food coloring, right? Very simple ingredients. So you mix those items together, you pour them in, you put the yeast, you mix the yeast and the warm water together, you put it in a bottle, you add a dishwashing soap, get the food coloring, and last, you add the hydrogen peroxide. Because once you add that hydrogen peroxide, the foam builds and builds and builds, and it comes out on the top of the bottle and flows down the side. And if you have food coloring in there, this one is white because the young man did not want to put in food coloring in there, even though I was trying to pressure him to, but he wasn't feeling it. So if it's red, blue, even rainbow colors, that's the colors that come out of this bottle. The other thing that's fascinating about this is that the mixture of the yeast, the warm water, and the hydrogen peroxide and the soap, it generates heat. So the bottle actually feels warm, right? So you can have the kids on with supervision feel it to feel that it gets warm, the mixture of the chemicals together. So with elephant toothpaste, not only they're seeing this really amazing, fun thing that happens, but you can talk about the colors they see. You can talk about the heat that's coming from these chemicals mixing together. You can talk about how we had 5 or 6 different items that we mixed together. And even as young as 3 or 4, they can understand this, right? So we mix these different things together and look what we created something totally different. And then of course, there's a cleanup of all this. So elephant toothpaste, I know favoritism is not a word, but kids love this and the parents did as well. On the right-hand side is full of hot air. For this particular science activity, once again, you have a plastic water bottle, a balloon. Actually, the water bottle could actually be soda, can be in there, pop rocks and balloons. In this particular one, we have baking soda and we have vinegar. So you can have baking soda or vinegar, a little bit of food coloring, or you can actually use pop rocks. For those, I don't know if you know what pop rocks are. They're these candies, and when you put them on the tongue, they pop and make noise. A soda, just a regular soda in a bottle, whether it's Pepsi, Coca-Cola, whatever it may be, and a balloon. And you put the pop rocks or the baking soda in the balloon. So you put in the balloon and you hold the top of the balloon tightly. You then open the bottle of soda, or if it's an empty bottle, you pour the vinegar and the soap in there. Then you carefully put the balloon over the top of the bottle so that whether it's a pop rocks or if it's the baking soda, it will then fall into the bottle and it produces hot air that fills the balloon up. So the kids would see this balloon that was flat now grow in size. And you can talk about, once again, when you mix chemicals together, what happened? It produces hot air that blew this balloon up. Now, for the older kids that are maybe the 5 or the 6 in early childhood, you can get a little more complicated in talking about exactly what these chemicals are. But for the little itty bitties, all it is observation. They can observe what it looked like before and then what happened. What did they see happen? What shape did the balloon have? Did they hear anything? What did they hear as the balloon was blowing up? Did they hear anything as the pop rocks were falling into the bottle or falling into the soda, right? So these are 2 very simple activities that you can do with early childhood children that will fascinate them and introduce them to science. All right, technology. Now, I know that for some places, you may not have access to tablets, you may not have access to phones. In some places, you may have access to an old phone, a phone that doesn't work anymore. It will turn on, but it may not work anymore. Because one of the things you can start to do with children early childhood education, even if you don't have access to working laptops and working cell phones, is to teach them the different parts of a cell phone, the different parts of a laptop. Where the mouse is, how do you navigate it? What are the keys, right? You can even either draw or find pictures online of the different parts of the cell phone or the laptop. Get a big piece of paper, right? And you recreate, using these printouts, you recreate a really large cell phone or laptop, and you have the kids match, right? So you then create other smaller parts and you have the kids look at the part they have in their hand and match it to the part that's on this big, this bigger image that you've created, right? So as simple as, technology can be as simple as learn the parts of a cell phone or a laptop and how to navigate that. Now, if you have access to working cell phones and working laptops, yesterday we talked about showing children how to take pictures, right? So taking pictures of different activities, so taking pictures of their hands, right? Taking pictures of each other, taking pictures of nature if they're going on a nature walk, right? So in practically showing kids how these things work if you have working items. For laptops, it could be going to a particular website where they can play a game. So they have to click the mouse, right, to play the game or use the different keys. Let me tell you, the children who are being born now, they're being downloaded before birth with information about technology and the ability to navigate it quickly. I know 2 and 3-year-olds who know my phone better than I do, who can figure stuff out mind us getting around if I have a password, but they can figure out how to get online, how to access a game, how to go to the Play Store. And I'm like, whoa, what's happening here? But I'm just like, these children are being born already downloaded with the ability to learn technology really fast. I really do think this is happening for real. Technology really fast, because that's the direction our world is going in. And they're able to grab onto it so very quickly, right? So as educators, we also have to learn to pivot. Times are changing. And if you've been teaching for a very long time, the children that you see coming into your classroom space right now are also very different. Their needs are different. What they will need to be ready for the world, there's some things that will always stay the same. You've got to have good manners. You have to be able to manage your emotions. You have to be able to read, write, speak. You need in order to be successful. Those kind of basic things will always be. Right? They'll always need. But there's some additional things that the children now will need: navigating the virtual space, being exposed to more STEAM careers and activities, learning how to be safe online. They spend so much more time online and predators are lurking online. How do you become more safe online, right? So those are things that even when I was in early childhood school, big up to Petersfield Primary and Infant School, that's where I went. This wasn't necessarily something, this wasn't something that was part of that conversation. It was not needed then. But now times have changed and we have to pivot in order to prepare our babies, prepare our children to be successful, successful, contributing human beings to our societies. We have to prepare them. And that means that as educators, we're going to have to pivot. Right? We're going to have to pivot. We're going to have to shift our mindset. We're going to have to learn some new things ourselves. We're going to have to go out there and do some research on the internet and find out how can I do more STEAM activities? What are some affordable STEAM activities I can do? You got to attend more trainings. You got to ask more questions and you got to ask for help. Right? It's really important. I want to stop for a second because I see two questions. I will come back. Thank you. I will come back to those.
Okay, no problem. I think the one that Naomi would have asked, somebody would have responded in the chat. Tasania would have responded to her question, but I don't think she answered the second part, which was on the cause. What are some of the causes of isolated play? So we can just think about that in the meantime.
Okay, will do. Reading. Once again, reading is not just being able to comprehend the words on a page or sight words or knowing your letters. Reading is, can you understand what you are reading? Can you understand what you are hearing? Right? So when you give instructions, can a child understand and comprehend that? So one of the best ways, in my opinion, they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, and this is something that yesterday Stacey Ann mentioned at the end of our time together when she was wrapping up that, oops, sorry, too fast, that a picture is worth 1,000 words. Sorry, I'm trying to go back. There we go. A picture is worth 1,000 words. And there are children who developmentally may not be able to write letters or even write words, but they will draw. Right? They can point to pictures. They can communicate in pictures. Communicating through pictures, through graphics is a language. Right? And so allowing kids to tell stories through pictures. So have them draw a picture of their favorite holiday or draw a picture of a scene from their favorite movie, because 4 or 5, they did know what their favorite movie is, Lion King, Moana, whatever it is, but asking them to draw Moana or draw their favorite character, and then have them hold that picture up and tell the class or tell you about what the picture is. Right? You read them a story when they're, for the kids who are on the older end of early childhood education, you read them a story, but you don't tell them the ending. And you have them draw, what do you think the ending? How do you think this story is going to end? You have them draw their families and tell you about it, right? And even children who or what I would call, I know this may not be the technical word, but the little baby on the left who's scribbling, they understand what they're trying to draw. They may not have the fine motor skills as yet to really form those letters and those pictures. But even in what we call scribbling, if you ask them what it is, kids will tell you, oh, that's a dog, or that's mom, that's dad. So giving kids the opportunity to draw and to tell their stories, tell stories through pictures, right? Holding up a picture. And this can be something that you downloaded from the internet, or it could be in a book, even if it has words, because the children may not be at reading level yet. But just holding up a picture and asking the children to tell you, what do they see? What do they see in the picture? What are the characters doing? What do they think the characters are saying? Do they look like their friends? Right? Asking these kinds of questions, garnering information from pictures is important to reading as well. Engineering. Right? And I know, engineering can be as complicated as you want it to be. When I ran childcare programs, this was one of probably the most engaging parts of the program, was having an engineering section. And it wasn't something complicated. It had complicated moving parts. We had Legos, kids building Legos, building structures out of Legos, and figuring out how tall the structure can get before it falls over, or what kind of base does a structure need to have in order not to fall over, because that's how kids learn, right? So they'll build a structure, it falls over, they go back to the drawing table, and they may redesign it to see if it stays up with a different design. And then that may fall over. And they keep exploring until, oh, Miss Rachel, look, it didn't fall over. And I go and I check it out. And through those several days of continually going back to that block, I didn't insert myself. I did not give them any suggestions as to what I think they should do. I had them figured out. They then were able to build a structure that was as tall as they wanted it to be, that did not fall over, just from Legos. Now, if you don't have access to Legos, you can make blocks out of cardboard. As you can see with this little one here who's cutting paper on top of a cardboard structure, that is her home. That's probably her kitchen. She's probably there cooking, right? So you have these cardboard blocks that someone created, that the person, I'm sure, helped her to build this play area. Or you can allow the kids to build whatever they want to build. This is your house. And even if the house don't have a roof, doesn't have a door, that's okay. That's where imagination comes in. In their imagination, there's a roof is right there, the door is there. You have them create what they want to create. Imagination, right? So using cardboard to create blocks, to create dominoes, as well as structures. You can get big enough cardboard. You can cut out, as you can see on the right, shapes of doors. You can cut out shapes of windows. You can actually create a whole play space for kids just using cardboard. Engineering, right? Something as simple as cardboard. Cardboard boxes galore exist in our local markets. You have a local market that gets deliveries. You ask them to save you their cardboard. You ask them to save you their plastic bottles, because these are all things that are recyclable. If you have a garden, or you're growing a garden, you can then use leftover cardboard on the soil as well, right? So cardboard can be used for a variety of purposes. You can reuse, you got to wash them out really well, right? So if you're going to reuse the plastic bottles that you used earlier for the elephant toothpaste, because it has chemicals in there that may not be good for plants, you just wash that out really well, cut it in half or cut it as tall as you want, put a little dirt in there, seed, and that can be how you start seedlings, right? So recyclable materials, finding materials in your environment that you can reuse, that you yourself can help the kids to reimagine what we could turn this into, right? If you put on a play with the kids, you use engineering when you build the props, when you put together the props that are needed for the play, right? So these are all ways that you are already doing engineering and teaching engineering skills in your classrooms. Is just a matter of being more intentional, of pulling out What are some of the engineering skills? What are some of the skills that kids can really get from this engineering activity that I want to make sure I highlight? I want to make sure that they're getting it, they understand what's happening. Then there's art. I'm an artist. I do quite a bit of art. So art is my all-time favorite. Additionally, as someone who I live with anxiety and depression, art has really become one of the tools in my toolkit when it comes to managing those aspects. For me, it's really, that's how my art has grown, honestly. It's grown through my journey with my mental health. And so these pictures actually came from my son's school, the pre-K and the kindergarten kids. These are 4 and 5-year-olds who actually created these animal art out of cardboard and egg cartons and paint. That's all they use. And it looks like some markers. So egg cartons to shape the face and shape the ears, and cardboard is what they cut out and used. And the kids were able to recreate different animals from a particular story they were reading and do portraits. And these were hung on the wall of the classroom for the parents to see. But once again, right, practical, everyday items that are being used, that you use. This is not going out of the way to get items. Cardboard, families have cardboard at home, egg cartons can be collected, right? And you create 3D art just using cardboard and egg carton, right? Something very different. You can have kids do this for maybe creating a self-portrait, right? How do they see themselves? And have them recreate that using this portrait method. Isn't this cute? Like when I saw this, I was like, oh my goodness, this is so great. Cute, isn't it? I love it. And then you have math, right? Which 2 + 2 is 4, 4 + 4 is 8, on multiplication tables. We have all these things that we do in math, but what if we combine math and pizza? Or another favorite food the kids may have. So with these pizza slices that were made out of butcher paper, or if you have bulletin board paper that's brown, that's also what you can use, or you can use brown paper bags. That's what makes the crust of the pizza. So during this math lesson, the kids are learning about shapes. And in this particular lesson, it was about triangles, right? So the shape of the pizza is a triangle. They talked about triangles. How many sides does a triangle have? And then we have our toppings, right? The red on top of the pizzas is actually red duct tape. But you can also use any type of material and have the kids even paint, or use a different color duct tape and have them paint in red. Or you can use red construction paper and find some way to stuff it. So it looks a little, it looks a little full. If not, for it to be flat is absolutely fine as well. So there's different ways you can create the sauce, right? That's on top of this pizza. So now we talked about triangles, how many sides a triangle has. But the sides of the triangle, in some cases, are different. They're different sizes, they're different lengths, right? Because as you can see with this pizza, all the pieces have their triangles, but they're different size triangles. Then we talk about the toppings. We have some circles. We have some rectangles, right? That we're putting on our toppings. So you might like pepperoni. Do you like mozzarella? Do you like green peppers on your pizza? So you have all these different shapes and different colors. And then what color is this? What color is that? And then they're putting their toppings on the pizza. And you may tell them, I want you to put 5 pieces of pepperoni. And so they have to count out their 5 pieces of pepperoni and they put them on. Or you might tell them they can put as many pepperonis as they want on their pizza. And then together you can count them. How many pepperonis does Rachel have on her pizza? How many pieces of cheese, of round, white mozzarella cheese do you see on Rachel's pizza? Let's count them together. Something fun, something hands-on, something that I know you will enjoy, the kids will enjoy. This is something you can do on a parent night. The kids bring this home and the parents are like, oh, wow, this is cute. This is so nice. Now, when my son used to bring kids stuff home, I would keep it for a while, but they're dust collectors and not for too long. But still, I was always fascinated by just the innovation that teachers were using in the classroom to teach life skills. Math is a life skill. Kids love pizza or whatever is the other food that they love, right? You know, they have beef patties now, and you can put cheese in your beef patty. You can put pepperoni or whatever you want in your beef patty, right? So you do the brown paper, you cut it out like a beef patty crust, make it fold in half, and the kids can put what they want in their beef patty, all right? Or put whatever they want on top of their beef patty. So we've now learned about shapes. We learned about colors. We have counted, right? We have counted. The other thing that kids can also learn about, especially as they get older, is as you put the items on your pizza, how many can you fit on here, right? Because if you want 100 pieces of pepperoni in this pizza, can 100 pieces fit on here? And that's really for older kids, as older early childhood children as they get older, is what can fit on here? With this particular shape, how many can we fit on here, right? So a math activity is pizza slices. All right, Q&A. I think I'm at the time. So let me go back to the chat. Any questions?
So Mrs. Dulcine, only 2 questions that were asked.
Okay.
All right, now, so Jesse's motivation said, how do we get admin to buy into play at the early child level?
That's a really good question. And I think it's really going to be the way it's the presentation of it, right? And the school. And I honestly, I don't know if there's really I don't think I have like a clear answer, especially when it comes to administration, because I know with some schools you have different protocols. And I know play is something that even here in the US, we fuss about because kids are expected to perform academically, and play seems to be going further and further, less and less time to play. So what I would suggest is a better route would be to figure out for yourself in your particular classroom, how can you integrate more play into your classroom and still meet the learning outcomes that's needed? Because it's possible. Some of the activities I showed today, some of the skills that children need to learn, that's play. Putting together, making a pizza, they're learning math, but they're playing, right? And so I think a part of it is not separating play and learning. It's the same. Play is learning. Learning is play. And how can you and I, and even I'm not in a classroom anymore, but how can we incorporate more play into learning so it doesn't feel like learning, if that makes sense? So I'm hopefully it answers that question. So isolated play is actually a stage. It could be 2 things for isolated play, and I think somebody answered this, but isolated play is actually a stage of child development where kids they're playing and it's like no one else exists, right? That is very normal. Eventually they get into more cooperative play, but isolated play is a normal part of child development. Isolated play can also be signs of a developmental delay, right? There are certain types of disabilities or developmental delays where children are engaged in isolated play much longer. Very common on children who are on the autism spectrum, right? Where you see this isolated play for much longer period of time, meaning age-wise. So the cause can be is developmental. Children, isolated play is a definite part of the developmental stage. Probably around 4 or 5, you should start to see them ease out of that, out of isolated play. And if they're still 4, 5, 6 and still engaging in isolated play, there may be something else going on there. It may be developmental, or you know what? Sometimes children engage in isolated play because of trauma. So they may have experienced or experiencing some sort of trauma, and that's the way that their brains are coping. That's their coping mechanism. It's a kind of folding on themselves and not want to engage with anyone, not want to have eye contact, etc. So those are the 3 reasons, the three possible causes of isolated play. If you do think it's a developmental issue, and correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the schools in Jamaica, you have your social workers or school counselors that I'm sure can assist in identifying if that's the case, and then working with the family to have conversations about whatever is needed. But younger than 3 or even 4, I would not be concerned if children are still playing isolated play, meaning they're playing and no one else exists. They may not want to share. That is quite normal as well.
That's all right. And I will add community relations officer. We use those, well, basically persons like those in the Early Child Commission. There's another question from Lorna Heron. In simple terms, how do you get parents to understand that play is a child's work?
That is such a good question. And one of the things I know you remember that we talked about yesterday on the panel is the importance of parent engagement. And so I think one of the ways that I've done it in the programs I have ran is to normalize it. Is to make it a part of everything that happens as a part of your program. We've also had to creatively reimagine play as learning, right? So instead of labeling it play, it's a learning experience, right? That can be one of the ways to kind of get parents engaged, because sometimes parents are not educated enough to understand what play is and its importance. And educating parents obviously can also be another way, is to educate parents about what play is and why it's important. Inviting parents to come during the times when you're having these activities so they can see, yes, we're playing, but we're learning. Having family nights that are not just parents coming together and you're, having a PTA meeting, but having parent nights is a science night. And so the parents come together, it's a family night out, and you have different science experiments set up, and the families are rotating and doing different experiments. You can have a math night, right? Where they come out, you're playing different math games or having a math competition or whatever the case may be. So I think a lot of it is going to be helping to shift the mindset of parents by normalizing this, by making this a part of the school culture, making this a part of the school community, and the things that you do to engage families and engage parents. It cannot be something that's separate. Once again, like I said before, play should not be a separate thing from the way that our babies learn. That is how they learn, is to play. We can't have one without the other, right? And what we have found is, and what we're finding is, as we diminish play, our children are more stressed out. They're struggling more to keep up in school. They're even struggling with some of the social emotional development that needs to happen. That's one of the things that happened from COVID that a lot of educators said, right? We have second graders who went back to school who had never been in school. Kindergarten and first grade was virtual. So all those social emotional skills, all those social skills that they would have learned in kindergarten and first grade, they had not learned, and now they're in second grade. So you have second grade teachers who are now having to deal with some of the social emotional gaps that happen because of COVID. Those are the important aspects of play. When kids are able to do that, they develop into more wholesome and more healthy individuals. And the only way to convince parents of that is to have them be engaged in what is happening. Hopefully that answers the question.
I think persons are pleased with the responses, because one person would have indicated that the answers are quite practical. Let me see if I can find exactly what the person said. I'm trying to paraphrase here. Where are you? I'm looking for it. Great answers, practical even. Thank you. So the persons I presume, or the person is pleased with the response that were given. Thank you very much. I am seeing some comments in the chat. I don't know if you're taking any more questions. I'm not seeing any more questions right now.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not seeing any more questions. So let me give you some of the comments that were made. Great ideas. I'm seeing great way to incorporate math. I'm seeing this session is so far is very informative and give great ideas to help our students with their creativity. Great presentation, Very practical examples. Loving this presentation. So interesting. Wow, quite interesting. Very good activities. I have used Ladybug for the children to put on the spots. So I guess somebody's just showing their own little creative way, telling their own creative way that they have been using. So those are some of the comments coming from the chat.
Awesome. And I really want to encourage, I know most of you are probably streaming in from Jamaica, and I know that there can be challenges with just having access to the best materials that you want to educate your children. But I don't want you to underestimate your creativity and the ability you have to turn nothing into something. Because as far as the kids are concerned, they don't know about the fancy things. We do, because we go to trainings, we go search things online, we heard from our colleagues. But as far as the children are concerned, a child can have a cardboard box and turn that into the most amazing play experience that they ever had. And so I just want to encourage those of you who are watching. I know it can be frustrating, because you want to be able to use the best materials, have the best supplies and technology in order to provide the children that you are serving, because we serve kids with the best learning experience. But you know what? The best learning experience for kids is you. It's you and what you bring to the table, the warmth, your creativity, your caring, you're making them feel like individuals. You attending trainings like this so you can build your skills, so you can be the best teacher, assistant teacher, or provider for these kids. That's really what they need. Right? The fancy stuff, it'll make a difference. But let me tell you, I remember how many decades later, I won't give away my age, going to Petersburg Primary Infant School. And I was 4. Right? And I don't remember my teacher's face, but I remember her voice. I remember getting in trouble because I took too long in the bathroom and I got SWAT in my hand, but we won't talk about that. But I remember those experiences and in the play yard and being able to play with my friends and games, right? And so those are the memories that kids take with them, and those are the skills, those are where they get their skills from. So I want to encourage you, don't be discouraged. I know now is a really tough time, especially coming out of COVID. You have your own stress, and so much has happened over the last 2 years, but you really, really are the ones that make such an impact in the lives of kids. And I don't want you to ever forget the significance of that, the importance of that, and that you are superheroes to these kids. For some of them, you are the only love, the only care they may have in their lives. And just stay focused on that. Stay focused on that.
Beautifully put, Mrs. Dulcine. I don't think I'm seeing any more comments in the chat at this point. Let me look. All right. No, I'm not seeing any more. Let me look. Hold on. Wonderful presentation. Thank you. Presentation is really informative. Yes, the answers made much sense. Very interesting. So there you have it. Great presentation. Miss, yes, man, you're going with things, Mrs. Dulcine. Yes, you're going to think. But before we get to the nitty-gritty and the points that I would have taken from the presentation. All right. I love your necklace, man. I love it dearly. And I just want to tell you, you can send it to Jam Dong, P.O. Box ECC. All right. So remember that. Okay. Thank you very much. So some of the points that I would have taken from the presentation is when you mention about different types of play. You talk about physical, you talk about the constructive, the social, and the fantasy. And I gave different pointers how you broke it down basically, and I'm very thankful for that. I know the practitioners, I don't know if they took pictures or they were just writing down, because I would have indicated to them that they need to have a book to write on, pen to write with, and a book to write on. So I hope they take notes. If not, we can send it in the chat. But thank you very much. But I just want to share something with everybody in YouTube land. Let me tell you something. When I started at the Early Child Commission, I started as an intern. And one of my goal was to basically do presentations or do live recorded presentations on PBCJ. And the major task was to develop activity plans that catered to stream. And the main focus for me was to look at robotics. Although the R is for reading, but we went to robotics under engineering. And let me tell you, talk about using loose parts to make these things. Look here, I went there. I didn't know it was possible. I didn't know it was possible until I sat down and I thought about what I was supposed to do, and it just came alive. And I just want to say thanks to Mrs. Simone Ellis Dixon, who had really pushed me into this area, because now I'm lobbying as an early child development officer. I'm lobbying with my practitioners to look here, venture out into this. It's very good, so they can venture out into something just like this. Absolutely. And yes, it can. It may seem difficult at first. It seemed difficult to me, but after sitting down and okay, I can pull this, I can pull that, I can move from here. You're talking about transportation. That's one of our themes in the curriculum, and we always talk about land, air, and sea. And the typical, what are different types of air transport? What are different types of land and sea transportation? But then now I realize that if I'm going to talk about air transportation, I can talk about aeroplane. How does the airplane fly? What makes it fly? You get what I'm saying? And you pull on the children's knowledge, because some of them don't know nothing about that. But yet, simply put, you can bring it out to them.
And
so I just want to
build a kite. Build a kite and have them fly kites is the same type of aerodynamic.
There you go.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. You see them big words there? You break it down to them for them to understand. Yes, it can be done. So I just want to say thank you very much, very much, very much. It was quite informative. And I just want to continue to spread the word. Spread the word, Mrs. Dulcine. We had your other as a panelist. No, we have your one now. You did on your own and you did your thing, and I'm very thankful. Practitioners, I'm thankful that you came out. I hope and I pray that you did go on as much as possible as it relates to stream and play in the early years. Thank you very much, Ms. Dulcine. Thank you very much again, practitioners. Remember, don't go anywhere now. Don't go anywhere, but remember to fill out the evaluation form at pdi.ecc.gov.jm. All right, remember that, fill it out. And guess what? It's mini movers time to jig your body, time to up and down. And we'll be right back after that. Thank you very much. Bye, Mrs. Dulcine.
Bye.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Mini Little Movers. I want to thank you for joining me today. I hope you have cleared the living room spaces, the verandas, and the bedroom, because guess what? We are going to get ready to move. Join me now.
Hello everyone, my name is Adrian. This is Consistency Fitness. Let's get fit in 10 minutes. First, we're going to start by warming up the shoulders. 3, 2, 1. We're going to stretch the legs out. Next one. Shake it out. Begin here. Alright, what we're going to start with, we're going to start with jog on the spot. We're doing it for 30 seconds in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 30 seconds. Keep going. For this, I want you to keep breathing. You're going to stop the breath. Ready? Go. Jogging. 30 seconds. Keep going. Keep pushing. You got this. Come on. Alright, 3 seconds. We're going to do jumping jacks. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Let's go. 1. Keep breathing. Keep that core tight at all times. Let's go. Keep pushing, keep going. You got this. Just warming up. Let's go. 3 seconds. We're going to whirlwind twist. Ready? Sit it up. Legs wide. Hands out here, going down. Keep that core tight at all times. Keep breathing. 2, 1, go into high knees. Let's go. Up with the knees. Make sure the knees are coming above the hip. Let's go. Nice and easy. Still warming up. Keep that core tight. Shake it up. That's just the warm up. Ready? Catch your breath. 30 seconds. Then we're going again. This time we're going a little bit faster. Alright? Keep breathing, keep moving. Ready again in 3, 2, 1. Jab on the spot. A little bit fast this time. Let's go. Keep going. You can do this. Let's go. Yes, you can. Keep going. Come on. Push. Push. A little bit faster. Let's go. Keep running. Let's go. Come on. Keep pushing. Three seconds. We're going to jump in jabs. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Make sure that core stays tight. In 3, 2, 1, whirlwind twist. Let's go. Down. Keep that core tight. Keep going. Almost there. 3, 2, 1. Then we're going for high knees. Remember, a little bit faster. Come on. You got this. Come on. Keep pushing. You got this. Let's go. Push. Keep the knees above the hips. Let's go. Up. Keep breathing. Keep that core tight also. Let's push. Come on. Keep going. Should be sweating right now. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. 30 seconds rest. We're going into the workout. Shake one of those legs. Keep breathing. Ready? Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. Exhale. Inhale. One time. Exhale. Shake it up. That was the warm up. Now we're going for the workout. Okay, first we do lateral runs and floor touches. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Going to the side. Down. 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 Come on. You got this. When you're working for 30 seconds. Come on. Down. Down. Push. Keep that core tight at all times. Keep breathing. Got it. Push. 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 Keep that core tight. Come on. You got this. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. We're going for mountain climbers. On the floor. Head up. 3, 2, 1. Let's go. One go. Keep that core tight. Keep pushing. You got this. Come on. Keep going. Push. Almost there. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Then we're going for plank jumps. Together. Apart. Together. Apart. Together. Let's go. Okay. Okay, let's go. Keep pushing. Let's go. In. Out. In. Out. In. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Stand up. Stand up. Come on. Stand up. We're going for jump squats. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Oh, let's go. Jump squats. Keep pushing. Exhale when you jump. Inhale going down. Keep that core tight. Come on. 3, 2, 1. Oh. So now we're going to repeat that for one more set. Ready? 3, 2, 1. We're going back to the lateral roll to do it fast. Let's go. Let's go. I want it faster this time. Faster. 30 seconds. Let's go. Push. Push. Keep going. Keep going. You got this. Got this. Then you want to stop. Don't quit. Keep going. 3, 2, 1. You're going for the mountain climbers. Going fast. Ready? You got this. You got this. In it. Let's go. Come on. Push. You got this. Come on. Push. Put those knees to the chest as much as you can. Keep going. Come on. Keep pushing. Come on. Push. Push. Knees to the chest. Let's go. Knees to the chest. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. Hands up. Let's go. Out. Come on. Keep going faster. Keep pushing. You got it. Keep that core tight. Don't stop. Don't quit. Come on. You got it. Keep pushing. You're almost there. 15 seconds. Come on. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. Stand up. Come on. Jump squat. Let's go. In it. In it. You can't give up now. Let's go. Push. Push. Down and up. Bigger jumps. Come on. Bigger jumps. You got this. You got this. Keep pushing. Come on. Big exhale up. Inhale down. Keep pushing. 3, 2, 1. And down. Shake it up. Good job. Alright. So we're going to warm down now. Let's go. Yeah. Exhale. Yeah. Exhale. One more time. Inhale. Hold it. Exhale. All the way down to the toes. So going into our hip flexor stretch. Up to one side. Then to the next. Go to the center. Get the ankles, drop the butt as deep as you can. Under the closer with the legs. Use the elbows to push the knees outwards. And up. Just look at the legs. Use the right hand to hold the left calf. Left hand up. Down to the other side. Now, slowly roll up. Keep that chin to your chest. Again, inhale. Exhale. One more time, inhale. Inhale through the nose. Hold it. 3, 2, 1. Exhale. And that's it, guys. That's your workout in 10 minutes. Check me out on Instagram. Check me out on Facebook. All your social media sites. Alright? Until next time, stay consistent.
Thank you all for joining me today for Many Little Movers. Just remember, parents, get our children involved in physical activities every day. Hula hoops, hopscotches, whatever it is, let them burn and use up all of that energy. Allow them to drink plenty of water. And you as parents can join in as well. So join me again next time for Many Little Movers. Thank you.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful days.
Days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission. This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Hi, I'm Kadian. The Early Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the First 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
Good morning. The declaration of 2022, being the year of early childhood development in Jamaica, speaks volumes to the intended commitment of our country to realizing our development goal of quality education for everyone, especially our youngest learners. The Burrito Foundation fully supports this objective, and I greet you well on behalf of the entire Burrito Cornerstone family. We are pleased to support this year's Professional Development Institute Week of Activities, and in fact, the ECC's wider work throughout the year. Our firm resolve is that our children's education is everybody's business. The Burrito Foundation has a history of actively supporting the development of our children since 2004. Our numeracy and literacy program in early childhood institutions across Kingston and St. Andrew, established by our founder, Mrs. Rita Humphreys-Lewin, have seen thousands of children being adequately prepared to advance to the primary levels of their education. Therefore, it was not only an absolute pleasure, but also a further signal of our commitment in supporting our children that we became involved in the ECC's 2022 Professional Development Institute, in addition to our contribution of $2 million towards raising the standard within ECIs across the island in order that they may receive certification and enhance their capacity to serve our children. Burrito Foundation supports the ECC's efforts at accomplishing a positive process of change within the nation's early childhood development. We look forward to the gains that will be made as teachers expand their knowledge, enhance teaching practices, and we see better results and more positive outcomes for our children. The pandemic has taught us that we must adapt continuously and build capacity as we seek to close gaps and also prepare our future leaders for success. I urge everyone to come on board and be a part of this rebuilding and reinventing of our early childhood sector. We look forward to increased resourcing of our schools and greater accountability among those charged with responsibility for our children. In the meantime, active participation in this week's PDI is one way to reach teachers, parents, and other critical stakeholders in early childhood development. I wish for everyone a productive and meaningful week, and may we all together be empowered to do right by our children in their earliest, most fundamental stage of development. Thank you.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1,000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, the first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, practitioners. Good afternoon. Good. You hear me, Mr. Adman? You're not hearing me? I'm not hearing you. So speak so I know if I'm so I know that I can hear you.
Not hearing you.
Oh, I'm hearing you now. Check your end. The tech person that is with me said he's hearing me perfectly clear. Our practitioners, give me a second, please. Let me just sort out this technical difficulties. Yes.
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we are hearing you. Can you hear me?
I'm not hearing you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I am hearing you loud
Perfect.
and clear.
So it wasn't on my part, Abe. Good afternoon, practitioners. Good afternoon, Mr. Adman. So thank you very much for joining us. You know, I wanted to go into the big bag of things just before you start, but I'm still gonna go into the big bag of things because we're all about the vibes in here. All right. So emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, because none of them can stop the time. All right, I'm done. No, I'm not getting no more, Mr. Admin. I'm not getting no more. All right, practitioners, let me just go through a little background for those who didn't meet Andre Adman before. Let me just give you like a synopsis of who Mr. Andre Adman is. He has been teaching music for over 20 years and is currently the Director of Studies at the School of Music, Edna Manley College of the Visual Arts, Performing Arts, Jamaica, a graduate of the EMC VPA. He holds a diploma in music education from the Joint Board of Teacher Education, a bachelor's degree in music education, a diploma in piano performance, ABRSM, and he's currently pursuing a Master's of Art degree in education at the UWI Mona. He's a pianist, singer, songwriter, author, and motivational speaker, who has dedicated his efforts toward producing innovative, educational, and inspirational resources for children. Andre recently released his first children's storybook entitled Rooster's Night Song, which is an exciting tale told in rhyming verse that introduces young readers to the importance of everyday doing their job. His body of work also includes a collection of original children's songs entitled I Am Special. So, Andre Adman, I'm turning this section over to you. We call this the buzzer section. So, what do you think? Buzz away.
Buzz away. Thank you so much, Ms. Campbell Cargill. And thank you so much, everyone, for joining into today's session. My name is Andre Adman, as was previously expressed, and I am so thrilled to be here with you for this session. Had a bit of a technical difficulty before, but I apologize for the late start of this session, but I'm so happy that you have decided to join us here for this session. All right. My sharing privileges. I'm going to put up my PowerPoint on screen. I already have that. So for today's session, we are looking at inclusive music in the early childhood environment. And of course, as was mentioned, I am the presenter today. So in terms of the focus of today's workshop, this is a fun, engaging workshop session that will demonstrate practical activities and strategies that can be implemented in the early childhood learning environment. And this, of course, is with a specific focus on inclusion, being inclusive, and using the arts as a means to do so, particularly music. All right, so as was mentioned, I did this children's CD before, I was making a couple rounds, and I still realized that quite a bit of persons are not aware of the I Am Special song. So seeing that Miss Campbell says I have the liberty to bring some vibe and to sing and to dance, I hope that as you are here joining us today, that is also your intention. Because as we speak about inclusivity, my first project is really focused on that. It is entitled I Am Special. And in that mode of inclusivity, I'm going to say the words for you. And after I have said the words for you, for those who like to read, you can read through those words. And then we're going to sing it through a couple times. Because I believe today's presentation, this song really encapsulates that experience. So everybody just say, who am I? I am special.
I am special.
Oh, thank you, Miss Cargill. I was waiting to hear a voice. Who am I?
Who am I?
I am special.
I am special.
There is nobody else like me.
There is nobody else like me.
I am special.
I am special.
Look at my hands and you will see.
Look at my hands and you will see.
That I am special.
That I am special.
The way that God made me.
The way that God made me.
I am unique.
I am unique.
I am special.
I am special.
Now, I'm not doing a presentation for practitioners and so on. I hope you have a child beside you somewhere in the environment. I know some schools are on holiday, whether here or abroad. This is a message of inclusion, one that we want children to know. So we just spoke those words. Now we're going to sing those words. We're going to do a cappella first, just to make sure that you're hearing the tune clearly. Let me get my key. It just says, who am I? I am special. Oh, 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 oh. There's nobody else like me. I am special. Hands up. Look at my hands and you will see that I am special. The way that God made me, I am unique. I am special. I'll go one more time. Say, who am I? I am special. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, yes. Sing, there's nobody else like me. I am special. Then you put your hands up. Look at my hands. And you will see that I am special. Oh, 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 oh. Oh yes, the way that God made me, I am unique, I'm special. I want this in the chat. If you got it, put a thumbs up in there. Put something in there. Let me know that you are actually getting it. Miss Campbell, you can help me with that. I'm going to add some music to it. Sing, dance, express yourself, singing I am special. This is a central message to what we are calling inclusion. And as a music educator, a part of my role is to ensure that I have music that sends this message of inclusion, that each child, as is represented on my wonderful picture here, irrespective of ethnicity, irrespective of age, irrespective of color, irrespective of ability, each and every child is special. I see my chat blink. I like that. Thank you, Miss Yvonne Edwards. Yay, I am special. I hope you're all ready to dance. Because if we're talking about inclusion, a big part of that is participation. A big part of that is people being involved in different ways. So let me start my track. No matter where you're from, this one's for everyone. 1, 2, 1, 2, come on. 1, 2, 3, here we go. Who am I? I'm special. There's nobody else like me. I am special. Hands up. Look at my hands and you will see that I am special. I love it, Miss God. The way that God made me, I am unique, I'm special. Come on, one more time, here we go. Say, who am I? Say special. There's nobody else like me. Look at my hands and you will see special. Oh, oh, the way that God made me, I am unique, I am special. Short or tall, great or small, say special. Rich or poor, let me tell you something more, you are special. Young or old, were you ever told? Special. Woo! The way that God made me, I am unique, say special. Who am I? Say special. And there's nobody else like me. Let me see you put your hands up. Look at my hands and you will see. Everybody say special. The way that God made me, I am unique, I'm special. And you move that special body, say na 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 na. Na 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 na. The way that God made me, I am unique, I'm special. Woo! Oh yes, oh yes. I am special, I am unique. The way that God made me, I am unique. All children ought to be celebrated, regardless of what we call their abilities or their disabilities.
No, this is the time you wish. Look here, Mr. Adman, you're going to bear things. The chatter light up like a Christmas light.
Like a Christmas light. My goodness.
It's a bag of dancing.
Beer bag of dancing.
Smiling,
Yes.
thumbs up. You're going to bear things. Go through. Go on with the
All right.
one.
Thank you so much. Thanks for the feedback. So here we go. In being inclusive. We sing I Am Special because we want every single child to know, whether in Jamaica or in the diaspora, wherever you are, whether in the US or in Canada or in Africa, wherever continent you're in, you are special. Right here in Jamaica, across the 14 parishes, you are special. So today's presentation is really focusing on how it is that we ensure that there is inclusion within our early childhood environment, and with a particular focus of using music. I started out with the I Am Special song, and in my own experience as an educator, I have seen children from all walks of life embrace this message. And I am thrilled to know that through the art of music, I am able to send this positive message to children. This is something I want us to embrace. This is something I want us to endorse, because inclusivity is a great part of what is going to bring the early childhood system forward. So inclusion, I saw this definition and I thought it really encapsulated what is that inclusion was really about. Inclusive, being inclusive really speaks about the values, the policies and practices that support the right of every infant and young child and his or her family, regardless of ability. I've been talking about that. To participate in a broad range of activities and contexts as full members of families, communities, and society. So when we speak about inclusion, it is really speaking about the fact that we want to ensure that everyone feels as though they're a part of the experience. And as early child practitioners, as parents, if you're here listening, we have a responsibility to ensure that everybody is included, to be inclusive. For this to happen, there are 3 things that I would like you to take into consideration. An inclusive environment or an inclusive music environment requires focus on 3 areas. Access. Yeah, man, type that in the chat because you must remember this today. If you want to be inclusive, there has to be access. If you want to be inclusive, there must be many different ways for participation. And if you want to be inclusive, you must think about the kinds of supports that are going to be necessary. This is true for education in general, and this is particularly also true for music in the early childhood environment. We have to find ways that all children are able to participate. So here we go. Access. A wide range of activities as a means of ensuring that learning is promoted in a variety of ways. We're going to look at that a little more as I go on. Access, write that one down. Next one, participation. Do all that is possible to ensure that all children, regardless of their ability, it's my typo here, oops. Their ability can be included in the early childhood learning environment. We have that responsibility. So think about that. There is access and there is also participation. Supports. Supports refers to the broader aspects of the system such as professional development, whether it is for teachers, parents, etc., and all the various stakeholders, incentives for inclusion, and opportunities for communication and collaboration, like what we are doing right now in the Professional Development Institute. Supports, yes, empowering each other. So I decided that to help us to explore this concept of access, which really is focusing on different kinds of activities and doing it in different kinds of ways so that different kinds of students can participate, I thought I would share this song with you. Well, not really a song, you know, kind of a song, kind of dub. We'll see how best it can go. But the idea is that we find ways to ensure that everybody has an opportunity to participate. Access by providing multiple ways for them to have the experience. Participation also hinging on that same kind of multimodality as well. So everybody is included. All right, so I'm going to play my track to give you a nice little feel of what we're going to do. And if you're able to hear, move to the beat. If you're able to feel, move your body. Are you hearing that?
Yes, sir.
Easy. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit. So for this exercise, we have visual stimulation. For those who are that this appeals to, I'm also going to be using the linguistic aspect of it to stimulate in an auditory way. And we're moving to the rhythm of the song that is here to ensure that the kinesthetic aspect is also being represented. So I want you to listen to the track, and I'm going to show you exactly one of the ways that you can use this. First of all, you want to feel the rhythm and feel the beat. For the movers in the class, yes, moving their bodies in response to the rhythm. As a music educator, that is something that I'd be very interested in. But I also know that by doing this, I am opening a window for students who may have cognitive disabilities. Because when it is that you use the rhythms and you allow for sounds and silence, in essence, it allows students the time to think and to express themselves. Yes? So music is one of the ways that we can use to access and to help students to feel more included in the activity. So if I were doing it with a class, I start my pattern, feel the beat, tell me the name of your favorite fruit, say mango, apple, strawberry. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit, say melon, banana, papaya. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit, say soursop, kiwi, pomegranate. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit. In my mind, here is an opportunity for students to think on the spot. Here's an opportunity for them to listen and respond to the beat of the music while it is being played, to show their ability to listen and differentiate and to come in on time. They are doing several things at the same time. And one of the things about inclusion is that you want to provide access. You want to find ways in which students are able to participate in different kinds of ways. Touching on kinesthetic, touching on auditory, touching on tactile if you need to, yes. Multiple intelligence that we know that all children possess. I don't know about you know, but when I hear this, the music naturally makes me want to move. And there are some students, to connect with them in the early childhood classroom, to be inclusive, we have to ensure that they're having experiences that cause them to move. Experiences that cause them to feel as though they are at play. I could go further. If it is a music activity as well, and I had flashcards, of course, instead of saying the name of the fruit, we could always point at different kinds of fruits and ask the students to make the sound, yes, that fruit to begin with. So if it's melon, for example, then give you a and if it's banana, then give you a b. And if it's, what is there? So orange, then give you a o. It is all there as a part of the experience. And this, as I mentioned, cognitive challenges that some students might have. It is when we kind of accept that this is a way of engagement, then we are also breaking down the content in a way that it allows for the development of language skills. So let's try it that way. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit. I want us to know that there are several layers to this kind of activity. And it is not just for students who may be encountering a language barrier. A part of inclusion also deals with the fact that there are students who maybe are operating at a higher cognitive level, and you may need to tailor the activity to ensure that they too are not excluded. Because we talk about inclusion, is we're talking about making sure that everybody feels like they are a part of the experience. One of the things that I would suggest that you would do in an activity like this is to say to students, all right, seeing that this is very easy for you, here are my cards. I would like you to arrange them based on the number of sound that each fruit name has. So if it has one sound rather, like plum, then you organize all the fruits that have one sound. And if it has two sounds like melon, then you organize in twos. And if it has three sounds like pineapple, then you organize in threes. And then you go back to your track. I hope you're seeing the value in this activity and how it is that we can tailor this strategy for each student. Plum, lime, grape. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit, say mango, melon, nada, kiwi. Tell me the name of your favorite fruit, say strawberry. From granite, tell me the name of your favorite fruit. At the end of an activity like this, I am meeting my musical goals. At the end of an activity like this, teachers are meeting their language goals. And we're doing it in a way where students are engaged in a variety of ways. Access is provided. And this is what inclusion is about. Being inclusive in the early childhood environment means that you will have to thoughtfully put together, did I say thoughtfully? Yes, thoughtfully and carefully plan how it is that you're going to make this experience diverse for all the students who are represented in the learning environment. If you are with me, if you're understanding, if I'm connecting, come put something in the chat, because we're talking about a constructivist approach here. So it's also important that you participate, yeah, and that I know that you are understanding and that the information is valuable and useful to you. We are jumping on. I hope you know this song. Yes, I'm committed to writing music for children that will impact them, that are useful within the environment. So I did this song in, I believe, one of the first one of the first development institutes that was actually put on by the early childhood, I believe in about 2019, thereabout. And in this song, it's really emphasizing the fact that we are made wonderfully. But we're doing that by looking at different parts of the body. And the fact that each person is unique, even though we might share similarities. So an interesting way to do it. Now, what I really want to emphasize, because we spoke about access and, in a sense, participation, one of the ways that we can get students to participate is to use different means of expression. So the voice, for example, is one of the ways that we can allow students to express themselves. So with my beautiful voice, I can speak. With my beautiful voice, I can whisper. With my beautiful voice, I can shout. With my beautiful voice, I will hum. With my beautiful voice, I will sing. With my beautiful voice, I will chant. With my beautiful voice, I can DJ. All forms of expression that we can use our voices to do. So we find multiple ways that students can express. Some move, yes, some are listening, some we give them an opportunity to participate with their voices. And we'll talk about why this is important and the benefits of doing that. So I'm going to go through my song. By the way, I don't know if it said it in there. I love to sing. Yeah, I write and I sing. So you will experience a bit of that today in the presentation. Now, this one is pretty simple. With my speaking voice, I've got a head, I've got a nose, I have 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. I've got a head, I've got a nose, I got 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. Now, music is allowing the children to be attentive and is allowing them to listen and imitate. This is a different kind of participation. So I'm saying something with my speaking voice, and I want you to listen, and I want you to copy the information as best as you can. So it's the listening skills right there, but we're going to use our voice. I'm going to go one more time. I've got a head. I've got a nose. I got 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. I've got a mouth that I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet. And I'm going places and seeing faces. And with my 2 arms, I'll give them braces. Let me put some movement to it. I've got a head. I've got a nose. I got 10 fingers. And I got 10 toes. I've got a mouth that I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet. And I'm going places and seeing faces. And with my 2 arms, I give embraces, and all the sounds around I hear loud and clear. So if you call my name, you know I'll be there. I'm using my singing voice, my speaking voice rather, as a means of engaging. Now, let's take it one step further, because we can have various types of expression. And maybe it's more like a chanting thing that's going to work for some children. So the speaking voice, I'm going to use our indigenous form of dub poetry as a means of I've got a head, I've got a nose, I have 10 fingers, and I got 10 toes. I've got a mouth that I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet, and I'm going places and seeing faces. And with my 2 arms, I'll give embraces. And all the sounds around I hear loud and clear. So if you call my name, you know I'll be there. Oh, there are so many children all around, and there's so much beauty to be found. And there's so many children who are just like me. And we are made, everybody say, wonderfully. I hope you're getting it. Using a different form of expression as a means of engaging. Giving students different ways in which they can express that they know, that they're able to do, that they understand. Yes? So we can do it with our voices as well. This is one of the ways that we can have children participate. Yes, singing time now, singing time. Where's my track? That I used to speak. I have a tongue to taste. I walk on 2 feet, and I'm going places and seeing faces. And with my 2 arms, I'll give embraces. And all the sounds around I hear loud and clear. So if you call my name, you know I'll be there. Oh, there are so many people all around, and there's so much beauty to be found. Yes, there's so many children who are just like me, and we are made, everybody say, wonderfully. 1, 2, 3, so touch your head, then you touch your nose. Wiggle your fingers, and then you touch your toes. Open your mouth, everybody say ah, and stick your tongue out like this, and go boo. There's so many people all around, and there's so much beauty to be found. Yes, there's so many children who are just like me. And we are made so wonderfully. Yes, we are made so wonderfully. Yeah. Yes, we are made so wonderfully. Yes, 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 yes. Wonderful. I hope you're getting that. Yeah, man. Yes, Miss Cargill. I hope you're getting that. We use our voice as a means of engaging our children. We ask them to use their voices in a variety of ways to show that they know, that they understand, that they're getting the concept that you're trying to bring across to them. That is but one way to use one specific medium. And this is really what I want each and everyone here to understand. We must provide access to our children. We must ensure that they have opportunities to participate. And the more varied the methods that we use, the more varied the instructional strategies that increases the probability that we might be able to include more students into the learning environment. That is hard work. That takes lots of thinking. Yes, but it's a part of what teaching requires. Somebody might say, but what about the children who are not able to use their voice as much? How will we ensure that those students also participate? Well, just like I said, this is really about thinking about what it is that we can do as educators to ensure that those students are included. So if they can't fully participate with the voice, then let them use body, the body, work on the kinesthetic to also engage in that way. If they can't sing fully, let them hum. Voice same way. Voice. Na, 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 na. It works just the same. Inclusion. What if it's a la 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 that them can do? One syllable. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. I want everyone to participate. I run in my track one more time, but this time we're going to be using just body movements to show and to help others to participate. Time. There are so many people all around, and there's so much beauty to be found. Yes, there's so many children who are just like me, and we are made so wonderful. Everybody say wonderfully. You can count. Head. And go boom. So many people we are made so wonderfully. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. All right, so my screen just froze. Miss Campbell, are you still there?
I am right here. I am right here, right here, right here. Go
All
right
right, here.
ahead.
Go ahead. All right, so excellent. So we find ways, different ways to have the children participate, because participation is a great part of inclusion. And we do that by finding different ways to engage them, different modes of engagement. Some will sing, some will chant, some will hum, some will vocalize with syllables, some will use movements as a means of demonstrating, and I could go on, because I'm sure with the song that we just did, if we wanted to, there are visual ways visual cues that we could use, like the ones I was using, to help students to participate. The aim is just to ensure that regardless of the child's ability or disability, whatever it is, that they have the opportunity to participate. Quick story. So I'm doing this session with a bunch of kids, right? And this child starts to give me quite a bit of trouble. He's running across the room. And I'm like, oh my God, this kid is going to destroy the class. And he's up and down and he's climbing up. And I said, no man, I have to get this under control because it's disrupting the whole thing. You see, regardless of the fact that he's operating on a different level, yes, than some of the other children who are there, that child has to also be included. So I'm thinking about how it is that I'm going to help this young man to get the things that he needs to know and do in this particular environment, and to also appreciate the values or the attitudes that are necessary in the early childhood environment. And as I try to engage the students in just run on the table, and I'm like, oh my God, what I'm going to do? And I say, you know what? I'm going to go old school on him. I see the principal come out of the office, and I say, all right, see the principal there? I want to send to the principal office. I want to say to early childhood teachers, the threats will work sometimes, but the threats don't work all the time. He looked, and he realized the principal came out, and he stopped. When she went back in, I'm gone again. I'm like, oh my God, how am I going to do this? I'm standing there with my instruments in my hand. So I have one of these in my hand, which is called a boom whacker. And I have the boom whacker, and he goes, he wants boom whacker. And I'm saying, no, you have to behave yourself. And he goes, I said, no, behave yourself, man. You have to conduct yourself properly because I want to participate, but you have to listen to what I'm saying to you. So, and it dawned on me, because all the class is now watching me, and they're seeing this, well, in a sense, undesirable behavior for what we're going to do. And he kicks and he screams and he goes and he goes, ah! And he starts screaming. I'm like, oh my God, this is not going well. What will I do? And then I said, oh, you want to participate? You want the boom whacker? And he says, yes. But I said, but I would want you to also behave properly in the class. And he says, I behave. I said, what? He said, yes, I behave, Uncle Andre. I said, well, that sounds good. But I said, but I don't want the class to feel like I'm going to be rewarding bad behavior. So I said, all right, he wants to participate. I want him to participate. He has now made a commitment to conducting himself properly. Yes, showing the right values and attitudes for what I need in this particular instance. Obviously, there might have been some ADHD situation there because of the lack of attentiveness, yes, and the fact that he was very restless and not responding in the manner which was necessary and not showing attention as necessary. But he says, I behave. And I said, you want to participate? And he said, yes, I want to participate. Many of the students in the class, guess what? All they want to do is participate. And we have to spend the time to figure out that all the children there, they want to be included and they want to participate. So I said, I tell you what, can you tell the class that you want to participate and you behave? And he says, yes. And he goes in front of the class and he goes, I behave. I said, yes, and you're going to participate too. And he says, yes. I give him, and he starts to play the rhythm. And it's wonderful. And he plays and he enjoys himself, playing his mango, ti-ti-ti, mango, ti-ti-ti-ti, mango, ti-ti-ti-ti, mango. And while he does this and plays his mango, I said, all right, but how am I going to get him now? Give it back to me now, because somebody else has to now participate, because there's no inclusion that other people get chance. And then my psychology kicked in. I said, who would you choose to now have a chance? And he says, oh, I know. And he gives it over to somebody else and he sits down. And I am absolutely stoned now, because here is a kid that was climbing on the wall, literally. Now given the opportunity to participate and empowered to make a decision in the classroom, that is constructivism being exemplified. And in doing that, this student now becomes one of the greatest participators. We have to find ways to engage them to ensure that all students participate. If they are hyperactive, we have to find ways so that they can demonstrate attention and put them within the context of a structure so that they can also show that they can listen and follow cues and do what is necessary. The Egg Shaker song does just that. I had done a bit of this in my last presentation with the Early Childhood Commission. I'm going to share just a bit of it with you today. And essentially the song is really showing students how to use this particular instrument. It's called the Egg Shaker, which, by the way, on the note of inclusion, it's an opportunity as well for students to demonstrate their creativity. While it is that I'm showing this here, there is an opportunity as well for students to create their own instruments. So some students, tactile ones, will be more than willing to jump ahead, to take a bottle, to take a can, to take something. Safety first, so choose very carefully, select carefully, and fill it with beads or with stones or something to jump and shake. I want you to find something to jump and shake today, because I'm going to show you what is the egg shaker song.
Shake them high, shake them low, shake them really fast. Can you shake them slow? Jump and shake your egg shaker. Jump and shake your egg shaker. Jump and shake, jump and shake, jump and shake your egg shaker. Can you jump and shake your egg shaker? Jump and shake your egg shaker. Jump and shake, jump and shake, jump and shake your egg shaker. Can you march and shake your egg shaker? March and shake your egg shaker. March and shake, march and shake, march and shake your egg shaker. Can you wiggle and shake your egg shaker? Wiggle and shake your egg shaker. Wiggle and shake, wiggle and shake, wiggle and shake your egg shaker. Shake them high, shake them low, shake them really fast. Can you shake them slow? Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Na 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 na.
I hope you enjoyed that song as much as I did. I've used it in the classroom and it has provided great success in terms of getting different kinds of students to participate. Students who possibly may be having issues with their motor skills. This is an opportunity to work on those finer motor skills. It's an opportunity to work on those gross motor skills. It's an opportunity for them to move in rhythm, yes, to sort of correct some of the difficulties that they're having. So when we speak about inclusion, it's even including students who may have other health or orthopedic impairments. And it might take a song like this to kind of spur them into motion or to get them to do what is necessary. All right, I see that we are now at 3:28. I would have loved to do my lullaby with you to do a kind of cool down, but we are, I know, out of time. Here are the three things that I would like you to remember before we go today. An inclusive music environment requires focus on three areas. And this is true for all areas in education. We must allow them to access. We must ensure that there are ample opportunities for participation through various modalities. I didn't do much on the supports part of it, but what we're doing now is really demonstrating one aspect of support, that is professional development, that is necessary as we seek to ensure that all students get involved. So we talk about access, we talk about entry, making sure that they are able to get in. We talk about expression and expressing themselves in different ways. How will they show that they have learned in different ways? And engagement as well. How are we going to break that information in different ways so that different learners at different levels will be able to enjoy and make the best use of the learning environment. That is my presentation for today. I would like to thank you all so much for participating, for listening, for whether it is singing, dancing, whatever it is that you would have done. Please do continue to make those wonderful strides to ensure that all our students are included in the early childhood classroom. My name is Andre Adman. If you love the music and you want to follow and participate, I'm on social media. Please do jump in and hope to see you all again soon. God bless you and take care.
Locks up Andre. Me sorry, say me in a one room with so much people. Come, I just want burst out. I just want go and bad. Andre, we may fear me get go to. Why you have to be so strong, Andre? Look here. Let me tell you some of my comments in the chat. Look here, Lord have mercy. Let me go through. All right. Somebody said just the other day, my colleague and I were talking about how easily children learn through music and how we could use it more regularly. It's a great way to get them to participate in a lesson. All right. And you see I5, you see whole heap of emojis in Andre, a whole lot of emojis.
Beautiful.
Yes, Mr. Adman, give with the chorus in Spanish too to accommodate your scream approach. You know what I'm talking about. I don't know what is that. Miss Rowe, I don't know what Miss Rowe talking about.
It's from the panel discussion.
Okay,
we're talking about STEM. Yeah, we're talking about STEM, STEAM, and stream. And I said maybe scream is what we may do next by putting a C somewhere in there for culture.
That okay? No, I see it. I see it. No, I see it. No, yes. Somebody say whippy, yeah, amazing, awesome, incredible. Somebody say, let me just again them, Andre, you're full of life, loving the island vibes. And you could also add instruments to let them play. Yeah. Nobody will be left out. When it hits you, you feel no pain. What a wicked connection. It's so doing, no one will be left out. I am loving this. Got me moving. It can't done. Andre.
Na 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 na.
Yes, sir.
Na 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 na.
Special.
I love it. It was such a pleasure being here today.
Yes, I think all our participants really enjoyed this presentation. Is I just want to get radical. I'm a calm, I feel be very nice. I feel compose myself. And this is not Stacey and Campbell Cargill. Everybody know me by this. I like excitement. But sir, thank you very much for presenting today, showing us that children can learn through music. Yes. And it's a very effective way in teaching. The amount of things where you bring out, and the 3 little songs that you sang just now, a whole heap of stuff, sir. It's a whole heap of stuff. So thank you very much, practitioners. See, spot on, Andre. Lovely presentation, sir. Great presentation. It bad, no pain, pure gain. I'm so enjoying this presentation. The comments can done. So, sir, thank you very much. Do have yourself a wonderful day, sir. Go on with a good self. Hear me, sir. Go on the good self.
Thank
Practitioners, remember now too. And this is a good time. Please complete the evaluation form. Remember, go to pdi.ecc.gov.com. Andre want to get some feedback. ECC want to get some feedback. So hurry up. We're going to fill out the presentation and come back. We'll soon be back in the next 10 minutes or so. All right. Bye, everyone. Thank you very much, Mr. Adman. Na 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 na. I'm special.
This is a message from the Early Childhood Commission. Do you have a child between 0 to 2 years of age? If yes, you need to download the ECC's First 1000 Days app. It allows you to receive parenting tips, track developmental milestones, learn about the Brain Builder concept, receive relevant articles and research, plus interactive content. The First 1000 Days app, now available for download on the Google Play Store and the Apple App Store.
Childhood Commission is delighted to present to you the first 1000 Days app. This app will give you access to information on the first 1000 days of your child's life. You will be able to track developmental milestones, and we will give you an opportunity to connect with parents as well as with the Early Childhood Commission. I will now give you 3 simple steps to download the app to your Android device.
Step 1. Go to the Google Play Store and search for First 1000 Days. That is 1ST 1000 days. Step number 2. Open the app and sign up with an email or your Facebook or Twitter accounts. Step number 3 is the easiest of them all. Enjoy the features of this wonderful app.
That was a message brought to you by the Early Childhood Commission.
The following is a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Did you know that the first 1000 days of life is the most important time to the development of the brain and mind of a little child? We have to make sure good nutrition is a must. Stimulation is another plus. Find the time to read and sing to them. Make sure the kids come first. And not because it seems they don't have no cares. We must protect their eyes and ears. Abuse and violence can affect them for years and years.
Today's children will become tomorrow's citizens. If we fail to give them the proper foundation to healthy and productive lives, our future will be at risk. Remember, The first 1,000 days of a child's life matter. Ensure they receive love, protection, stimulation, and nutrition.
That was a message from the Early Childhood Commission.
Good afternoon again. So earlier we were dancing with Andre Adman. Now we're going to mellow it down a little bit. And we have two beautiful ladies with us this afternoon. I would say that Dr. Chai Lim, oh Lord, I won't get it fully correct. Dr. Lim, don't beat me, all right? Please, I'm begging you, but maybe you can correct me as soon as you come on, all right? So we have Dr. Lim and we have Dr. Megan Vin with us this afternoon. And let me just give you a little background. Dr. Lim is no stranger to us. We would have seen her at the first session that we had when we started the workshops, and she's here again with us today. But let me give you a little background for those who don't know her. She's currently a senior technical assistant specialist at the Frank Porter Graham Child Development Institute at the University of North Carolina, Chapel Hill, USA. Dr. Lim serves as the co-director of the STEM Innovation for Inclusion in Early Education Center, STEMI, and is also PI of Script NC, where she works with community college faculty to better prepare early child professionals to serve children with disabilities and who are from culturally and racially diverse families. Dr. Lim provides leadership on web-based professional development resources and modules, evaluation and technical assistance, specifically in the areas of equitable access and participation of children with disabilities in inclusive settings. Welcome, Dr. Lim. Now, let me introduce Dr. Megan Vin. She is a senior technical assistant specialist at Frank Porter Graham Child Development Institute at the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. Am I mixing up something right here? No, I'm not. Chapel Hill, USA. Dr. Vin currently serves as the PI of the STEM Innovation for Inclusion in Early Education, STEMI Center, and the co-PI of the Early Child Technical Assistance, ECTA Center. Dr. Vin provides leadership, technical assistance, and evaluation support around improving state early intervention and early child special education service systems, increasing the implementation of effective practices and enhancing outcomes of these programs for young children and their families. Welcome, 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 ladies. I don't know what does it mean? What is shishini? I want to talk Chinese. What is shishini? What is that? And I remember knowing about singing happy birthday, Julie Sunny Kwaila, Julie Sunny Kwaila. Am I singing it properly? But welcome, ladies. Thank you very much for having you. Dr. Vin, blessings. Thank you very much for being here. So I now turn over this section to you both.
Thank you so much. We are
Thank you so much.
so excited to be here and hope we can live up to your very kind and wonderful introduction. So we're really excited to be here. Like we were introduced, I'm Megan Vin, and I'm joined by Dr. Ching Lim, and we're really excited to talk to you today about inclusion for all in STEM learning, and really thinking about, as I was watching some of the videos on the first 1,000 days that you guys had going, really thinking about this is a great way for us to think about, we're going to provide some strategies and practices for thinking about how you can do some of that stimulation, how you can stimulate some learning related to STEM, as this is sort of how kids are interacting with the world. And so we are so happy to be here. And we hope that you know that throughout, if you have questions or comments, you can email us, whatever works for you all. We really want to hear from you as well. To start, if you want to go, why don't we, yeah. Oh no, go to the last one. Thanks, Ching. To start, we wanted to just take a moment, and I know you've been, I know Ching was here with you earlier and that you've had lots going on, but we'd like you to just take a moment to think about how are you arriving here at this session? We want you to think about why you're here. You know, what is it that you're hoping to get from us? So maybe reflect on that. And then something else that we really talk about when we do some of these sessions is we want you to think about what you're bringing with you right now that may impact how you receive this information. And we start with this because we know that when we talk about inclusion for young children with disabilities, that often sometimes we're bringing our own biases, beliefs, attitudes, or thoughts about inclusion that may impact how we receive this. And so we like to upfront really start to think about what are those things that you might be bringing that impact whether or not we feel like some children should be included and some should not. So I think that's really important. And also to acknowledge that sometimes when we talk about inclusion, when we're talking about, we saw this in your first 1,000 days video, sort of thinking about that, how you feel right now, that love, that peace around how you're feeling, what you want to get out of this and why you're here for that work that you do to support young children. And I'm going to just share that a little bit more about myself. I'm Megan Vin. Like I said, I'm the co-director of the STEM Innovation for Inclusion in Early Education. We're a center that's funded through the U.S. Department of Education to provide, to really think about how we can support inclusion for young children with disabilities in STEM learning, especially children who have traditionally been excluded from such opportunities. And so that's the work that we do. And maybe as a little about me, I am a white cisgender woman. My pronouns are she, her, hers. And I am also a mother. So I'm really excited to be here. I have what I've said in other things, a young-ish child. He's 7. And so I'm really happy to be here to bring some of my passion for this work and hopefully to learn from you all as well. And Ching, I'm going to let you give a little introduction about yourself as well.
Yep, sure. So really glad to be here again. And I learned so much from the panelists also on Tuesday when I was with you all. So I am a cisgender Singaporean woman who is and I'm wearing like this black top with I guess like grayish kind of spots on it. It's not exactly circles, but just spots. And I have a 10-year-old son at home, so not far off from Megan, and I do miss those early years. Yeah, so I'm really excited to be here to share, you know, both, I think, our work as well as just some personal experiences.
Thanks. All right. Well, like we said, what we hope that we're going to do today, and I hope that you took some time to reflect on what you're bringing with you today too. But what we hope to talk about today is we want to talk about why STEM learning is critical for each and every child. We think that this is foundational, is to really talk about why STEM. We often, I don't know if you get this in your work, but we often get questions about why we're doing STEM work for birth to 5-year-olds. And so we're going to talk a little bit about that. We're also going to talk about ways to identify some strategies for how you could make adaptations to some of these experiences, and to think about how you can intentionally plan and implement engaging STEM. And so we hope that this will be something that will share some strategies, and then again, that, you know, we can learn from you all as well. Just a little bit, I said this a little bit earlier, but we wanted to make sure that this is sort of our foundational context, is that we aim to make sure that young children with disabilities participate and benefit from high quality STEM teaching and learning. And we know, and I can say in the US specifically, we know that children with disabilities are not being provided opportunities to benefit and engage in high quality STEM learning in their early childhood years, or actually in their later years as well. But we know that that's one of our focuses. And we also know that there are children from historically underserved populations. We know young Black children with disabilities, girls, especially here where within my context, are that we are not providing everyone those opportunities. And so our goal is to really ensure that we are giving children the opportunity and then really finding ways to meaningfully engage them. All right, so to get started, we want you to take a little test. Now, don't anybody leave, but I want you to either just think about, we're going to ask some questions and really think about maybe what you do in your own practice, or maybe what you see in practice around you, or what you see, whatever role that you have. We hope that you'll use this from the lens and adapt the wording in whatever way needs to happen for you to take this within your own context. So the first question we want you to think about when you think about your own practice or how you work with children and families is really thinking critically about how often do you recognize the strengths, needs, interests, and abilities of children with disabilities? And then within that, how often do you maybe recognize children's thinking? How often do you maybe see what they're thinking or understand how they're learning, or notice their interests, right? Thinking about what toys or materials or activities or people they're really gravitating towards during their everyday activities. And then we also want you to think about how often do you follow the lead of children with disabilities while they are engaged in everyday activities? Or are you often leading? The next thing is, how often do you focus on what a child with a disability can do? And then we also want you to think about, if needed, how often do you provide, so maybe make some changes? Do you provide supports or accommodations or adaptations to really ensure a child is engaged in whatever you're doing? And then within that, how often do you intentionally look at your environment, your materials, or whatever it is you're using or that you have around you, or your instruction? How often do you make changes to those based on individual child goals and outcomes? And this is going to come up a little later, because I know, at least in a lot of the programs or places that Ching and I work, sometimes people, when we work with them, often think about how we can make changes to the child. And our lens is really thinking about how can you make changes to what you as the adult are doing to either the environment, materials, or instruction to really provide support to all learners within your work. All right. And then the last question we have, and then we'll reflect, is how often do you respond positively to a child's attempts to repeat or practice something or try something new and different during their STEM experiences? And then we want you to take a moment to think about, do you do this for some children? Do you do this for all children, including children that maybe have really significant needs or who have historically been underserved? And we would like you to just take a moment to think about this, to think about maybe how you felt as we were asking those questions. And one of the things is, these are some of the foundational practices that we build on within STEMI to really support engagement of all young children in whatever it is we're doing. So we'd love you to take a minute to just think about this, how you felt and what you thought about that.
Dr. Vin, I know
Yes.
it's going to take a little time for them to
Yes.
respond. So I don't know if you want to just continue with the presentation, and then gradually we'll get the responses.
Okay. Oh, great. I'm so glad. If you see the responses, you'll let me know. That's great.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right. Let's go to the next one. So, and I have to say, I'm really not very good with wait time. So I appreciate you jumping in, because I try to give enough time for people to think, but I'm really terrible at giving enough time to wait. I will also share that we have built some of this work that we're going to share with you today There are these things that we've developed with another hat that I wear, which is the Early Childhood Technical Assistance Center, with some of our partners that do work on social emotional development, is what are called indicators of high quality inclusion. And we have developed these with states in the US as well, and with a large core of partners. But really the ones that, and we'll share the link and things, the early care and education environment indicators are the ones that are, what are the inclusive practices that happen with children and families? And so those are really critical. Those are what practitioners or teachers do to support children and families at a classroom level, perhaps. We called it the environment indicators because many of our partners said we don't call ourselves a classroom. So it was really about thinking about the environment. But then the other levels are really about what infrastructure needs to be in place so that you can do that well, so that practitioners can have the supports and resources needed to really do inclusion well. And so we're going to connect to that as we move forward. The other foundation for our work and why we think this is so important is, I think you can see that the United Nations 2014, one of the global goals for sustainable development was to ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and to promote lifelong learning opportunities for all by 2030. And I think I can say, and Ching chime in, I think we have a lot of work to do to get towards this. And so that's part of what we're doing, is trying to take a piece. We see ourselves as a marriage of inclusion practices and high quality STEM teaching and learning. And so we're going to share more about that as we move forward, but just know that this is a foundation for our work as well. And we also think, again, that all children have the right to equitable learning opportunities that really enable them to achieve their full potential as engaged learners and valued members of society. And so it's not something that we think children have to earn, but that all children deserve the right to equitable learning opportunities. And that includes in STEM as well. All right. We do have a quick video, and we hope one of the things that we've done is we developed, there's a longer version of this, so you can go check it out, but a documentary on really why this work is important. And we think it's better to be said from someone other than maybe Ching and I, but by folks who are in the STEM field or who have disabilities. And so we're gonna let them share a little bit about why this work is so important, why inclusion in STEM is important.
Yeah.
So that's what you like to do, right?
Yeah. So I do like gym.
Yeah.
It's something that isn't really talked too much about in early childhood special education, but it's so important to look at how we can integrate STEM into early childhood.
To be honest, first time I heard STEM in like elementary school and middle school, but in early head start or early education, I never heard about it. So I don't think in early childhood there's a good understanding about implementing STEM.
There's not a whole lot of training for educators even today on what includes STEM.
One of my teachers, she offered doing a robotics one, but the school denied it. So if she did that, then yes, a lot of my friends would have started going to STEM.
I know a lot of parents whose kids are very much interested, but I mean, we ourselves, we had that issue when he was interested, but we couldn't really take the time out and go do it all.
I used to think I was not good at math. A lot of people told me that math is really hard for people with Down syndrome, and I believe that.
For blind kids, a lot of the world is hearsay. You hear about the Batmobile, about the Millennium Falcon, or about a car. Like, nah, I can't do that. That's for sighted kids.
Learning how to adapt and how to not compare myself to how other people would do it.
I got a lot of resistance from the teachers saying they can't engage in STEM. They're not going to experiment with things.
And you can't blame the school because the schooling system is overwhelmed. You can't blame the parents because parents are trying their best. So
because there's so much that they have to do in a relatively short period of time, sometimes the system's not set up to have them just explore something of interest. The children with disabilities who don't really have a lot of opportunities to explore their interests or really problem solve or, engage it with materials that are more open-ended.
Kids are I've seen that they kind of get averse to it because they're like, that's too much of work on my end. They are not exposed to the fun that you could get out of it.
It's important that we don't reserve STEM learning for certain kinds of kids.
Technology played a big part in my ability to make up for my physical disability. That model of education really let me grow and figure out where I wanted to be.
If you have goals that look at literacy, and if you have goals that look at, developing, friendships or social interactions, this actually can really be a very powerful vehicle.
A lot of the kids with disabilities are visual learners like me, so STEM is perfect.
Right.
Yeah.
So as we're thinking about that, really thinking about that STEM isn't just for some kids, it's for every child. We also wanted to think about, we're going to talk in a minute about where you start, but one of the things we wanted to do too is that we know that there's a lot of research and a lot of work on inclusion in general that we've built upon. And there's a lot of research on what sort of better inclusion settings look like and operate like. And so we hope that it comes across that we're thinking about some of these things as we're developing different activities. But we know from the research that having more typically developing peers to peers with disabilities is important, especially because it's really important to use peers and other children that fully utilizing that peer influence to support learning. That's really, really, really fun and true. And we're going to talk about, we have some activities that can be done with different groups of students to support each other and different groups of children. We know that inclusion is every day, all day long, and then it requires a service delivery approach that's not just one person, but that's transdisciplinary. We also know that it's important to have predictable, comprehensible routines. And then it's also really important to have a wide range of things that you're doing. So in the beginning, we had that test where we asked about what practices you were using. Those are a wide range of evidence-based practices that are really important to inclusion. But also, I would argue, and I think Ching would agree with me, she can nod along or shake her head if she doesn't, but we know that those are just good practices. They're practices that are good for all kids, right? And probably practices that you're using to support children that you're working with. We also know that practice-based coaching is important, and that thinking about how you support social emotional development is really critical. And so with that, it's really thinking about, where do I start? And so this is where we're gonna get down into some of the work that we're doing at STEMI. So the
Dr.
first
Ving?
place, yes.
All right. I see 2 responses.
Awesome.
All right. So one would have Lorna Heron said, have me thinking deep. So you have her thinking deep about the question. And the other person, Rosemary Hay, said, sometimes I make adjustments to the environment. Oftentimes the child isn't diagnosed, so we just speculate and honestly just don't have enough knowledge and resources to do so.
Thank you. We really appreciate those responses and recognize that it is really important. Like you said, there are many children who perhaps are not diagnosed yet. And so we hope that some of these things that we're going to talk about provide some ideas for ways, for you to think about maybe what you're seeing with children and ways you might provide some supports. And I think, again, that's really for children with and without disabilities is really, you sort of led me into where and how do we get started, which is starting with children's thinking, starting with children, their interest, who they are, and really starting with the child is going to help us to think about how do we make adaptations, or how do we change the environment and materials and instruction, or how do we pull in things that children are interested in and build and grow on? And so I really appreciate those thoughts that you're seeing in the chat, and hope that you will keep them coming. If you have questions that come up during, please feel free to add those as well. And Stacy, and thank you so much for sharing that.
You're welcome.
But we're going to start with the child. And it's important to think about what their interests are. Now, I want to be clear, we're not saying only do things that kids are interested in, because there are a lot of things that maybe you introduce that children don't have experience with, and then they become interested in them. So I think it's an important mix, right, of knowing what children are interested in, building upon that, and then also trying new things and introducing new things that provide children different experiences and opportunities. And the way we see this is at STEMI, we do what's called a learning trajectories approach. And so more will be coming on this on our website. And then there's also some other resources that we'll share too. What we've been doing is developing what's called learning trajectories. There are currently learning trajectories in math that we're building on with our colleagues at the University of Denver. And what this is it provides there's three parts. The first one is a goal. So what is the STEM piece that I'm working on? What's my goal? And then there's what's called a developmental progression. So how are kids developing towards that goal? And we think of this, that children's thinking idea of really seeing what kids see, as a developmental, as sort of a path. And so it's like this garden path that you see in the picture. Although what's really important is you don't have to take that exact path to get to the end, right? I could walk off the path, or I could walk around it. So it's really important that you don't think about this as linear, but that we think about this as really understanding where a child is and then being able to support that growth. And within that then comes these, what we're calling instructional activities, which are really, how do you provide experiences through joyful play, connected to what you're already doing through literacy or books, and really try to support children in moving along this path towards the goal. And so it moves from sort of more foundational to more sophisticated, but there's a lot of ways that you can get through to that. And then within that, it's really important, and we're gonna, I think, we're gonna do a video here in a quick minute where we're going to provide you some example of this idea of children's thinking. And so it's really important that we observe carefully and that we really pay attention to what kids do, say, or communicate in many different ways. So they may not just, and I know that you all know this as you're doing work with children, they may not just say what they're thinking. You may have to see it in other ways. And so it's about putting on a new lens. And sometimes there's a new lens for each child you're working with. And then the other piece is that it's a really strengths-based approach. And it's really all about what children can do versus what they can't do, which I know I said earlier is sometimes what we get caught up in. But it's really thinking about what can kids do and how can we support their learning no matter where they are. And this starts really early. STEM, we know that when we talk about STEM, we're talking about infants and toddlers just as well as we are for children who are 3 to 5 and older, but really thinking about how we can, like, for example, during bath time, maybe there's some splashing that's happening, or maybe, mealtime, whatever it is, but really noticing how children are thinking. And it's important to not just focus on the right answer, but to focus on also what they're doing, because sometimes the wrong answer is just an important teacher as the right answer. Right. So we're going to show this video. I want you to know there isn't any sound, so don't be looking for sound, but I want you to notice, and there's going to be a little girl who comes into screen that is, I think, wearing bell bottoms. I can't remember what color they are, but you're going to see her with 2 magnet sticks. And I want you to just take a quick minute while you're watching and think about what you're seeing in terms of this child's thinking. We'll tell you when she comes into screen. She's about to. But you can see she's going to join this activity with the two other children. Oh, there she is. So within that, and Ching chime in too, did you notice some of the things that we saw was, I don't know if it was clear, but those were magnets, right? And so she was using that and really taking a moment to recognize she saw that they attracted each other. So she was putting them together and then she put them to her head, right? And it would be easy for us to maybe say, wait, don't do that. But what she was doing, and I think you could see it when she got it, was, okay, it doesn't stick to my head. It doesn't stick to my knees, but then they stick together. And so I think that's important. We love this video because it's sort of the subtle look at some of the things we sometimes might miss in terms of her working out. She also licked it. I don't know if you saw that in the beginning, but also working out, what is this that she's doing? And so Ching, did you see anything that I missed?
No, I think, this is like you're saying, something that we will easily miss. And you might think that, oh, maybe she's just trying to use it as musical instruments. But I think, what she was really trying to do was to figure out, like, how does this thing actually work? And I think she wasn't really, she's not able to speak, right? If I'm not wrong, she's a non-speaking kid. But if you just pay attention and observe, you see that, she's trying to really make sense of these objects that are in her hand. Yeah. And that is what is so fascinating and just so exciting about it.
Mm-hmm. Thanks, Ching. And so within this as well, and I did see we have a question, so I'm going to get to that in just a minute. But when we go to the next one of the pieces that we do is, so within this, so you're starting with children's thinking, what your goal is, really thinking about being intentional, which is probably how you plan a lot of things, right? Maybe it's what book am I going to read today? Or what, you're thinking about your intentional planning, or what activities am I going to set up so that children have opportunities to engage with them? What materials or how am I going to set up my my program or my classroom? But what we're talking about also is within that is thinking about the children who are in your program and thinking about how, or in your classroom, thinking about how I'm going to make adaptations. And we think about that again is, what do I need to do to the environment, activities and routines? What materials, how do I need to make adaptations to materials? And then what do I need to do with instruction? So for example, it's really about removing all of the barriers that might come up. And I saw the question that someone had about differentiating children between maybe later development or a child with other forms of disabilities. And I think it's really important that as we think about this approach, it's even it's more about understanding and building relationships with individual children and their families to know about them, their strengths, their concerns, and to be really thinking about how you can engage all learners effectively. So it's not really disability specific, which is, I think, important. But I do think, and this is something we can provide some resources on, my other hat, we do talk about how you maybe assess for different types of disabilities. And so CCN, I might send you some things that we have some different resources that might be useful for folks. But I wanted you to think too about, so for example, if I'm going to look at the environment, activities and routines, maybe I'm thinking about how I'm setting things up. So can every child reach whatever it is, the materials? How's the activity done? Do I need to think about the length of time? Maybe this is going to be way too long. So what do I need to really think about in terms of what routines and activities and environments I'm setting up? Then maybe I'm thinking about what materials. Maybe I'm modifying toys. Maybe rather than hard blocks, I'm using soft blocks. Or maybe I'm using materials, or maybe there's different assistive technology devices, like you've got pictures or other things happening. Or maybe I am changing my instruction. Maybe I am prompting a bit more or reducing steps. And so we're going to share a little bit about that as well. And this really comes into play, not on the goal or developmental progressions. We wanted to make sure it was clear. Sometimes we get the question from folks, are we going to be doing developmental progressions just for children with disabilities? And the answer is no, because the goals and the developmental progressions are true for all children, right? What we think are the important STEM concepts and the ways that maybe you're showing what you know and how you're making progress are really the same. But the tasks and how I change and modify the environment, materials, and instruction might be different. And so it's really in the instructional tasks that I make the changes as the adult to individualize STEM activities and routines within daily routines and environments. And so with that, and I will, we have these as well. We do have, and I think this is something that came up when you were sharing some of the other thoughts that people had. This is a guide to adaptations, and we have a guide to adaptations. We also have some different activities that incorporate potential adaptations you might need to make. But you can see that things like, having a cup with handles, maybe that's an environmental, maybe that's a material adaptation. Maybe we're using books and a child's having trouble grasping the pages, so I put paper or index, something in there to make it easier to grasp. Perhaps I'm adding, I'm allowing children to, I'm adding rails to some of the step stools so that the child can come and stand where everyone else is. Or maybe I am changing my instruction and creating like prompting cards that say, here's what's going to come first in the day, whatever it might be. Or using visuals to really articulate the activity, or doing first then prompts. I think what I'm hoping you also know is one of the things Ching and I always do in these presentations is that both STEM and these adaptations do not need to be expensive. So it's not like for STEM you have to buy a bunch of stuff that you bring in. Ching's going to talk actually right now in just a minute about what are some everyday routines and activities, and how do you connect this to that? And so it's really important that we think, what are you already doing? How do you make this easy for yourself? And how is it not expensive for anyone that needs to do it as well? And we hope that a lot of our stuff makes it easier because you can download and print and use it as you need it. And it's all freely available. We also have this guide to teaching practices, which might be useful as well, which is thinking about maybe what are some strategies that you could use, like prompting, to really support independence for children, and to support children in fully engaging in those activities. All right, now Ching, I think they've heard enough from me. So now we're going to turn it over to you, and we'll keep checking the chat as well. So if there are more questions, let us know. And now I'm going to turn over to you, Ching.
Yeah, thanks so much, Megan. And I just wanted to, I think just make some of those connections to, I think it just bounced by itself. Make some connections to the plenary on Tuesday. I think, like Lady Price was sharing about how important it is to think about the environment and the materials. And so I think like what Megan was saying earlier, that these are not really just practices that are for kids with disabilities, but it's really just really good practices for all children to be considering all these factors and things that we think about while we are, being very intentional about setting those STEM learning opportunities. So I think, Megan has been talking about this a lot, that, STEM doesn't have to be expensive. It can be incorporated into everyday routines and activities. So just think for a minute, what daily routines and activities do you think that STEM could be embedded into? And, you could just type into the chat box. And then let's just take a minute for that.
Dr. Lim, could you just repeat the question, please?
Yep. So the question is, just think about what daily routines and activities do you think you can incorporate STEM learning into? So I think that the pictures actually give some hints for that. Like, for example, you could perhaps use bath time or meal time.
Okay, thank you very much. As you rightfully said, let us give them a little time to respond.
Mm-hmm. Okay, keep those responses coming. And I think, Megan, do you think I should move on to the next? Yep. And so here are just some examples of, what we think STEM could be, where STEM could be embedded. And I think, there's so much potential to learn about STEM every day. For example, when you're getting dressed, you could talk about like weather, like, okay, let's check the temperature, what kinds of what clothes do you think we should be wearing? Is it a warm day? Is it going to be cold? And even the steps to, getting dressed as well. Yes, Stacey.
All right, the responses are coming in. So Nicole Lawrence would have said guided learning, circuit time. Paula Shaw would have said getting dressed. Nicole Morgan, circuit time. Rose Hay, getting dressed, talk about colors, body parts as they get dressed. Story time, bath time, outdoor play. So those are some of the responses.
Yeah, that's great. I think, you see all your, answers right here as well. Yeah, those are some really great opportunities. I mean, it can be everywhere. And, I'm just, I think, when my son was younger, my pocket was always full of rocks and pebbles or treasures, as he puts it, and that he loved collecting when we would go on nature walks. And I think, trust me, those things were probably more precious than any of those toys that I got him at home. And, but, I think, one thing is that collecting those in itself isn't STEM yet. It only becomes an opportunity when we adults start talking about and using those STEM vocabulary and introducing STEM concepts and asking those questions. So for example, I would, start talking to him about the different textures of the pebbles. Some were smooth, others were rough. Some felt kind of cool if we pulled them out from the stream, while others were hot, if they had been sitting out in the sun. And we also counted them and sorted them by colors or textures. So really by using the STEM vocabulary and asking those open-ended questions and what we always call STEM talk, and I think mostly for us also to demonstrate that curiosity for learning and to explore. I mean, many times we don't have the answers, but we could kind of model that curiosity and saying, okay, let's go find out more about it through books or credible websites to just learn more. Yeah, and Megan, you could add any personal stories. Diapering, yeah, it's another another great way to just engage, you know, kids and like little babies and just some of the STEM talk as well. Yeah. Okay, so to help you get started, we actually have some resources on our website that are focused on routines and just some simple ways of introducing concepts, making those adaptations that Megan introduced earlier, and also asking some examples of open-ended questions. So here on the screen, you'll see mealtime explorations for infants. We also have one similar one for toddlers as well as preschoolers. And then you see like on the far right, a tip sheet for our storybook conversation series. So we all know it's so critical. And I think, you know, this was something that we talked about at the plenary, which is the importance to really integrate, you know, whether be it we call it STEM or STREAM or STEAM, or I think Andre was saying
Scream.
Yeah, scream. Yeah, remember that, Stacy Ann? Yeah, so I think, you know, no matter what we call it, I think, you know, there's just, it's so important to really attend to the whole child. And children don't say, oh, you know, I'm doing math or I'm doing science, but, you know, they pretty much, I think, you know, STEM could be incorporated into so many different parts of their life. So we do have two examples, like one video of a child and her mom at home, and then we have one of like a center-based example. So we have got two video clips to just walk through and discuss with you today. So first for this,
Dr. Vin, is it possible I could zoom a bit, please? It's a bit fine. Could you zoom the presentation a bit, please?
Yeah, I don't know, Ching.
Oh, zoom it in.
Right.
Let me see. Oops. Hold on a sec.
I don't know if you can on this, Ching, but I think you're going to share some of the details too. And we can share this with everyone in the worksheet form, the child activity matrix. So I'll grab that and put it in the chat for you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Yeah, so, you know, I don't think you need to read all the details here. There are lots of words here, but what we'd like to do is we'd like you to meet Elena. And she's a 4-year-old girl who lives with her mom, her dad, and her little brother. She was born with a bilateral sensory neural severe profound hearing loss. That means she's deaf in both ears. And when she was 10 months old, she received cochlear implants, which enable her ear to hear. And so she's now currently receiving special education services in an inclusive classroom with her peers. And she sometimes struggles to follow step-by-step instructions. And she always doesn't know what comes first, next, or last. And her expressive language is very good, but she sometimes is missing the beginning and ends of words. And it's also difficult for her to learn new words quickly. So together with her mom, we use a child activity matrix to plan for learning opportunities to reach two of her learning goals, as you might be able to see here. One of which is to recognize and create patterns and explain how a symbol can stand for something. And then another, which is to put steps together in the correct order in order to carry out a task. So we are using STEM experiences because we feel that they can cultivate children's sequencing and language skills really well. So you'll see on the plan that we had created learning opportunities, especially in computational thinking. So I think, remember, as Megan said earlier, intentionality is the key, and it's really important to consider where the child is, what their interests might be in planning for those experiences, and also considering the materials, the environment, as well as the instruction that we are going to use with the children. And a child activity matrix is that you see right here on the slide is just a good way for us to plan for learning opportunities that can be embedded within everyday routines and activities. And within this, I'm not sure if you can see, but on the left, you have like daily schedule, which, you can pretty much like put the different routines and activities that you have within the classroom or at home. So, I mean, for this, it's like a home-based activity matrix. So you see playtime and meal time, as well as outside time and, transitioning. Okay, so we are going to just take a minute to see, look at one of these experiences that the mom has created. And when you're watching the video, just think about what you see the child doing, as well as what you think the mom is doing. And why do you think this could be a STEM learning experience?
Now, it's my turn to do my toppings, and I want to do the same like yours because yours looks perfect, okay? Oh no! They got all mixed up. Do you remember the code?
Yes.
Okay, what came first?
First, chocolate.
Chocolate. Cream. Sprinkles. Frosting. Okay, let me see if I do it right.
So first that.
Chocolate.
So you have to actually this.
Oh, am I messing up the code?
No, you just put that here.
Oh, this is what comes next, cream. Okay. And then chocolate again.
No, this.
Oh, and then sprinkles.
And then you do this. Like which one does like a lot of it.
More sprinkles. I can pick whichever one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
then this. Oh, I have to do it the right order, so it's perfect, right? Okay, did I make the right order? Look, should we show if it looks the same? Oh, let's show the camera.
That's kind of, that looks exactly.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Okay. So you'll be able to find that video on our website, along with another video that kind of is the prequel to this video, right, Megan?
Yeah, and we hope that you'll think about maybe what you saw within that activity as well, that was STEM learning. And one of the things I wanted to point out, Ching, you may want to point some things out too, was that you can really do this. It doesn't have to just be a Sunday, right? It's the idea of creating a sequence. And I thought what was really exciting, or what I loved about this video, was the mom really sort of messed things up, so there was some like going out of order that the child had to correct too. So it was like a fun way for them to, and I think this would be a great way also to do with multiple kids where they could work together to figure out the sequence and have to try to problem solve together. And so it was really, I think, some simple strategies that were used that really supported that engagement and learning within STEM.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I thought, I really liked that the mom wasn't afraid to use the word code as well, which, in computer science, it means that it's a set of instructions that needs to be carried out within in a sequential order. So she wasn't afraid to kind of use some of those terms like code. And I think in another video, she used the word algorithm as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I think, with the mom also like sabotaging the activity to make it more challenging, that was another one, which I think, she also was able to hold back her knowledge. And I think, oftentimes for us as adults, we think that we are helping the child by giving the answers. I mean, how many times, I kind of do that. But, it's really important for us to provide that opportunity for the child to show us what they know instead. Okay, and let's move on to this center-based activity. So what you're going to see now is a teacher who is facilitating a storybook with a small group of young children. Two of them have visual impairments, and you'll see a strategy called Storybox being used here, which is used to support children who are blind or who have visual impairment to learn about the content of the book by having on hand tactile materials of the characters and things that they might be, going to be encountering in the book. So the practitioner has already walked the children through the characters, and you can also see that she's using a reading strategy called dialogic reading, and you can learn more about it on our website as well. It's essentially like having storybook conversations with children. So as you're watching it, just think about like how this might be a STEM learning opportunity as well, and what you think the teacher is doing, and what about the children.
There's some grass and some straw and some sticks. She's walking across the yard and her feet are going to touch the straw. Yep, just like that. And the grass and hidden in the grass.
Her feet hurt.
Oh yes, hidden in the grass and the straw and sticks, there's a rake. A rake. What do we use a rake for? Do you know, Nora?
For making sandcastles.
You can. That's a really great use for this kind of rake. A really big rake, though, you use to rake up leaves, and it has metal tongs sometimes, and it can hurt you if you're not careful. You want to be careful. It's a tool that you use in the yard. All right, let's pass it to our friend Nora. So Rosie's walking across the yard, and she's walking over these things. Yes, just like that.
Ow, ow, ow.
Our chicken's feet are really...
Okay, you'll be able to see the full video. I think it's 7 minutes long on our website. But this is just to give you a taste of, like how it could be done, how you could learn about STEM during storybook conversations. And Rosie's Walk in particular is a book that has got many positional and spatial words. So things like on top, below, and in between. So the teacher was really stopping and pausing and providing the children an opportunity to get that visual feel of what is between, how do you fit Rosie in between the fence and so on. Yeah, so I just wanted to just skip along to would like you to, just come explore our website for all the resources, some of them that we have shown you today, to get started on cultivating inclusive STEM opportunity wherever you are and with what you have around the house and in your programs. And we do currently have a prototype of a mobile app that you can go on a STEM adventure with children together. And do sign up for our free monthly newsletter as well. Here's the link, and I think we'll be able to drop off our link to our website as well. So we want to thank you for joining us today. Here are some ways to connect with us.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lim. Dr. Vin, are you finished? Let me ask first.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me tell you, this was quite insightful. It was quite informative. Let me read a few of the information in the chat or the comments in the chat. Some of us wish I understood STEM better. So I guess based on the links that would have been shared by Dr. Vin, the person will get a better understanding of what STEM is all about. We would like to have this session presentation very informative and interesting. All right, somebody, Andrea Hayes, no, not Andrea Hayes, sorry. Elaine Dunkley said, awesome. Really practical illustrations by Miss Adams. Facey said, good job. And someone said, excellent, great activity. So those were some of the highlights. Those are some of the comments that were sent in the chat on YouTube. So you see, when I never come here, I don't want to speak the Jamaican vernacular. I don't know if you can understand me too well if I say it, but you guys did very well. Thank you very much. And I must say, one of the things that I really liked about your presentation is when you shared the videos. Well, one video, it really jumped out to me when you shared the children that basically have disabilities and how they were speaking about how STEM helped them to understand understand the work or the world around them. That would, my eyes was basically welled up with tears because I'm saying, look at this. They're speaking, and I wrote that love the video with children with disabilities and how the children were used to speak from their own point of view. So thank you very much. Two lovely ladies spoke expressly, Dr. Lim, Dr. Vin. It was awesome. It was excited, in your own little way. It was, mellow. Let me put mellow. Yeah, man, it was quite good. I see Gordon saying very, very informative, excellent. Thank you. Very informative, excellent, great activity, great presentation, very informative. Thank you. So therefore, their comments are still coming in. So keep on doing what you're doing. Continue to speak. Continue to be the voice for children with disabilities. You can do it, and I know at the end of the day, we as a country or we as a person can reach that level or cater not only to the quote unquote normal children, but children with disability. Thank you very much. It was awesome having you two here this afternoon, practitioners. You have garnered a wealth of knowledge, a wealth of information. And I just want to say at this time, let me just give my closing remark. Viewers, it is over. Can you believe that? We're at the end of PDI workshops, at the end. It was my absolute pleasure to serve as your moderator for the 3 days that were allotted to me. Personally, I would have gained so many insights, eyesights, and some hindsights from all the presenters. I think it is very important to know that STEM can and will be incorporated in our early child classroom, because we can see how effective including these different areas can both help our quote unquote normal students and our students that have disabilities. I implore you all to venture down the path of STEM and see where it can take you. Also, remember that implementing STREAM does not have to be expensive. We can use our environment and our loose parts at home or even at school to make this a reality. I'll remind you of the quote from one of our presenters from yesterday's panel discussion, when she said, nature is a wonderful reservoir for resources. And I'm going to repeat, nature is a wonderful reservoir for resources. Now, it is time to say so long, farewell to you, my friends. Goodbye for now until we meet again. It's been great to sit and text together. And now it's time to say goodbye. Goodbye, everyone. See you again next year. Same time, same place. Remember to fill out the workshop evaluation form at pdi.ecc.gov.com and join us tomorrow for the closing ceremony at 9 a.m. sharp. See you there. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye, 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 bye.